This represents a huge business opportunity with a steady stream of gold production. Lord Rain, there's just one more issue to resolve, the smelting issue, Luther said with a smile. Perhaps this issue. Rain waved his hand and said, smelting is no problem. Lagaray, can we leave the smelting issue to the Norton tribe? Of course, it's not for free. The Norton tribe will get its share of the profits, Rain said with a smile, turning to the barbarian girl Lagaray beside him. Ah, this. Of course. Lagaray was stunned, clearly feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky and hit her. She hadn't expected Rain to entrust such a lucrative opportunity to her Norton tribe, and she gazed at Rain with increasingly affectionate eyes. Both the Chimera Knight Luther and the people from Winterford Academy were sharp and immediately understood Rain's intentions upon seeing his attitude toward the barbarian girl Lagaray. They no longer said anything. Meanwhile, Merida gazed at Rain, her beautiful eyes almost drawing strings. Oh my, Lord Rain is powerful, handsome, and takes good care of others. It's over, it's over. She felt she had completely fallen. Everyone, it seems we can have a good discussion about the utilization of the gold mine, Rain said with a slight smile. Of course. Everyone nodded in agreement. With Lord Rain, their savior, leading the negotiations, the framework was quickly agreed upon. It was initially decided that several parties would jointly be responsible for the mining, transportation, and sale of the gold mine. Generally, mining was to be handled by the white-furred bear monsters on Rain's side. The Norton barbarians would build blast furnaces and smelt outside the nests. Winterford Academy would send people for transportation and escort, and the Snyder family's Luther would handle the final sales. The Snyder Duke was the governor of Marne province, and Luther was the second son of the Snyder Duke. As for the profit share, Rain took 40% and the other three each took 20%. After finalizing the main framework, Rain sent a message to the beautiful woman Jennifer, asking her to send specialists to handle the details. After all, he couldn't spend his precious energy on business affairs. What? That's great. I didn't expect the Black Flame cult's great priest Erickson in Marne province had already fallen at your hands, Lord Rain. I'm truly grateful, Luther exclaimed with joy. He had just learned of this news. It's important to know that Erickson's strength faintly surpassed his own, which was why 3 counties in Marne province had fallen without action from the Snyder family. Primarily, the Snyder family lacked the ability to independently deal with the entrenched Black Flame cult. In Marne province, before the Imperial Guardian's arrival, I will immediately communicate with my father and quickly organize elite forces to pacify these 3 counties. Luther looked at Rain with growing gratitude. Lord Luther, this is what I should do as an Imperial sword bearer, Rain said with a smile. What, Lord Rain, you're a sword bearer? The beautiful woman Wordy beside him widened her eyes in shock. Yes, Rain nodded and said. The others didn't ask further, but naturally assumed that Rain must be a strong figure from the Imperial Swordsman headquarters. No way the provincial-level sword bearers branch could have someone as formidable as Lord Rain. Upon hearing Rain's words, the others, including Badalov and Luther, couldn't help but look at Rain with astonished eyes. Previously, the collaboration relied heavily on Rain's personal martial prowess, but now it had additional factors. Unknowingly, the depth of the collaboration increased significantly. Rain, this news is very important for the tribe. I want to return to Jikar Creek Valley first and report this matter to the high priest and clan leader. Lagaray whispered to Rain, trying to contain her excitement. Although not many people are needed for smelting the gold mine, arrangements must be made in advance, and preparations for melting agents. Charcoal and building furnaces also need to be made. Fearing Rain might disagree, Lagaray added hastily. Very well, I'll come to Jikar Creek Valley to find you after I return from Wailing Wind Fjord, Rain nodded and said. Then I'll leave the Frost Wolf Knights with you. Lagaray knew Rain's upcoming journey seemed to involve a trip to the Wailing Wind Fjord in search of a metal series witchcraft, and he might need helpers, so she offered proactively. No need, I would be more worried if you were to return alone. With 20 Frost Wolf Knights it would be much safer. Rain waved his hand and declined without hesitation. Don't forget, I am now the king of the bear monsters. If I really need manpower, I can summon far more than 20. Seeing Lagaray still wanted to say something, Rain half-jokingly said. This caused Lagaray and the others to laugh. True, I almost forgot. You're now the king of the bear monsters. Lagaray smiled and said. Not long after, Lagaray left the ancestor dragon nest with the 20 elite barbarians who had just arrived on their frost wolves, returning to the new base of the Norton tribe in Jikar Creek Valley. This moment Luther seemed to remember something. His expression turned solemn and he said, "Lord Rain, are you planning to go to the Wailing Wind Fjord? The situation there has been quite unstable lately." "Oh, could Lord Luther elaborate on that?" Rain raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course. Recently, I've heard that activities of the Sea God sect have emerged there. The local thick-shelled lobstermen tribe has already been subdued. Currently, there have been several small-scale skirmishes with the garrison forces of Fjord County. So, Lord Rain plans to head toward the Wailing Wind Fjord now. It's very likely you'll encounter the cultists of the Sea God sect directly." Clearly, as a family of the governor of Marne province, Luther's information was extremely well informed. Lord Luther, if we ride flying mounts directly to the destination and are cautious, shouldn't we avoid being detected? Anna couldn't help but ask. Miss Anna, you might not know. Many of these Sea God sect cultists raise sea eagles, which serve as both communication tools and warning systems. So, even if you and Lord Rain ride a horned owl beast, you are likely to be discovered before you arrive. Even if you're not detected by luck, if either of you stays for a slightly extended period, the opposition is very likely to gather rapidly like a pack of wolves smelling blood. I'm not worried about Lord Rain's strength, but the Sea God sect also has experts, and their methods are bizarre and varied, so be cautious." Luther patiently explained. "I see." Anna couldn't help but nod. "This. Lord Rain, I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect such a situation to arise." Upon hearing this news, the most anxious and embarrassed was Merida, though she didn't know about this situation when she agreed with Rain earlier on. But the problem is that, although Rain has completed his promise to her by slaying ancestor dragon Calixius, her promise now faces a change. For a moment, Merida's face turned crimson, and she was at a bit of a loss. "Merida, the appearance of the Sea God sect has nothing to do with you." Rain immediately waved his hand and said. Earlier on the road, he learned that Merida actually spent quite a long time outside and hadn't returned to Winterford Academy, so it was normal for her not to know about this situation. Moreover, Merida had already given him the sheepskin scroll map before he came to the Calixius nest. As for the Sea God sect, Rain pondered. According to the Imperial Territory map given by Olna, the Wailing Wind Fjord is located at the junction of the Summer Sea and the Eternal Free Sea, separated by 7 or 8 provincial seas from Rossby County in Minster Province. He didn't expect the Sea God sect's influence to have expanded so astonishingly, almost spreading and covering all of the northern and central coasts of the Dragon Empire. Likely, the southern coastal areas of the Empire have also suffered infiltration or harassment. From the coverage range, their power might even surpass the Black Flame cult. Additionally, this also indicates that the Empire's turbulent situation is indeed not something that can be stabilized quickly. This indirectly confirmed what Admiral Edward and Bishopson said, that even with the most optimistic estimates, this turmoil would last for quite a long time. This couldn't help but add a lot of urgency to Rain's heart. Even the joy of just having slain ancestor dragon Calixius was significantly dampened. However, it's not like he's actively seeking danger, but there's a compelling reason to go. Metal Series witchcraft is rare to begin with, and this time it's an offensive Metal Series witchcraft. It was the first time Rain encountered it, and if he didn't retrieve it, he would likely be discontented for quite a long time. Previously in Minster, I hadn't faced the Sea God sect directly, but I didn't expect to have this opportunity in the Frostwind Prairie. Rain thought to himself, "Merida, regarding your matters with Lord Rain, it's not my place to intervene, but this time you've certainly created inconvenience for Lord Rain. Lord Rain, if it's convenient, could you inform us of your specific purpose for going to the Wailing Wind Fjord?" Badalov first reprimanded Merida, then turned to Rain for an inquiry. Around them were only Anna, along with Luther, Badalov, and a few other high-level leaders from Winterford Academy. With the gold mine as a link, the 3 parties was somewhat a community of interests. So Rain smiled and said, "There's nothing to keep secret. In fact, Lady Merida knows the most about this matter. Why not let Lady Merida explain it?" Merida had just been scolded by her mentor, with her head hanging down to her chest, but upon hearing Rain's tone, it showed he didn't particularly mind. She looked at him with even more gratitude. She immediately adjusted her mindset and began to narrate to everyone. "Mentor, Lord Luther, Vice Dean Wordy, here's what happened. I should have realized. Turns out Lord Rain is seeking the old residence of Ottokar Fry, the second-level liquidized wizard known by the nickname Cutter. Batalov said, enlightened. The others also showed expressions of sudden realization. After all, during the battle, besides Rain's formidable melee strength that left everyone dumbfounded, his mastery of Metal Series witchcraft made a deep impression on them. Searching for offensive Metal Series witchcraft was naturally expected. Oh, Ottokar. Rain raised an eyebrow, clearly noticing Batalov's wording. It seemed the head of Winterford Academy was quite familiar with the wizard nicknamed Cutter. Yes, Cutter, real name Ottokar Fry, made his name in the Northland just over 30 years before me. A rare Metal Series wizard unfortunately failed at advancing to third-level crystallized wizard. Batalov recalled. However, his old residence might have a rather troublesome situation. Batalov furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. Oh, everyone curiously looked at Batalov. Actually, besides cutting net, Ottokar's signature move had another lesser-known one. That is, he had a swarm of four-eyed giant moths, or maybe you know them by another name, soul-eating moths. Soul-eating moths, are those the moths that the spiritual body-loving soul-eating moths? Luther furrowed his brow. That's right, seems like Lord Luther has also heard of them. Batalov nodded. Of course, these soul-eating moths are almost a nightmare for knights, immune to physical damage, and I've heard that even witchcraft damage isn't very effective against them. Yes, soul-eating moths are a peculiar half-spiritual creature, immune to physical damage, with high resistance to various types of witchcraft. Unless you can perform witchcraft that directly targets the soul, then it's easier to kill them. Batalov nodded approvingly. But direct soul-targeting witchcraft isn't that easy to come by. This kind of witchcraft is probably the most precious kind among black witchcraft. I've rarely heard of it. The elegant woman Wordy sighed. Indeed. The rest nodded in agreement. Soul-eating moths require direct soul-targeting witchcraft. Doesn't that fit perfectly with Soul Shatter Strike? Thinking of this, Rain couldn't help but smile inwardly. At this moment, Batalov and Luther, among others, focused their attention on Rain. Even though they had seen Rain's nearly unmatched close combat prowess in this battle, they all assumed Rain was mainly on the knight path with the wizard path as a supplement. Facing soul-eating moths immune to physical attacks, Rain would likely suffer a lot. Lord Rain, perhaps you should wait a bit longer until I recover from my injury and I'll accompany you. Batalov suggested after some thought. Lord Rain, I might not be able to handle the soul-eating moths, but I should have no problem keeping the Sea God sect at bay. Luther chimed in immediately. Rain paused to consider, then shook his head. No need, Dean Batalov, Lord Luther, I think I can handle this situation. However, for detailed information on the soul-eating moths, I might need Dean Batalov to provide more specific information. The others exchanged glances, momentarily puzzled. Since this involved Rain's trump card, he naturally wouldn't elaborate. Of course, no problem, Lord Rain, but this may require returning to Winterford Academy first, as the relevant information is stored in the Academy's library. Batalov agreed, nodding after regaining his composure. All right, thank you, Dean Batalov. Rain slightly bowed in thanks. After handling the dragon corpse and gold mine matters, Rain and the others stayed in the ancestor dragon nest for several more hours, before setting off together to return to Winterford Academy. Before leaving, Rain reminded the white-furred bear monster priest Ulu Sen of a few things and left a communication method. Several hours later, they arrived at Winterford Academy. Since Batalov hadn't previously known of Rain's strength and identity, the initially arranged room was just a standard accommodation double room. This time, Winterford Academy allocated the only 2 luxurious suites used for reception to Rain and Anna. Besides a bedroom, living room, and bathroom, the luxury suite also had a small training room with quite complete facilities. Inside the suite, Rain finally had the time to check some changes in himself. The concentration of his mutated dragon bloodline had reached the dense level, granting the high-speed healing top-level talent. Mutated dragon bloodline, dense effect. Significantly enhanced affinity with water, fire, earth elements, and possesses high-speed healing, danger perception, dark vision, weapon mastery, extraordinary understanding, huge strength, steel body and dragon roar top-level talents, capable of transforming into first form mutated dragon man and second form abilities. First form mutated dragon man warrior form. Second form mutated dragon man general form. However, dense doesn't seem to be the focus of the bloodline. Moreover, the enhancement of bloodline concentration has an immediate effect on the improvement of one's own strength. It seems that, in the future, it's still possible to enhance and elevate bloodline concentration by absorbing the genes of other dragons. Although as the bloodline concentration increases, the chance of migrating again might become increasingly difficult, this path has not yet reached its end. I can pay attention to information about other dragons or dragon descendants. Rain clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power in his body, and thought to himself. Then Rain reviewed the previous battle prompts. Congratulations, you have defeated a strong enemy and earned 19 golden skill points. Congratulations, your hidden will attribute has increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades epic profession level has increased. Following this battle with Calexius, the King of Thousand Blades epic profession level successfully advanced to LV10, allowing Rain to gain 1 attribute point and 1 skill point once again. In addition to the points he originally had, he now has a total of 5 remaining attribute points and 3 remaining skill points. Since he consumed 12 golden skill points last time and now gained 19, the total reached a new high of 56 points. Seeing so many golden skill points, Rain couldn't help but ponder. So many golden skill points. Previously, when breaking through the extraordinary battle technique checkpoint, golden skill points were needed. Besides that, there were also. During the fusion of similar extraordinary battle techniques, a large number of golden skill points were also used, such as the fusion of giant bear sword technique and Arcadian swordsmanship, the fusion of night breathing method, etc. Could it be that their only use in witchcraft is for enhancement breakthroughs? Thinking about it, Rain decided to try again and see if there are other choices after reaching a trigger condition. He focused his attention on the LV20 sharpness technique, planning to add points again. As Rain added 1 golden skill point to the witchcraft sharpness technique, it smoothly advanced to LV21. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared, detected that the witchcraft sharpness technique mastered by the host has reached LV21, unlocking the improvement restriction of this witchcraft. Improve it. This improvement requires consuming 7 golden skill points. Note: after improvement, the witchcraft will be more suitable for the host to cast. With enhancements in power, attack range, or other aspects. Note: the level of the improved witchcraft will not change. I didn't expect that a certain trigger condition must be reached to enable it. Rain immediately felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Improvements in power, attack range, or other aspects after improvement is it. That's great. Rain couldn't help but feel overjoyed in his heart. Now he's no longer the novice from half a year ago. He's very clear about how difficult it is to enhance the power of witchcraft. So without any hesitation, Rain immediately chose yes. At the same time, an enormous flow of information about the improvement process of the witchcraft sharpness technique began to pour into Rain's mind. It felt as if Rain spent over 100 years in some mysterious space, improving the sharpness technique according to his casting habits, physical conditions, etc., fine-tuning its witchcraft model to better suit himself. During this time, Rain did not know how many times he failed or how many attempts he made. After he absorbed this memory, the system prompt came again. Ding! The witchcraft sharpness technique mastered by the host has been successfully improved. The new witchcraft model has been adjusted. Witchcraft power has increased by 17%. 17%, Rain's eyes instantly brightened. This increase is not a small figure. It's equivalent to a 34% increase in the fogging level of spiritual power. This made Rain look even more fervently at the first-level witchcraft metal barrier. Sharpness technique is just a 0-level witchcraft. So could the effect be even better for first-level witchcraft? This doesn't require guessing. As Rain currently has enough golden skill points to verify this directly, as Rain added 1 golden skill point to the LV20 first-level witchcraft metal barrier. The system prompt similarly appeared. Detected that the witchcraft metal barrier mastered by the host has reached LV21, unlocking the improvement restriction of this witchcraft. Improve it. This improvement requires consuming 13 golden skill points. Note: after improvement, the witchcraft will be more suitable for the host to cast, with enhancements in power, attack range, or other aspects. Note: having had prior experience, Rain immediately chose yes. In an instant, a massive influx of improvement details on the defensive witchcraft metal barrier started flooding into Rain's mind. Seconds later, the system notification came again. Ding! The host's grasp of the witchcraft metal barrier has been successfully improved. The new witchcraft model adjustment is successful. Witchcraft power increased by 18%, witchcraft effective range enhanced by 25%. The increase in witchcraft power is not significant. Last time it was 17%, this time 18%. That's normal, after all. It's just an improvement, with minor adjustments for personal circumstances. If the increase was 40 to 50%, that would be abnormal. Oh, the witchcraft range has increased. Instantly, Rain's eyes lit up. This deepened Rain's understanding of the annotation power. Attack range or other aspects will be enhanced. With a brief thought, Rain focused his attention on the profession panel for the Warhammer Wizard, regarding the description of the witchcraft metal barrier. Metal barrier LV21 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, drives a certain amount of metal fragments with a specific witchcraft model, drifting within a range of 2 meters and 5 around the caster, blocking any attempts to harm the caster. Indeed, the previous description was 2 meters, now it's 2 meters 5, a 25% increase. The improvement in metal barrier brought Rain unexpected delight, and immediately, to test the effect, he briskly walked to the small training room in the suite. As Rain's thoughts slightly moved, he saw 3 kite shields slightly larger than before surrounding him. The most apparent change was the distance, from 2 meters around him, increased to a range of 2 meters and 5, providing more space for him to wield weapons. So is it possible to also improve other witchcraft? No way. The recent improvements on 2 witchcraft surprisingly used up 22 golden skill points. Originally having 56 skill points, suddenly there's only 34 points left. This. Rain's expression slightly changed. I thought I could use them freely, but it turns out I need to plan rationally. Then let's postpone the improvements for now. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment the sound of knocking suddenly echoed. Please come in, Lord Rain, sorry to disturb you. To Rain's surprise, the visitor was Mrs. Wordy, the vice president of Winterford Academy. Lady Wordy, please come in. After some pleasantries, the graceful Mrs. Wordy explained her purpose with a smile. Lord Rain, during the process of slaying ancestor dragon Calaxius this time, thanks to your assistance, I heard from Merida that you have a need for soul energy crystals. Here are 5 soul energy crystals, representing Winterford Academy's gratitude to you. Mrs. Wordy smiled as she placed a small, deep brown wooden box on the coffee table. This is too valuable. Actually, I have an agreement with Lady Merida from your academy. Oh, there's really no need for Winterford Academy to particularly thank me for slaying Calaxius. Rain waved his hand, refusing. Lord Rain, if not for your timely intervention, the Academy would have suffered heavy casualties this time. This is also the unanimous opinion of Dean Battleov and us, so we urge you to accept it. Mrs. Wordy insisted. Well, all right, then I'll accept it. Lord Rain, then I won't disturb you further. The graceful lady smiled slightly, got up, and left. After sending Wordy away, Rain opened the small wooden box. As expected, 5 soul energy crystals lay quietly inside. Indeed, the wizard schools are truly wealthy. For a wizard school like Winterford Academy, soul energy crystals are naturally highly sought-after items. Offering Rain 5 pieces this time is quite generous. Previously, the Norton tribe could only accumulate 3 pieces with significant difficulty, having passed through many battles. If calculated as a 4% increase per piece, I could enhance my fogging progress by 12%, not bad. Rain's lips curved slightly. After thinking for a moment, Rain decided to absorb these 5 soul energy crystals. After all, to switch to a Dragon Vein wizard, the last requirement liquidization wizard, he would naturally want to step into second-level liquidization wizard as quickly as possible. He grasped these 5 soul energy crystals in his hand and swiftly started operating the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, and the system prompt followed suit. Ding. Detecting soul energy crystals capable of enhancing spiritual power fogging degree, accelerate absorption. Note, system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb thoroughly in one go. Yes. In an instant, Rain felt the silver mist in his mental sea begin to rapidly multiply, quickly expanding a new area in his mental sea. Up to this point, nearly 70% of the area in the mental sea had been filled with silver mist. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 68, fogging 68%. Huh. During the previous battle, I increased my spirit by 4 points, and the degree of fogging also rose to 53%. Now it has reached 68%, so calculating it like this, a single soul energy crystal has increased it by exactly 3%. Looking at it this way, to increase it to over 90%, I would need at least 7 to 8 more soul energy crystals. No, that's not right. The effect might worsen again, so it seems that having 10 more soul energy crystals would be more prudent. At this moment, seemingly having thought of something, Rain took out a sheepskin scroll map from his bosom and spread it out for a look. Before setting out, it was naturally important to carefully review the map. A distinct red dot could be seen at the seaside of the Wailing Wind Fjord, marked with the Frost Mist Cliff, and not far from there was a conspicuous shipwreck symbol. Such a prominent mark. It shouldn't be difficult to find. Rain nodded, thinking to himself. At this moment, a knock sounded again. Knock, 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 come in, Lord Rain. Seeing Merida in a fitted white wizard robe hesitantly calling at the door, she continued, Lord Rain, about that matter. Lady Merida, this matter doesn't concern you, no need to worry. Rain smiled and said, Right, Lord Rain, this is something the mentor asked me to bring to you. Merida quickly stepped forward and handed a document to Rain. Perhaps due to nervousness, when Merida was almost in front of Rain, suddenly, her foot twisted and she fell onto Rain. Rain's hand was naturally ready to receive the documents, but unexpectedly Merida suddenly fell, so out of instinct, his right hand supported her only. The place he supported wasn't ideal, landing right on her white, prominent area. Oh, sorry, Lord Rain. Merida was just about to get up, but her sensitive spot was touched, and she immediately collapsed softly onto Rain again. Rain only felt a warm, soft body fall into his embrace, but as his hand squeezed and realized something was wrong, he naturally helped the cotton-like Merida back up immediately. At this moment, however, Merida's face was flushed red, and she nearly buried her head in her chest. Thinking back to her actions just now, Merida's face felt hot. And even she felt like it looked a lot like throwing herself into his arms. But Merida swore it was truly an accident, and because Rain had touched her sensitive spot, he naturally felt a bit embarrassed too, so for a moment, the two of them froze in place. At this moment, Rain naturally looked at Merida a few times, seeing that her chest was prominent, her hips curvy, her waist slender, and her figure was extremely well proportioned. And this time, her wizard robe was the same as the last time, with a slit at the collar held by a brooch. Even though Merida was hanging her head low, Rain could still clearly see her expanse of fair, smooth skin. Rain, Merida, you too. At this moment, Anna's voice suddenly rang from outside the door. This almost made Merida jump like a rabbit as she hurriedly bent to gather the documents from the ground, handed them to Rain and said, Miss Anna, I'm here to deliver a document to Lord Rain. Good night, you too. The next second, Merida left in slight panic. Merida seems a bit strange. Anna walked in through the half-open door, not forgetting to glance back at Merida and said, Cough, is that so? I'm not quite sure either, maybe it's because of this matter. Rain coughed, holding up the information on the soul-devouring giant moth and said. Anna nodded, Merida is quite concerned about this issue, no wonder. Early the next morning, Rain considered that this journey to the Frostwind Fjord was somewhat dangerous, intending to persuade Anna to stay at Winterford Academy. However, Anna insisted that she would wait for him in the forest near the destination, which forced Rain to agree to take Anna along. Politely refusing Badalov's suggestion to have Merida accompany them again, Rain and Anna boarded the horned owl beast. They waved to Luther, Badalov, and other high-level figures of Winterford Academy, seeing them off. And then Bloodfeather flapped its wings mightily, with a light blue stream quickly swirling around them. Whoosh! The two soared into the sky, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Midst the crowd, Merida could hardly conceal the look of disappointment on her face. A few hours later, Rain and Anna arrived at a woodland near a town called Yilgala. This was also the closest town to their destination, just over 100 miles away in a straight line, and it was also the last area of broadleaf forest. As a druid, Anna would be perfectly safe in the forest. Additionally, with the blood-feathered horned eagle providing early warnings and support from the sky, Rain didn't need to worry much about Anna's safety. Anna stepped forward to embrace Rain, then quickly gave him a kiss. Her pretty face turned red, and a pair of beautiful eyes seriously gazed into Rain's, saying, Rain, be careful. Don't worry. Rain ruffled Anna's hair, smiling. Watching Rain's receding figure, Anna couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Little did she expect that after becoming a druid, the difference in strength between her and Rain had only grown larger. Alas, I still need to work hard. I must quickly learn to transform into a giant bear and transform into a golden eagle. Anna clenched her fair little fist, secretly resolving in her heart. Yilgala town, about 100 miles from the Frost Mist Cliff as shown on the map, is considered a border town in Fjord County, still under the Empire's control. Rain planned to travel by land from Yilgala town on horseback, as he didn't want to attract the attention of the Sea God sect in this area. After all, a flying knight is simply too conspicuous. Additionally, considering that donning a set of secret silver engraved plate armor or demonized silver plate armor would attract too much attention, Rain, as before, wore a gray-white wizard robe over them. At the same time, Rain didn't carry any other weapons, only holding a staff transformed from hardened essence gold, making him look just like a young wizard apprentice. Soon, Rain arrived at a horse farm near Yilgala town. Perhaps due to the turbulent situation, there were quite a few people buying horses. "Boss, how much for this brown horse?" Rain pointed to a rather sturdy-looking brown horse inside the fence and asked. 20 gold, but I haven't had the chance to re-nail its horseshoes yet. If sir is not in a hurry, you can come back this afternoon." The horse farm owner was a short and stout middle-aged man who gestured a price and pointed to the brown horse's hoof, saying loudly, "Boss, it's okay, here are 20 gold coins." Rain smiled slightly and handed the 20 gold coins to the owner. "Well, sir, then be aware the right rear hoof's horseshoe is a bit loose and can't support a long journey." The stout owner reminded him specifically, then accepted Rain's gold coins. As a boss, there's no reason not to do business. A reminder is sufficient. Thank you." Rain nodded in acknowledgement. The other horse buyers nearby looked on in slight surprise at Rain leading the horse away. This young man seems to have urgent matters, but even so, he should ensure the horseshoes are secure. Otherwise, if the horse becomes lame, it would be completely ruined. Rain, on the other hand, led the horse to the side of the road next to the horse farm and stopped. He lifted the brown horse's right rear hoof and glanced at it. In the next second, the witchcraft light in his hand flashed, and a brand new metal horseshoe appeared in his palm. Gently removing the original horseshoe, Rain, barehanded, placed the new one on and quickly transformed 7 iron nails, pressing them into place rapidly one by one. It took only a few seconds to complete the replacement of a horseshoe, far faster than the most skilled blacksmith. After all, what metal series wizard would do the job of nailing horseshoes? Even the brown horse seemed a bit bewildered, blinking its large eyes, its head somewhat muddled. After finishing, Rain smiled, patted his hands, mounted the horse, and headed towards Yilgala town. He planned to first go to the tavern to understand the situation before proceeding. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man dressed as a mercenary, who was also buying horses, watched Rain's actions from afar, looking shocked. Was that the Metal Series Witchcraft Sharpness technique? Is he a rare Metal Series wizard? No. Considering his age, he's most likely a third-level wizard apprentice. Could it be that he also received the bounty? Why is he alone? Although, if he is alone, then maybe the middle-aged man quickly assessed in his mind. After some thought, the mercenary-dressed middle-aged man purchased 2 horses and quickly headed towards the town, Yilgala town. Inside the Fjord Tavern located at the town center, the place was bustling with noise. Rain found a vacant table for 2 by the window and sat down, scanning the room quickly. He noticed that most were mercenaries wearing leather armor, chain armor, and carrying various weapons. Strangely, most mercenaries also carried a battle bow on their backs. However, the few who didn't have a battle bow had sturdy shields and wore different equipment, mainly thick plate armor or a mix of plate and chain armor. Additionally, there were a few second-level and third-level wizard apprentices interspersed among them. This left Rain somewhat puzzled. Could there be a bounty or a task here? Otherwise, how could it attract so many mercenaries? "Sir, this is Storm Brandy, a specialty of the fjord. Care to join me for a drink?" A middle-aged man approached, smiling and holding a bottle of alcohol, and spoke to Rain. Rain glanced at him and immediately recalled he seemed to have seen him at the horse farm not long ago. This thought led Rain to a realization. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, please have a seat." After a few glasses of Storm Brandy and some small talk, Rain learned that the middle-aged man's name was Fandar, and he was the leader of a group called the Ice Claw Bear Mercenary Group. They, too, had received a high bounty from the Empire targeting the invading Sea Clan and had come specifically to Wailing Wind Fjord. This made Rain understand why so many skilled mercenary groups gathered in an Empire border town. The Ice Claw Bear mercenary group had chosen to search the area centered around the shipwreck remnants of Frost Mist Cliff, which coincidentally overlapped with Rain's destination, diverting only by about 10 miles. Fandar, aged 37, had become a mercenary since he was 18 and had an eye for talent. Every member of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group was essentially discovered by him, and he built the entire mercenary group from the ground up. Since the time at the horse field, he felt that Rain seemed quite extraordinary, with an outstanding demeanor. Yet a layer of mist seemed to shroud him, making it difficult to discern his depth. But this was not a bad thing. Having been in the mercenary group for so many years, Fandar trusted his gut and judgment. At this moment, seeing the atmosphere was fitting, Fandar couldn't help but bring up the main topic. "Lord Rain, are you also here for the Empire's bounty, to kill the Sea Clan? If so, why not join our team?" The members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group beside them, upon hearing their leader Fandar's words, couldn't help but be puzzled as to why their leader would suddenly invite a stranger. Although the young man's attire seemed to indicate he was a wizard apprentice, relatively mature mercenary group like theirs was rather cautious about suddenly adding a stranger before executing a mission. After all, the veterans had become very coordinated with each other, and adding someone suddenly would more or less disrupt that synergy. Moreover, the stranger's background was unclear, potentially bringing major problems to the team. Well, it can be considered as going to kill the Sea Clan, since Captain Fandar invites so earnestly. All right. Rain thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. Although there was some intelligence from Luther regarding the Sea God sect, it mostly pertained to the broader aspects. As for the specific strength and distribution of the Sea God sect near the Frost Mist Cliff, it was not very clear. A field investigation would undoubtedly be most prudent. Rain had been planning to do so before. Fandar was instantly delighted, smiling and saying, "That's wonderful, Lord Rain, cheers, let's hope we cooperate happily." "Cheers, Lord Rain, may I boldly ask, are you a rather rare metal series wizard apprentice?" "Oh, how did Captain Fandar know?" Rain appropriately displayed a bit of surprise, smiling as he spoke. "Haha, just now at the horse field. I saw Lord Rain perform the sharpness technique. Its power seemed quite extraordinary," Fandar said with a smile, and the other members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, upon hearing this, showed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder their captain suddenly invited a stranger to join the team. Turns out the person was a rare metal series wizard apprentice. That explained everything. In addition to the captain's sister Georgia, an archer and second-level wizard apprentice, everyone else in this mercenary group were warriors and rangers. If they could have a metal series wizard apprentice to enhance with sharpness technique during battle, the boost to the team would be substantial. This made some people in the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group much less resistant to Rain's joining. Noon, Rain and Fandar's mercenary group moved towards the direction of the shipwreck. Along the way, Rain also learned that not only the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, but several other mercenary groups had also been lured by the high bounties from the Empire's Marne province, coming to the Wailing Wind Fjord. The recent buzz in the Fjord Tavern also proved this point. On the flip side, the ever-emerging various Sea Clan, bewitched by the Sea God sect, did bring significant pressure to the Empire's defense line. "Captain Fandar, what's the plan for this time?" Rain casually asked. "Our target this time is to kill 100 thick-shelled lobstermen and bring back their massive pincers as proof for the mission." A plate armor knight holding a tower shield chuckled and answered Rain's question. "Of course, if we can kill a few sharp blade nagas, that would be even better." The knight added with a grin. "Sharp blade nagas?" Rain asked with keen interest. "Well, Lord Rain, have you not learned? Sharp blade nagas, an advanced Sea Clan, generally have power above that of an official knight, with some even reaching the level of a great knight. The bounty for them is worth several times that of the thick-shelled lobstermen. However, if we encounter them, we must be very cautious," the knight reminded with a warning tone. At this point, the others looked at Rain somewhat oddly. After all, not everyone in the team was welcoming of Rain's addition. The wizard apprentice, although a rare metal series, seemed a bit green, inexperienced, almost as if he had just left the wizard school for a trial. It's not ideal to have an inexperienced wizard apprentice, even if it's a rare metal series. The captain probably didn't think it through when he invited him without asking clearly. "Is that so? Are there any more formidable ones?" Rain continued to ask. "Of course. This Lord Rain seems to come here to hunt the Sea Clan. But the preparation work seems to be quite insufficient. A clear female voice came from the back. What if you encounter a deep-sea giant? Wouldn't you be scared out of your wits and flee? A graceful young woman, equipped with a battle bow and wearing leather armor, showed a hint of sarcasm as she urged her horse forward. Georgia was an archer and a second-level wizard apprentice herself, and didn't agree with her brother's decision to invite Rain. Because Rain, clad in a white wizard robe at such a young age, actually wielded an iron skin staff. Who does he think he is? The ancient legendary wizard Rectillo. It was most likely a greenhorn who just left the wizard school for training. Georgia, mind your attitude, Fandar said in a solemn tone. Lord Rain, I apologize. This is my sister Georgia, an archer and second-level wizard apprentice, who I usually spoil, making her somewhat arrogant, said Fandar with an apologetic face. How strong is the deep-sea giant? Rain waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Last time I saw from a distance the famous Blood Wolf mercenary group on the Frostwind Prairie fighting a deep-sea giant. The latter displayed formidable combat power. Moreover, its strength is particularly outstanding. The Blood Wolf's leader, a senior knight armed with a tower shield, could not withstand a single blow and was struck flying, injured. Eventually, after losing several members, they barely managed to kill it by nimbly avoiding direct confrontation. If our team encounters it, I'm afraid our chances of victory are slim, and we should avoid it immediately. Fandar's face grew serious as he spoke of the deep-sea giant. Rain nodded, smiling as he said, Then the bounty for this deep-sea giant must be quite high. Now that I'm here, maybe we can give it a try. Even with you, I'm afraid it won't change the outcome. It's best not to encounter the deep-sea giant at all, Georgia interjected, still unhappy from being scolded by her brother. Newcomer, my brother said your sharpness technique is quite powerful. Why not show us? I'll naturally use it when we encounter a battle. Using it now would just waste spiritual power. Rain wasn't angry since he also had a sister. However, he didn't do as Georgia suggested, merely waved his hand. This gesture made Georgia furious, and she snorted heavily, shook the reins, and rode away. As the team advanced towards the shipwreck debris, the surrounding broadleaf forest thinned out. Before long, the team emerged from the woods, reaching a more coastal marshland area, with vegetation primarily composed of low shrubs and grasslands. Rain chatted with Fandar as they journeyed, quickly gaining a better understanding of the situation with the Sea Clan that landed nearby for raids. At this point, the topic shifted to the Sea God sect. The hardest to deal with are the Sea God sect members. Some who control sea eagles are slightly weaker and the easiest to handle. We call them eagle tamers, typically possessing senior or peak knight abilities. Others, wearing black robes with a giant octopus emblem on their chests, are Sea God sect deacons, each with the strength of an official wizard, making them tough opponents. However, whether against eagle tamers or Sea God sect deacons, archers are the best choice. That's why most of the mercenary groups here are predominantly archers or rangers. Fandar indicated with a slight backward nod why half the team carried battle bows. I see. Rain's face showed understanding. No wonder he had found it odd that nearly everyone in the Fjord bar carried a battle bow, while the rest had all sorts of shields. Captain Fandar, do you know if there are any strong members of the Sea God sect nearby? Rain asked again. The most famous strong figure of the Sea God sect in Wailing Wind Fjord is known as Harvers or Shadow Heart Flamer, a high-rank wizard with reportedly legendary strength. Recently, he's consecutively killed 2 Imperial Vice-Admirals responsible for the area's defense. Fandar replied solemnly, Don't jinx it. If we do encounter the Shadow Heart Flamer, we're doomed. Georgia, overhearing her brother's conversation with Rain, couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Georgia, Fandar turned and chided. I apologize, Lord Rain. As for other strong figures of the Sea God sect, I'm not sure. Those details are considered top secret within the cult, and even the Empire might not know. Fandar said apologetically. Rain nodded. Just then Rain suddenly glanced up at the sky. Seconds later, a vigilant archer whispered, Captain, it's an iron-beak sea eagle. There's an eagle tamer from the Sea God sect nearby. Everyone on alert, Fandar whispered. Swish, swish. The members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group dismounted with serious expressions, quickly retrieved their battle bows, and drew their arrows, taking aim. Talk about jinxing it now that we mentioned the Sea God sect. Here they are, making me so mad. Georgia grumbled under her breath while aiming, giving Rain a glowering look. In the distant horizon, two giant eagles with dark gray bodies were flying in. They were the iron-beak sea eagles. Due to the eagles' eyesight far surpassing humans, and there being no dense forests here to provide cover, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group's traces were quickly discovered. The two iron-beak sea eagles immediately let out piercing eagle cries and began flying rapidly toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Seconds later, they were circling directly above Rain and the others. Whiz, whiz. The 5 or 6 archers and rangers, including Georgia, from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group began shooting at the iron-beak sea eagles. Everyone's aim was quite good. But Rain could clearly see that as the arrows flew into the air, they quickly lost momentum. And even though they barely touched the iron-beak sea eagles, they were easily blown away by the eagles' flapping wings. Evidently, because the eagles were flying too high, it was difficult for the arrows to reach them. Just as everyone was at a loss, Rain walked up to one of the archers, took an arrow from the quiver, and on its metal arrowhead, he cast his improved Metal Series Witchcraft Sharpness technique. To avoid drawing attention, Rain deliberately controlled the speed of casting, extending the casting time of around 0.04 seconds to about 1.5 seconds. Wow, such fast casting speed! Georgia, a second-level wizard apprentice, quickly sensed the witchcraft fluctuation from Rain's side, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. When the archer took the arrow emitting a silver glow, he was immediately surprised and grateful, saying, "Thank you, Lord Rain." He excitedly aimed his bow at an iron-beak sea eagle, and in the next moment, the silver glow shot into the sky, instantly piercing the belly of one iron-beak sea eagle. Screech, with a miserable eagle cry, the shot iron-beak sea eagle fell nearly straight down toward the ground. The other iron-beak sea eagle, frightened, quickly retreated in the direction it came from. But within 2 seconds, another silver glow flashed by. The second iron-beak sea eagle also fell from the sky. Is this the sharpness technique? This effect is unbelievably good. Georgia, the second-level wizard apprentice and archer, widened her eyes, sucking in her breath in shock and envy. A minute earlier, about 10 miles away from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, 2 men wearing black wizard robes were chatting, when suddenly one of them looked up at the iron-beak sea eagles, smiled, and said, "Hey, it looks like our pets have found prey again." I wonder what it is this time," the other one said with a smile. "Either an Empire reconnaissance team or those annoying mercenary groups like cockroaches. Let's go have a look." But in the next second, a sharp eagle cry rang out, and the 2 men saw from a distance that one iron-beak sea eagle plummeted down. "Damn my eagle." A sea god sect eagle tamer changed his expression dramatically because the one that had just been shot down was his iron-beak sea eagle. "Not good, there's a sharpshooter." The other man immediately frowned. He instantly planned to whistle to call back the sea eagles. But in the next second, his expression similarly changed dramatically because his sea eagle had also been shot down. It should be known that cultivating iron-beak sea eagles is not easy, even within the mature cultivation system of the sea god sect. It takes almost a year to train a qualified iron-beak sea eagle. Damn it, quick, fire the signal flare, get the nearby sea clan to come over. Meanwhile, Rain was surrounded by the members of the mercenary group. "Lord Rain, your sharpness technique's effect is incredibly good." The archer couldn't help but use the respectful "your form." "Haha, perhaps it's because of my high metal element affinity." Rain smiled slightly and explained. The others also showed expressions of envy toward the archer, and their gazes toward Rain had completely changed. Is it really something you can talk about so casually? Having high metal element affinity. Although most weren't wizard apprentices, let alone wizards, they had heard about what elemental affinity was. Furthermore, who wouldn't want to have such a powerful assistance by their side? Immediately, besides Georgia, the other archers and rangers enthusiastically started mingling with Rain. As the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, Fandar was naturally overjoyed inside. It seems his judgment has always been correct. From the recent sharpness technique, this Lord Rain's strength is quite extraordinary. Even though he is only a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, he is probably not much different from an official wizard. Suddenly, recovering his composure, Fandar solemnly called out, "Everyone, mount up quickly and leave this place. Otherwise, those sea god sect eagle tamers will surround us." The group of more than 10 people from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group first returned along the original path for a stretch, and then once they reached the sparse wooded area, they made a detour and continued quickly toward their destination. "Hey, Lord Rain, why is your sharpness technique so powerful? Also, the casting time is astonishingly fast. How did you practice? Curious and unable to contain herself, Georgia finally couldn't resist, shook the reins, maneuvered her horse forward, and asked Rain. Not calling me the new guy anymore. Rain couldn't help but smile and tease. You HMPH, forget it then. Rain's words immediately made the girl's pretty face flush with embarrassment, seemingly unable to keep face, as she proudly snorted before riding away. Rain watched this scene and found the siblings quite interesting. The brother was calm and composed, experienced and skillful, while the sister seemed a bit overbearing, lively and spirited. Their personalities were quite different. Lord Rain, may I ask which wizard school you belong to? Fandar couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I came from Winterford Academy, Rain answered ambiguously. Rain didn't care to lie. Moreover, he had indeed set out from Winterford Academy, traveling all the way to Wailing Wind Fjord. Nonsense. Everyone knows Winterford Academy is famous for its rare ice mages. Georgia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Rain and interjected. Oh, Lord Rain came from Winterford Academy. I once dealt with an associate dean there, a middle-aged woman named Y. Fandar appeared thoughtful. You mean Associate Dean Wordy? Yes, exactly, Lady Wordy. It seems Lord Rain really is from Winterford Academy. Fandar nodded repeatedly, and his wariness mostly dissipated. If it was Winterford Academy's Dean Battle, most mercenaries on Frostwind Prairie knew this prominent figure, but by comparison, Associate Dean Wordy was far less known. If one wasn't familiar, they likely wouldn't know her. Are you really from Winterford Academy? I just can't believe it. Georgia's eyes widened as she repeatedly sized up Rain, murmuring to herself. Rain glanced at Georgia, smiling slightly, but had no intention of explaining. However, Rain's attitude made Georgia so angry that her teeth itched. Leader, ahead is the crustacean humanoids gathering place, reported a ranger responsible for scouting up front. Rain looked into the distance and saw many giant, upright walking lobster creatures in the nearby swamp. As for being human, they barely resembled human form. Calling them lobster humanoids was more like elongated coconut crabs. They had 4 pairs of legs, an upright waist shell over a meter tall, followed by a chest and a pair of giant claws, with matchstick-sized eyes that looked quite lively. I wonder what this would taste like grilled, was the first thought that rose in Rain's mind upon seeing them. Initially, Rain thought they were some human-lobster hybrid, but seeing them now, he figured he wouldn't have any psychological barrier to eating them. Lord Rain, do you need a rest? These crustacean humanoids have very high defense with their thick shells. We might need your help with sharpness technique. Fandar smiled at Rain and asked. The members of the Ice Claw Bear team suddenly looked enlightened. No wonder their leader had always been courteous to Rain. Perhaps even a bit eager to please. With Lord Rain's sharpness technique. Who needs a whetstone? There's entirely no need for someone to wear an expensive steel suit and tower shield up front. Just shoot directly. Everyone, including Georgia, gazed at Rain as if he was a treasure. No need, Captain Fandar. Shall we start now? Rain smiled and nodded. That's great. Fandar couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Lord Rain, could you cast it on me first? Asked the archer who recently had success shooting down the iron-beaked sea eagle. Lord Rain just gave you a chance. You should let others try too. Someone immediately interrupted. Yes, Lord Rain, let us also. Instantly, everyone rushed with arrows. Even the 2 tower shield warriors brought their knights' longswords close to Rain, hoping he could apply the sharpness technique. After all, they were concerned that if Rain's spiritual power was exhausted, their turn wouldn't come. Georgia also held out an arrow to Rain, looking somewhat embarrassed, keeping her head down. Clearly, her body didn't want to give in too quickly, but she couldn't resist her eager heart. Seeing the typical tsundere look on the girl, Rain couldn't help but find it amusing. Everyone, don't rush. There's a chance for everyone. Don't worry, I have enough spiritual power to cast the sharpness technique. Please line up and wait for your turn. Rain said with a smile. In just a few seconds, more than 10 people lined up obediently, and Rain quickly began chanting and casting. With the sharpness technique lasting a minute, Fandar saw 3 archers armed with the sharpness technique and immediately led them to attack the crustacean humanoids patrol team. Whoosh, an archer released the bowstring. A silver streak pierced through the hardest chest armor of a crustacean humanoid, exiting through the back shell. A lethal blow. As long as the aim is precise, these crustacean humanoids were shot down one by one. Easier than shooting a rabbit. 3 to 4 people per group, and repeating this cycle. The Ice Claw Bear mercenary group inflicted heavy losses on the crustacean humanoids' camp. Their proudest defenses and giant claw attacks had no chance to come into play, falling to the improved sharpness technique enhanced arrows. If it weren't for Rain, proposing to take a short rest after performing the sharpness technique over 30 times, the thick-shelled lobster people in this camp would have been cleared by the excited members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Meanwhile, in a cave at the bottom of the frost mist cliff of Wailing Wind Fjord, the cave interior was extraordinarily spacious, seemingly formed after excavation, creating a hall about 20 to 30 meters high. At present, several fire pits were placed around the hall, with many slide blade nagas and even more thick-shelled lobster people on guard. In the center of the hall were 4 broad stone chairs, arranged in a semi-surrounding manner, all fully occupied at the moment. Why have there been no updates from the Black Flame Church in the past 2 days? The man in black robes in the center said in a deep voice. Not sure, Lord Harvers. Do you think it's unnecessary to wait for them anymore? Our people are almost all here, and we could launch a large-scale attack on the Empire. Not advisable. If we do that, we'll be the ones sticking our necks out. The Empire's strength is not weak on the Frostwind Prairie. We would face most of the Empire's pressure or even retaliation. Then let those weak humans come. A thunderous voice rang out. The cave's rock ceiling even shed a lot of dust due to the huge sound waves. The nearby weaker, thick-shelled lobster guards seemed unable to withstand the sound, their originally upright postures bent down, and their matchstick-like eyes drooped, hiding within their thick shells. The owner of the voice was next to the man in black robes. On the right side of the center, the broad stone chair couldn't accommodate his nearly 10-meter-tall massive figure. If Fandar were present, he could recognize that the figure was a deep-sea giant, much taller than the one he had seen previously. Typical deep-sea giants are only 6 or 7 meters tall, but this one was actually 10 meters high, covered with bulging muscles. Holding a gigantic heavy hammer with barbs, but if you look closely, you'll find that it's not a heavy hammer. It's clearly a ship's massive anchor, roughly polished into this hammer-like shape. Commander Dune, please be patient. We trust your strength, but according to the Pope's orders, it would be best to exercise caution. Harvard seemed to be rather apprehensive of this deep-sea giant commander, so he spoke mainly to appease, borrowing the Sea God Sect Pope's authority. HMPH. Wasting my precious time, you continue your discussions. I'm going to sleep. Giant Dune sprang up, the large string of shells and skulls hanging around his neck clattering, exuding a strong oppressive aura. Under the fire pit's reflection, the blue-skinned surface of the deep-sea giant Commander Dune had fine scales. Apart from a seaweed covering, his entire body was bare. At this moment, a slide blade naga swiftly slithered in to report. Reporting to the lords, a follower of the god of hunting has arrived, named Diam, who is a chief priest. Invite him in. Then the slide blade naga high priestess Shura's silvery laughter sounded, and she said laughingly, "It seems like the Black Flame Church is ready." Commander Dune, why not wait and hear before resting? Indeed, Commander Dune, if my guess isn't wrong. The Black Flame Church is likely to notify us to proceed with action. Harvers also smiled. All right, I hope that's the case. Dune thought for a bit and sat back down, but the sturdy stone chair emitted a groaning sound of strain. 2 black-robed individuals with black flames embroidered on their cuffs entered. It was Diam and his subordinate. Diam had recently elevated half a grade, considered a candidate for Great Priest, temporarily leading the Black Flame Church's operations on the Frostwind Prairie. Still, his face bore no sign of a smile. Whenever thinking of potentially facing that monster, Diam felt uneasy. Lord Harvers, everyone, I am Diam from the Black Flame Church. Diam saw the 4 high-ranking Sea God Sect personnel in front. His eyes lit up, realizing he had come to Wailing Wind Fjord at the right time. Except for the lobster elder on the far right, whose strength seemed comparable to his, the other 3 exuded overwhelmingly powerful auras. Even the black robes and towering deep-sea giant in the middle seemed slightly stronger than his former superior, Great Priest Erickson. Lord Diam, are you here to inform us to begin action? Yes, but not quite. Diam pretended to ponder. Upon hearing the ambiguous answer, everyone's gaze immediately gathered on Diam. Diam then began to explain. Recently, our Black Flame Church has engaged in many battles with the Empire, and even Great Priest Erickson has fallen in battle. What? Upon hearing this, Even the always calm Harvers revealed a noticeable look of shock. He had indeed met Erickson before. He also knew that while Erickson's strength was slightly weaker than his, it was only by a fraction. Did the Empire send Dragon Knights or other guardians? Slide Blade Naga High Priest Ashura couldn't help but twist her body somewhat urgently. Neither. The opponent is a sword-bearer. Diam shook his head and said, Sword-bearer? Upon hearing this answer, the people of the Sea God sect felt slightly relieved. After all, no matter how strong a sword-bearer is, they are ultimately not a Dragon Knight. Even if they are from the Imperial Swordsman headquarters, they can still be fought. Lord Diam, please detail the strength of that sword-bearer, Harvers said in a deep voice. Of course. Diam began to recount in detail. Ever since witnessing Rain transform into a dragon man and pummel the ancestor dragon Calexius, as an eyewitness, Diam had been thinking about reporting this critical information to High Priest Erickson immediately. But unexpectedly, when he hurried back to camp, he received the bad news that High Priest Erickson and his party had been nearly wiped out. Dragon Mountain Pass. With further investigation, Diam was even more shocked, because he discovered that the one who pummeled the ancestor dragon Calexius was actually the same person, and moreover, the person's identity was not just any member of the wizard school, but an imperial sword-bearer. This kept Diam from sleeping soundly for several days. Are you saying this sword-bearer named Rain can transform, and after transforming, his combat ability is extremely strong, even able to contend with the ancestor dragon? Deep-sea giant leader Dune suddenly asked with great interest. Dune's loud voice startled Diam. But after regaining his composure, he quickly nodded and said, Yes, I was present at the time. This Rain even had a slight advantage. Interesting? Ha, finally met a somewhat interesting opponent. Deep-sea giant leader Dune laughed heartily and wildly. Suddenly, the thunderous laughter echoed in the cave hall, causing Diam to feel a sense of oppression and discomfort. Commander Dune has barehandedly slain several deep-sea fish dragons before. By battle record alone, he is beyond this sword-bearer. Beside him, the sharp-blade Naga High Priest Ashura compliantly said a bit. Commander Dune's strength being so great, of course, is the best. Hearing the sharp-blade Naga Priest's words, Diam felt more at ease. He had been thinking about ways to handle that Rain, but found that without high-end combat forces stepping in, it was nearly unsolvable. Not only is the opponent strong in battle, but they are also extremely fast, which means if they can't win, they can escape. In other words, if you want to deal with this Rain, you have to find a place where it's difficult for him to escape, or find someone who makes it hard for him to escape. Though I have no doubt about your faction's strength, the problem is, their speed is extremely fast. What if they decide to run away? Diam timely asked while directing his gaze towards Harvers. Because just as Diam was feeling helpless, the Sea God sect sent several urgent summons, mainly to inquire about when to jointly initiate an assault on the Empire. Originally, the coordinated attack on Frostwind Prairie with the Sea God sect involved High Priest Erickson, but after his death, Diam naturally took over. Thinking about the Sea God sect, Diam's eyes lit up at the time. Yes, my church can't muster forces to deal with Rain for now, but I can leverage others. Divert the disaster to the east. Although not quite ethical, the Sea God sect will eventually confront the Empire, so facing Rain sooner is not too bad. Moreover, Diam had also heard that the person in charge of the Sea God sect's operation at Whaling Wind Fjord is the formidable Shadow Burner. No matter how fast or strong in physical prowess, when faced with heart erosion-type shadow witchcraft, they are as fragile as eggs. Thus, Diam believed that the key to killing this Rain lay with Harvers, rather than the deep-sea giant leader Dune. At this time, a lobster tribe elite quickly came to Chief Yakalan of the Tough Shell Lobster Tribe, and said, Chief, we've encountered a group of human mercenary attackers near the southern camp by the shipwreck debris. They're very strong, and our people have suffered heavy casualties. What? These foolish mercenaries actually dared to launch an attack against us. They're digging their own graves. Since Diam was present as a guest, this news was somewhat humiliating to the Sea God sect, especially for the Tough Shell Lobster Tribe. Chief Yakalan immediately scolded, Lord Harvers, I will personally go handle this. Yakalan stood up, bowed slightly to Harvers, who was seated in the main position, and said, Yes, it's time to teach these locusts-like mercenaries a lesson. However, Chief Yakalan, remember to be quick and return swiftly, as we must properly entertain Lord Diam. You, as the host, should not be absent. Harvers nodded, smiling as he spoke. Of course, I will be back within half an hour at most. Lord Diam, please sit for a moment. Yakalan turned towards Diam and said, then quickly departed. At this moment, Rain, who was resting on the side, suddenly noticed that the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group looked at him with rather strange eyes, seemingly mixed with some reverence. At first, Rain thought it was because he helped the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group kill many thick-shell lobster men, until a few minutes later, Fandar came over and said in a slightly restrained low voice, Lord Rain, you surely aren't a third-level wizard apprentice but an official wizard, right? Oh, Captain Fandar, how did you find out? Rain smiled, indifferent that Fandar discovered part of his hidden strength. However, he was still somewhat curious about how Fandar found out. After all, he thought he hid it intentionally. Don't you think you've used the sharpness technique spell a bit too many times? Over 30 uses of sharpness technique is absolutely impossible with a wizard apprentice's level of spiritual power, even for a third-level wizard apprentice, Fandar stated firmly. Rain pondered a bit, then suddenly realized. Indeed, he now had as high as 68 points of spiritual power. Although casting sharpness technique over 30 times only used about a third of his spiritual power, it was also almost equivalent to the full spiritual power of an official wizard. So that's how it was. Georgia, give Lord Rain your initial spiritual power recovery potions. Fandar turned his head and said to his sister, Georgia, beside him. This time, the young woman approached without a word, her head bowed, holding out a light blue potion that looked like an ink bottle with utmost respect. No hint of her previous prideful demeanor. The young woman did not question her brother as to why he wanted to give such an expensive initial spiritual power recovery potion to Rain. Rain smiled slightly and took the potion, saying, Thank you. You're welcome, Lord Rain, it was my fault earlier. The girl apologized weakly, her fair cheeks slightly red. Rain waved his hand, naturally not holding a grudge against the girl, knowing that she was simply a bit proud but essentially good-hearted. After resting for a while, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, with the help of Rain's improved sharpness technique, launched another attack on the lobster men camp. Soon, the thick-shell lobster men warriors in this camp were almost wiped out, and the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled hid in the semicircular mud huts, not daring to show themselves. The sacks brought by the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group were also filled to the brim at this moment. Everyone was delighted. The task they had originally planned to take 7 to 10 days was now mostly completed in just half a day due to Rain. Reaping nearly 60 pairs of giant pincers. Captain, should we move to another location now? Staying here too long might attract the attention of the Sea God sect. A Tower Shield warrior reminded Fandar. Right, almost forgot. The smile from Fandar's face suddenly disappeared as he came to his senses. Patting his head heavily, he said, Everyone gather the loot and move immediately. At this moment, Rain looked up toward the west and said with a slight frown, Captain Fandar, organize a defense. Retreating might be too late. They are already here. What? Upon hearing Rain's words, everyone was stunned. Quickly, everyone, including Fandar, looked towards the west, and after seeing the number of incoming enemies, their faces changed drastically. Oh my, look, why is that lobster man so large? Yes, and one of its pincers is exceptionally huge, exclaimed an archer with the best eyesight. Everyone immediately focused their eyes. Indeed, a gigantic lobster man standing nearly 3 meters tall stood conspicuously among a group of lobster men, who were usually only 2 meters tall. Surrounded by a dozen elite lobster men with glistening giant pincers, and even 2 black-robed figures suspected to be monks from the Sea God sect, they charged toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group aggressively. Retreat to the right, Fandar said sternly after seeing their numbers. No, Captain, there are lobster men on both the left and right, and even more of them. A team member cried out seconds later. Quick, back to the rocks, organize a defensive formation. Fandar's expression changed, rapidly altering his orders. Tower Shield warriors to the front, archers ready. Upon hearing the orderly commands of the captain, the panic on the faces of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group quickly subsided, though worry was still apparent. However, Fandar was very adept at utilizing every advantage to uplift the team member spirits, as he loudly called out, Don't panic. Don't forget we have Lord Rain with us, a genuine official wizard. Although the members had speculated before that Rain might not be just a wizard apprentice, now hearing their captain's confirmed answer, their morale soared. Because even between a third-level wizard apprentice and an official wizard, the gap in combat ability is quite significant. That's right, with Lord Rain here we just need to do our part. Yes, we're sure to win. Lord Rain, could you please cast Sharpness Technique on the 2 archers first? We need to eliminate the Sea God Sect monks on the other side first. Otherwise, I'm afraid even the Tower Shield warriors won't withstand their evil magic attacks, Fandar said respectfully to Rain. He knew well that whether they could hold their ground depended on the young wizard Rain before him. Of course, Rain nodded and agreed with a smile. On the other side, Yakalan, the chieftain of the thick-shelled lobster folk, used a tactic of encircling from 3 sides, thinking the human mercenary group would definitely be frightened and scatter. Unexpectedly, the opponents leaned against the solid reef and fortified their position. Interesting, they do have some strength after all. Go! With Yakalan's order, over 10 elite thick-shelled lobster folk charged forward. Meanwhile, 2 Sea God Sect monks began chanting and casting spells, but they were very cautious, first applying a defensive witchcraft similar to the water membrane technique on themselves. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the 2 finished casting, 5 or 6 streaks of light arrived in an instant. The 2 Sea God Sect monks upon seeing this scene couldn't help but smirk, trying to ambush, too slow, but immediately the smirks froze on their faces, because they saw that the incoming arrows were unusual. The silver gleam on the arrowheads was so distinct, even a bit dazzling. That's Sharpness Technique. In an instant, they realized a few things, such as why the thick-shelled lobster folk, known for their heavy shell armor and defense, were beaten to ask for help. Thud, thud, the sound of perforation resounded continuously. One of the Sea God Sect monks was already hit in the forehead by an arrow and fell straight down, while the other was hit by 3 arrows in critical areas like his waist and abdomen. How can it pierce with one shot? The severely injured Sea God Sect monk exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide open. Such power. He realized there was something odd about the opponent's Sharpness Technique, as the water membrane technique defense was pierced through by an arrow like a fragile bubble, a situation he encountered for the first time. Glug glug. Wanting to warn Yakalan next to him, but the second severely injured Sea God Sect monk already began to cough up a stream of blood bubbles, soon following in the footsteps of his companion. With the instant death of the 2 Sea God Sect monks, Yakalan, the chieftain of the thick-shelled lobster folk beside them, looked a bit displeased. The heavy casualties of his own tribe before already upset him, and now with the Sea God Sect monks' deaths, it made it even harder for him to report back to Lord Harvers. Human mercenaries, you're courting death. Seeing the tall Yakalan unable to restrain himself any longer, he brandished his large and small asymmetrical light cyan giant pincers and charged straight at the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. At this moment, the mercenary group, having witnessed the swift demise of the 2 Sea God Sect monks, had uplifted morale, and their defensive formation was growing tighter. The 3 Tower Shield warriors in the front, equipped with knights' longswords, enchanted by Rain's Sharpness Technique, were backed by 6 archers and rangers, while Rain and Fandar were positioned at the end. Rain timely accelerated the pace of casting Sharpness Technique, essentially casting it once a second. If the 6 archers and rangers were likened to a Gatling gun, Rain was the ammunition belt, shooting at the thick-shelled lobster folk warriors, making them run for cover. Clang, clang, clang. However, with Yakalan's entry, due to his shell's hardness and thickness far exceeding that of ordinary lobster folk, he pushed through the rain of arrows enhanced by the Sharpness Technique, though he was painfully shot. Naturally, he also realized that the key difficulty with this human mercenary group lay in the peculiar arrows. He must engage in close combat. Yakalan quickly made a decision. Not good, the big guys here. Tower Shield, give it to me. In the battle formation, Fandar immediately noticed the unusual strength of this huge lobster folk and picked up a Tower Shield, ready to block his way. Giant Claw shock. Seeing Yakalan, who had already reached the front of the formation, suddenly raise his giant light cyan pincer, which was 3 times larger than ordinary ones, comparable to a large barrel, and with a flash of azure arc light, slammed it down several meters ahead of the Tower Shield warriors. Boom! Like an earth dragon turning over, the ground instantly became as soft as noodles, and a powerful shockwave immediately unsteadied and swayed the 3 Tower Shield warriors. Clamp shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Yakalan then charged in, his pair of giant pincers delivering 3 lightning-fast stabs, instantly distorting the 3 sturdy Tower Shields and sending the 3 Tower Shield warriors flying with cries of pain. Fortunately, with the shield's defense, their injuries weren't severe, but their left shield arms were visibly twisted and deformed while in mid-air. Not good. The opponent is the thick-shelled lobsterfolk chieftain Yakalan. Seeing the opponent smash his tower shield defense line with just 2 moves, recalling the characteristics of one large and one small pincer, Fandar instantly realized something and exclaimed, "You actually know me, then you should know that today is the day of your death," Yakalan said in unskilled common tongue, a glint of pride in his twig-like eyes. "I will clamp you all in half one by one and let you all howl in despair and die. Oh, there's a human lass that's exactly the type Commander Dune likes. Not bad this girl can survive." Yakalan, spotting Georgia among the crowd, showed a look of delight, pointing with his giant pincer. At this moment, the remaining archers and rangers all showed expressions of panic. After all, even the heavily armored tower shield warriors couldn't withstand 2 pincers from the enemy. With only leather armor, they couldn't possibly block even a casual strike. Although Lord Rain is an official wizard, at this moment they faced the lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan, a chief-level monster. An official wizard would definitely not be a match for it. That is, after all, a quasi-legendary peak existence. Unless Lord Rain is a second-level liquidization wizard, perhaps he could retain his life. The luck of our team is really too bad to encounter the strongest existence among the thick-shelled lobster warriors. Now all of you die. Yakalan suddenly swung its pincers and charged forward. Boom! Fandar dashed forward and raised his shield to barely hold off the attack. But the moment they collided, the creaking of the tower shield and the war boots sinking into the ground made it clear to Fandar, who was in the midst, that he was absolutely no match for the opponent. Yakalan's strength was truly overwhelming. "Run quickly, I can't hold on for long," Fandar roared in anger. "Lord Rain, protect my sister. Retreat, why should we retreat?" Rain's calm voice rang out. Everyone was taken aback. Before they understood what he meant, they suddenly felt their vision blur and Lord Rain's figure disappeared. Swish! Suddenly, Fandar faintly felt a strong wind brush pass behind him. Then it seemed something flashed to the front. Another second passed, and Fandar sensed something was off. Because the lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan surprisingly didn't attack again, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw his teammates, each looking as if they had been struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. Almost everyone had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit an entire pair inside. This bewildered Fandar even more. He carefully peeked his head out a bit from over the tower shield. The next second, he too was frozen. Because somehow, Lord Rain was already in front of him, holding a short spear in his hand. On the short spear, at that moment, a certain pale blue liquid was dripping thread by thread, and that formidable lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan was now lying motionless on the ground, still in the posture of brandishing its giant pincers for defense. Its 2 originally upright, gleaming matchstick-like eyes had completely drooped down. There in the shell between its 2 eyes was a small round hole, still gushing pale blue blood. Clearly, that was the fatal blow. Fandar knew that this spot was where the lobster warrior's brain was located. But this, how could this be possible? Judging by the situation, it seemed Lord Rain had pierced Yakalan's defending giant pincers with the short spear in his hand and struck again into its shell, hitting the brain, leading to the scene before his eyes. This is the lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan, ranked 3rd on the wanted list of Sea Clan's strongmen. Lord Rain actually killed it in one strike. Oh my God, Lord Rain's strength. In an instant, the crowd, having come back to their senses, exclaimed in a frenzy. Their eyes on Rain revealed shock, joy, admiration, and more. The remaining thick-shelled lobster warriors around, upon seeing this scene, were dumbstruck with their matchstick-like eyes. Their incredibly mighty chieftain Yakalan had died just like that. Instantly, the thick-shelled lobster warriors, who had surrounded them from 3 sides, scattered and fled like birds and beasts. For Rain, the strength of the lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan was roughly at the quasi-legendary peak, just touching the threshold of legendary status, naturally not his match. Of course, under normal circumstances, the opponent could exchange several blows with him. But this time, he suddenly used Shadow Step to make his move, moving too fast, thus creating the current scenario of a kill in one strike. Lord Rain, you surely are more than just an official wizard. Even after a full minute, Fandar couldn't calm his shock and excitement, stammering slightly as he spoke to Rain. I originally planned to stay with you for a while, but it seems that's not possible now. Rain gazed into the distance at his destination for this mission, Frost Mist Cliff was a dozen miles away. Originally, he came to understand the situation, which he had now mostly gleaned. Captain Fandar, be careful, the strength of the Sea God sect isn't just this. I need to visit the Frost Mist Cliff ahead, Rain said with a smile to Fandar. Lord Rain, are you leaving? But you promised to complete the Empire's bounty with us. Georgia couldn't help but step forward. There was a hint of reluctance in her words. Rain smiled and pointed to the scattered thick-shelled lobster warriors' bodies on the ground, especially the massive carcass of the lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan, and said, "Counting these, your task of 100 thick-shelled lobster warrior corpses is surely overly fulfilled." Lord Rain, shall we go with you? Fandar thought for a moment and asked actively. Not wise, we may encounter the Sea God sect ahead. Rain shook his head and said. Just now, he discovered the direction from which the lobster warrior chieftain Yakalan came seemed to be the Frost Mist Cliff direction. This meant that the Sea God sect's lair might also be over there, very likely close to his destination. A quarter of an hour later, in the cavern hall, Harvers and Diom were exchanging some cooperation ideas in a harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, Husk-armored lobster warrior hurriedly reported, Lord Harvers, it's not good. Clan leader Yakalan has been killed. What? Harvers, who usually kept his emotions in check, stood up in shock. Yakalan is dead? How did he die? Grand Priestess Ashura of the Slick Blade Naga hastily asked, shocked. Originally dozing, deep-sea giant Commander Dune widened his lantern-like giant eyes upon hearing the news, also looking over. I didn't see clearly. The husk-armored lobster warrior pondered for a while, responding fearfully. It indeed didn't see clearly how its clan leader was killed. It was a white-robed wizard who killed him. With a single spear he killed clan leader Yakalan. White robe, a spear? Diom murmured to himself. Why did this sound a bit familiar? Fool. Giant Commander Dune seemed particularly displeased with this lobster warrior, who had fled after a defeat. He stretched out his mill-like large hand and grabbed the husk-armored lobster warrior in one go. Spare me, smack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The husk-armored lobster in Dune's big hand had already been crushed, its bodily fluids and shell remnants dripping everywhere. Harvers, I'll go have a look. Boom. Boom. Giant Commander Dune, without waiting for Harvers to speak, grabbed an anchor and got up to walk out of the cave. With every step of his huge body, the ground trembled slightly. For a moment, no one in the cave made a sound. Diom from the Black Flame Church, as a guest, naturally wouldn't comment on this matter. Harvers, always somewhat apprehensive about the deep-sea giant Commander Dune, who didn't often obey his orders, certainly wouldn't oppose when the latter volunteered to take a look. As for Grand Priestess Ashura of the Slick Blade Naga, she first slightly tilted her beautiful face to look at Harvers, then looked at the towering figure disappearing into the distance, and wisely kept silent. A few minutes later, Lord Diom, should we go and take a look too? Although Yakalan's strength wasn't top-notch, he wasn't someone easy to be killed by humans either. After thinking for a while, Harvers turned to Diom and said, Of course, right on time, I can also witness Commander Dune's strength. As a guest, Diom naturally followed the host's lead, plus he was quite curious about the deep-sea giant's combat prowess, so he nodded in agreement immediately. A few minutes later, following giant Commander Dune, the three of them, escorted by a group of elite Sea God sect and Slick Blade Naga warriors, headed toward the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Near the husk-armored lobster's southern camp, Rain was bidding farewell to the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Suddenly he softly murmured and turned to look westward. Others couldn't help but follow Rain's gaze. In the distance, a gigantic figure approached them, while the bush over 1 meter high only reached the person's ankle. The ground trembled slightly with each step. Oh no, this is a deep-sea giant. Why is this deep-sea giant so huge? Fandar exclaimed. What, a deep-sea giant? Don't be afraid, we have Lord Rain with us. Hearing this reassuring note, the panicked crowd felt somewhat better, but measuring the others' exaggerated height, even those confident in Rain suddenly felt uneasy. The opponent was estimated to be over 10 meters tall. Could Lord Rain really stand a chance? Ha. Finally found you, you little mice. I heard you killed Yakalan, even though he was a waste too, it wasn't your place to kill him, so I'm going to eat your flesh and bones. Oh look, there's a pretty girl here too, nice. As if rolling thunder, the voice from the approaching giant echoed across the wilderness. A kind of fear instinctively rose from the bottom of every member of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Like a mouse seeing a cat facing its natural enemy, catastrophe seems imminent. Especially the young girl Georgia, who was just named by the deep-sea giant, was now frozen, trembling all over under the giant's gaze. Among the crowd, only Rain remained calm, even assessing the approaching deep-sea giant up and down. The opponent was dressed very simply, with a necklace made of shells and skulls hanging around his neck, and his blue skin was covered with fine scales. The only coverage on his body was his groin, seemingly using some kind of green seaweed or kelp-like marine plant as shorts. The most striking was the giant ship's anchor in his hand, polished like a massive hammer, resting on his shoulder. Coupled with a rugged face and yellow stubbly beard, he looked exceptionally powerful. Very decent strength, seems almost comparable to ancestor dragon Calaxius. Rain looked at the incoming deep-sea giant without any fear, but rather with a hint of excitement for a hunt. Initially, the deep-sea giant leader Dune's gaze was focused on the only female present, Georgia, but now he was naturally attracted to Rain standing in the forefront, with a calm demeanor. Seeing Rain completely unafraid of him, the deep-sea giant leader Dune couldn't help but become furious. Since he came to the wailing wind fjord from the deep sea. In just a month, every human he encountered always trembled under his might, begging for their lives, yet this human in front of him had a look in his eyes that made him very uncomfortable. "Human, I really hate your gaze," so the great giant leader Dune decides not to eat you, but to smash you into a meat pancake, scream in agony, ha ha ha. As Dune laughed wantonly, he lifted the nearly ton-heavy ship's anchor up. Lord Rain dodged quickly. The power of such a weapon, dodge quickly. Lord Rain, hurry and dodge. No defensive witchcraft can withstand this power. Fandar saw this scene and couldn't help but shout in unison with others concerned about Rain. He feared Rain would misjudge, thinking he could reach the attack with defensive witchcraft. But Fandar knew very well that a 1 or 2 ton weapon coming down, even a second-level liquidized wizard's defensive witchcraft, couldn't withstand it. A third-level crystallized wizard is hard to say, but it's likely they can't withstand it either. But Rain was not in a hurry. He quickly took off his white wizard robe and, without looking back, handed it to the girl Georgia beside him, saying, "Keep it for me." In the next second, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Rian dashed straight towards the deep-sea giant Dune. "No. Oh no. Lord Rain, we told you to dodge, not to charge. You're a wizard. Are you planning to fight the deep-sea giant in close combat? Has Lord Rain gone mad? Ray." The girl Georgia stood there dumbfounded, holding the wizard robe Rain handed her in one hand, covering her mouth with the other, and she was a bit too afraid to watch Rain's fate. But the next scene left her completely stunned. With every step Rain took, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. The first step, muscles swelled. The second step, arched back, puffed out chest. The third step, horns grew from his head. The fourth step, block-like scales appeared on his skin. After 7 steps, a humanoid monster, slightly shorter than the approaching deep-sea giant leader Dune, appeared before everyone's eyes. All members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, were dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene. After being controlled for several seconds, a member finally spoke. "Oh my God, what kind of witchcraft is this? Do you think, is Lord Rain even human? How did he suddenly transform into this form?" For a while, everyone didn't know what words to use to describe Rain's transformed appearance. In fact, quite a few were doubting whether Rain was even human. Only Fandar frowned slightly, revealing a contemplative expression, because he seemed to have seen this form of Rain in a recent piece of news, and the giant leader Dune was also staring blankly at Rain. Even the ship's anchor he was about to strike down halted mid-air. As he came back to his senses, the transformed dragon man General Rain had already charged in front of him. "Die, monster!" Dune swung the metallic ship's anchor heavily at Rain. Bang! But just as he swung at a slight angle, the anchor was firmly grasped by a dragon claw the size of a millstone. Just as Dune was about to exert force, he suddenly realized, to his amazement, that the metallic ship's anchor in his hand was rapidly becoming lighter and changing quickly. In fact, Rain, who was holding the metallic ship's anchor, was casting his innate wizardry, the metal morphing spell. Actually, any other metal series wizard, as long as they haven't solidified the metal morphing spell as innate wizardry, couldn't possibly do what Rain was doing now. It only took Rain 1 second to transform the ton-heavy metallic ship's anchor into a dual-handed greatsword, while the deep-sea giant Dune was left holding only an anchor handle. "Hiss!" The members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group exclaimed one after another. What just happened? The ship's anchor instantly transformed into the Greatsword in Lord Rain's hand. Is this witchcraft? This freaking feels like a miracle. Georgia, is there such witchcraft? Fandar couldn't help but ask his second-level wizard apprentice sister, Georgia. It seems there is one called the metal morphing spell, but there's no way it could be done as quickly as Lord Rain just did. Besides, the opponent's anchor is almost a ton heavy. To reach Lord Rain's current level, even an official wizard would probably have to measure it by minutes. Georgia pondered for a moment, then explained. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Just when Rain was about to use the greatsword to strike the giant Dune in front of him, Dune reacted extremely quickly. He immediately discarded the anchor handle in his hands, grabbed Rain around the waist, and tackled him to the ground. In such close-range hand-to-hand combat, the dual-handed greatsword that transformed from an anchor in Rain's hand became a burden and was promptly thrown aside by him. The two of them instantly started grappling with each other. Thus, the two beings, who were like giants compared to ordinary people, were now brawling like street thugs, punching each other. Of course, the intensity was much stronger, and in an instant, dirt flew and dust filled the air. Few lobster men, who didn't dodge in time, were turned into shrimp paste as they got brushed by the two. You could see Dune delivering a heavy punch to Rain's waist and abdomen, but the muscle shock absorption combined with the defense of Dragon's scale made this heavy punch barely painful for Rain. Rain's swift claw strike, although it landed on Dune's tight blue scaly skin, encountered significant resistance. It seemed that some faint blue energy on the opponent's surface was resisting his sharp claws, leaving only 5 thin bloodlines on Dune's chest. Hiss. Bang. Bang. Close quarters grappling exhausted physical strength, and in less than 2 minutes, Dune started panting heavily, while Rain, with his third-point boost, once again restored his energy to peak level, maintaining his Dragon Man general form to launch a fierce attack. At this moment, he was riding on the deep-sea giant Commander Dune, occasionally using the top-secret technique heavy punch combo to strike Dune's massive head, forcing Dune to cover his head in defense. Human, you. Bang. A punch hit Dune's eye socket. You've angered. Dune grew increasingly furious. Bang. Rain's punch struck Dune's jaw, interrupting his words again. Angered. Bang. Great bang. Dune bang. Rain's successive punches stopped Dune from completing even a slightly full sentence. Human bang, you bang, and with Rain's heavy strikes, Dune's hands covering his head loosened, exposing a flaw. Rain landed another punch on Dune's temple, making him see stars. Dune finally couldn't take it anymore and began to scream in agony. Stop, bang. Stop, bang. The attitude of the deep-sea giant Commander Dune began to undergo a 180-degree turn. You think I'll stop just because you tell me to? That would be too humiliating, right? At least let me give you 2 more punches. This genuinely frightened Dune and made him anxious. He felt that if it continued, he would be beaten to death by this guy in front of him. I surrender, bang, I surrender. Dune quickly begged for mercy. When Rain stopped his assault, the head of Dune, now swollen like a pig's head, surprisingly began to cry tears of joy. He had survived. What a relief. This scene naturally left everyone nearby dumbfounded. Fandar swore he had never seen such a satisfying battle in his life. Using fists to make a 10-meter-tall giant with tough skin and thick flesh beg for mercy. Not even the Wandering Bard's fairy tales would dare to write like that. He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. He had already thought it out. Perhaps he could spread the tale of Lord Rain beating up the deep-sea giant Commander Dune, and soon a Wandering Bard would sing it across the Wailing Wind Fjord. Before long, it would spread throughout the entire Frostwind Prairie region. Meanwhile, the intense ground shaking and Dune's whimpering made Harvers, Ashura, and Diam in the distance all change their expressions dramatically. That's Dune's voice. Who could make Dune make such a sound of surrender? The beautiful face of the Naga High Priest Ashura showed no trace of joy, but only unprecedented seriousness. Although the deep-sea giant Commander Dune was extremely tyrannical, his strength was undeniably strong. Even Ashura considered herself not his match. But now, from the sound, Dune was clearly on the losing end, and even seemed to be begging the enemy for mercy. At this point, what Harvers thought was almost identical to what Ashura thought. Who on earth is the enemy? Who could push the deep-sea giant Commander Dune to such an extent? The group hastened their pace forward, and soon the silhouettes of the 2 giant beings came into view. They saw, 10 minutes ago, the once high-spirited deep-sea giant Commander Dune, now beaten until his face was swollen like a pig's head, with a huge dragon man sitting on him and delivering heavy blows. Diam, upon seeing this figure, immediately widened his eyes with a look as if he'd seen a ghost, mumbled, "Isn't that Rain? Damn, how did he end up at Wailing Wind Fjord?" The person before his eyes was none other than Rain himself. It was known that the sight of Rain transformed into a dragon man left such a deep shadow on Diam's heart that even if he turned to ash, he wouldn't forget. At that time, the ancestor dragon Calixius was beaten up just like this. The promising situation of our church was also ended by this guy in front of us. "Rain, Lord Diam, is this the Rain you just told us about?" Harvers asked solemnly upon hearing Diam's words. "Yes, Lord Harvers, this dragon man is what Rain looks like after transformation, extremely powerful." Diam nodded heavily while subtly retreating a bit. Now Harvers somewhat understood why Diam always had a lingering fear when mentioning him previously. Indeed, in his life, he had never seen anyone who, in melee combat, could suppress the deep-sea giant leader Dune like this guy. One must know that Dune became the leader of the deep-sea giants because his melee abilities were the strongest among this clan of hundreds of deep-sea giants. Otherwise, the leader position would have long been taken by other deep-sea giants. Moreover, he had personally witnessed a scene where Dune once fought a 20-meter-long fish dragon in the sea. This was the reason why Harvers was so wary of Dune, but the scene unfolding before him left him utterly shocked. "The two of you should probably support Lord Dune immediately, otherwise I'm afraid," Diam quickly reminded, coming back to his senses. After all, the Sea God sect does not rely on Dune alone at this moment. Harvers and Ashura are still present, and victory or defeat is uncertain. Across the battlefield, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group naturally also saw the approaching figures. "Not good, Lord Rain, be careful. Shadow Heartburner Harvers and Ashura, the high priest of the Smooth Blade Naga, have both arrived," Fandar shouted. Although he and the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group couldn't intervene in this level of battle, a verbal reminder was still within their ability. What? Hearing their leader's words, everyone's faces changed drastically. Doesn't that mean the first and second on the Wailing Wind Fjord's wanted list have arrived? Plus a deep-sea giant who's not any weaker than those two, my god. "Brother, can Lord Rain hold them off?" Georgia anxiously asked her brother Fandar. "It's difficult, very difficult. Shadow Heartburner Harvers is a third-level crystallized wizard, a legendary expert. Just a few months after reaching the Wailing Wind Fjord, he has consecutively killed 2 Imperial Vice Admirals, with an impressive battle record. Do you know why he's called the Heartburner? Because his signature witchcraft is Mind Shock, an extremely rare third-level shadow-type witchcraft with great learning difficulty. It attacks a person's mind directly. If one can withstand it, it's fine. But if one's mind is not strong enough, then under the Mind Shock, no matter how strong your external defenses are, you'll die instantly. So terrifying. Yes, that's why Harvers has the title of Heartburner." Fandar solemnly nodded. "And even if one can withstand Harvers' Mind Shock, the current 3-on-1 situation is extremely dangerous. Because even if Lord Rain's mind is strong enough to resist Harvers' Mind Shock, there will still be a moment of distraction, lasting more than 4 or 5 seconds, or as little as 2 to 3 seconds. In the intense and rapidly changing combat, that's a major flaw. If others seize the opportunity to coordinate an attack, Lord Rain would likely." Although Fandar didn't continue, the implication was obvious. However, now the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group could only hope that Rain would win. Otherwise, what awaited them might be an outcome worse than death. Rain naturally noticed the large crowd of Sea God sect followers and Smooth Blade Naga that had just arrived. Smooth Blade Naga closely resembled the ancient Blood Curse Naga in appearance, but the difference in physique between them and their ancient relatives was quite significant, with male height only around 2 meters 2 or 3, and females being even more slender. Furthermore, judging from the appearance of the leading 6-armed Naga, it was another case where females were in charge. However, at this moment, Rain's gaze was focused on the frontmost figure in a black robe. The aura emitted by this person was strong, roughly equivalent to a third-level crystallized wizard. This meant that in all likelihood, the person in front of him was Harvers, nicknamed Shadow Heartburner, the person in charge of the Sea God sect in the Wailing Wind Fjord. "Attack!" With Harvers' order, a group of Sea God sect monks immediately began chanting and casting spells. Although the Smooth Blade Nagas feared Rain's might, they also charged forward with clenched teeth. For a moment, colorful spells rained down on Rain in Dragon Man general form like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the spells being dense and quite powerful, Rain's defensive power at this moment, especially against witchcraft, was almost immune to first-level witchcraft according to the system's description. Therefore, attacks from first-level wizard-level witchcraft or evil magic would not cause any harm to his current Dragon Man general form. Even with occasional exceptions, they could only cause him some minor pain. Facing the attack from the Sea God sect, Rain immediately launched a counterattack. He picked up a previously discarded Anchor Greatsword and charged rapidly towards the Sea God sect's war formation. High-tier healing spell. The stunning Glide Naga High Priestess Ashura swiftly finished chanting, raised her finger, pointed at the heavily injured deep-sea giant leader Dune. A crystalline stream glowing with witchcraft light coiled around Dune like a transparent serpent and began rapidly healing his wounds. Lord Harvers, this Rain is incredibly fast. We need to find a way to slow him down, Diam, facing the approaching Rain, although panicked, quickly reminded. Don't worry, Lord Diam. Ashura, prepare to attack his legs, Harvers whispered to the Glide Naga High Priestess beside him. Glide Nagas, like ancient blood curse Nagas, are quite skilled in melee and water element witchcraft, making them excellent combat partners. Yes, Lord Harvers. Ashura swiftly drew two slender knight's longswords. Mind shock. With Harvers releasing his signature witchcraft, a dense cloud of black mist quickly enveloped Rain's Dragon Man body in the blink of an eye. Rain, who was sweeping the Glide Naga with an all-out assault, suddenly stiffened. Ashura snaked forward rapidly, leaving a trail of afterimages, and swiftly attacked Rain's left knee. But it wasn't over. For double insurance, Harvers shouted. Quick, Dune. He's been hit by my mind shock. He'll be stunned for at least a few seconds. Use this chance to kill him. Having just recovered mostly from Ashura's high-tier healing spell, Dune barely thought before his face showed a trace of menace. He quickly got up, grabbed a boulder, and charged at Rain. Damn, the humiliation of pleading for mercy just now must be avenged. Seeing the overwhelming attack from three legendary strongmen on Rain, everyone nearby, including Fandar, jumped nervously, their hearts suddenly clenched. Lord Rain, block it. At this moment, Rain felt as if he had entered some peculiar space, surrounded by countless phantoms and wraiths attacking, tearing at his soul-state body. But Rain was surprised to find that, possibly due to his high willpower, the phantoms and wraiths' attacks only made him feel like mosquito bites, stinging. This makes it simple. Roar. With a dragon roar, waves of ripples burst through the air. The phantoms and wraiths caught in the ripples dispersed like struck by a shock wave. Soon, Rain saw a flash of intense white light before his consciousness returned to his Dragon Man general form body. Just then, Rain felt a sharp pain in his thigh, only to see Glide Naga High Priestess Ashura wielding two knights' longswords, piercing through his surface dragon scale and steel body defenses, injuring him. Moreover, he noticed deep-sea giant leader Dune planning to launch a boulder attack on him. As Ashura saw Rain's eyes regain clarity, she panicked, immediately released both swords and retreated quickly. When Rain turned swiftly, Dune, raising the boulder, stiffened entirely, cursing Harvers mentally. Damn, was that 3 seconds. In just 1 second, he recovered. What kind of stupid trick? At this moment, Dune forced an awkward smile on his swollen, pig-headed face at Rain. But Rain knew well the opponent intended to strike while he was still affected by mind shock. In that case, you cannot be spared. PFFT. With a flash of silver light from Rain's dual-handed greatsword. Enhanced with the modified sharpness technique, it pierced directly into deep-sea giant leader Dune's chest. PSSSH. As Rain withdrew the greatsword, blood gushed like a fountain from the hole in Dune's heart. Dune's lantern-sized eyes suddenly widened, looking at Rain, staggering for a few steps before crashing to the ground. First one. You actually killed Dune. The slick-blade Naga High Priest Ashura's beautiful face turned pale with horror. Her entire body desperately flew backward. Meanwhile, Rain shook off the filthy blood on the dual-handed greatsword and smiled at Ashura before taking large strides, pursuing her even faster. Your leg? Ashura's eyes widened in disbelief. She had clearly stabbed twice. She looked at Rain's left knee, which should have been severely injured, but to her shock, there wasn't a hint of a wound, though there was a glimpse of newly grown pink flesh. Soon, Ashura retreated into the Sea God sect's previous company, but the sense of crisis in her heart only grew stronger. Dune's death and Rain's almost instantaneous escape. From his killer move, mind shock left Harvers equally shocked as he watched Rain. He couldn't understand why Rain's will was so firm, seemingly comparable to that of those ascetics. Phew, but now, there was no time to think further, because a huge metal sheet, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, was swooping down on them. It was Rain who had turned the ship anchor greatsword in his hand into something resembling a fly swatter, with a hole in the middle to reduce wind resistance. As it swatted down, apart from Harvers and Ashura who narrowly dodged, 7 or 8 unfortunate sea god sect monks and slick blade Naga elites were directly flattened into a bloody pulp. Smack! This scene made everyone frightfully horrified immediately. Both sea god sect monks and slick blade Naga scattered in panic, yet Rain fixated on Ashura, who had just injured him, relentlessly chasing her. Ah! As Ashura screamed, her figure suddenly split into 3 identical clones, swiftly fleeing in 3 directions, straight ahead, left, and right. Rain remained unmoved and continued to heavily swing the giant fly swatter down. When Ashura hastily looked back and saw her figure had escaped the metal swatter's range, she was overjoyed, thinking she had finally gotten away. But the slick blade Naga subordinates around her looked at her with fear in their eyes. A few subordinates seemed about to warn her of something, but it was too late. Ashura suddenly felt a darkness above as something came crashing down heavily. Rapid Stream Shield. Ashura cast the second-level innate wizardry Rapid Stream Shield, which caused numerous vortex-like high-speed water shields to surge around her. Smack! Ah! Ashura let out a scream. Her Rapid Stream Shield shattered instantly under the incredibly heavy giant fly swatter. Although she was not crushed into pulp, her entire body was slammed into the ground by several dozen centimeters, with muscles torn and bones broken, particularly with 3 arms and her tail on one side of her body looking abnormally flattened. Unlike other minnows, Ashura's body was rather resilient. She survived and even pushed the thick metal sheet into a humanoid bump, but under Rain's metal morphing spell, it was quickly repaired. At this moment, she finally saw that the square metal swatter in Rain's hand had turned into a clover shape, covering her clones and true form entirely, annihilating them in one strike. No wonder others had looked at her so strangely before. And Diam, who was already at the rear of the sea god sex ranks, fled westward without looking back, with no thought of resisting Rain growing in his mind. His expression was now utterly pale as he murmured, "I knew it. I knew it. This Rain is a demon from the endless abyss. Meeting him spells nothing but trouble. I must escape quickly." At this point, Harvers was also launching continuous attacks at the side. If Dune was dead, so be it, but Ashura must not die. Therefore, within just 2 or 3 seconds, he cast multiple spells attempting to delay Rain's attack or disrupt it. But whether it was slow technique, 2nd-level witchcraft shadow intense flame, or 3rd-level witchcraft shadow cage, they either caused minimal damage to Rain or Rain easily escaped from them. Harvers found himself powerless against Rain's highly resistant dragon man general form. Summon Rapid Stream Elemental. Facing Rain, who had already charged in front of her, Ashura's survival instinct worked miracles once more. She seemed to use some high-cost casting method to compress a summoning spell that normally took more than 5 seconds to cast into just 1 second. And 2 humanoid elements over 3 meters tall, made entirely of flowing water, appeared beside Ashura, seemingly trying to stop Rain's assault. Interesting. Rain smiled slightly and swiftly raised the clover fly swatter. Including Ashura herself, she and the 2 Rapid Stream elements were all in a state of forceful resistance, yet from Ashura's expression at this moment, she seemed quite confident in withstanding Rain's swat. Because she had just resisted Rain's previous strike. In her view, Rain had transformed his weapon into a swatter, which, while broader in coverage, was less powerful. She was confident that with the help of the 2 swift current elements, she could withstand Rain's strike. But the next second, Ashura, her eyes filled with anger and despair. Because she saw that the metal paddle above her head suddenly transformed into a heavy hammer in an instant, and Rain had also imbued it with some kind of top-secret technique, crashing down heavily towards her. Boom! The water current surged, splashing everywhere. The 2 swift current elements couldn't hold on for even half a second before being sent back to their original form by Rain's 1-ton high-speed hammer, and the beautiful bladed Naga high priest Ashura was also crushed into meat paste. When Rain lifted the hammer, he discovered Ashura's body and the earth mixed together in a 4 to 5 meter deep dent, presenting a scene akin to a Dunhuang fresco. At this moment, Three transparent spirit shadows emerged respectively from the deceased bodies of Ashura and the two swift current elements, trailing long-tail flames, circled Rain a few times before diving into the hammerhead. Oh, even summoned elemental creatures have soul energy. This is unexpected. Rain, watching this scene, felt a hint of joy in his heart. And on the side, the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, seeing Rain displaying his immense power, actually slaying both the deep-sea giant leader Dune and the bladed Naga high priest Ashura, leaving the formidable sea god sect team with only Harvers as a lone figure. Their faces flushed, as if witnessing a divine being. They gazed at Rain with excitement. Is this even a human? Brother, do you think it's possible that Lord Rain is actually the avatar of some divine being? The young girl Georgia was completely spellbound at the moment. At just 18 years old, she had never seen such a monstrous existence as Rain. The events of the past few minutes completely shattered her newly formed and immature worldview. I don't know, but even if he is, he should be the avatar of some Dragon Clan deity. George's words made Fandar ponder for a long time before he finally squeezed out that sentence. Even his well-traveled self was utterly astounded by Rain's combat prowess. Although his instinct believed Rain had nothing to do with deities, upon second thought, he felt his sister might have a point. After all, if he were human so young, possessing such combat prowess, is that even possible? See vow alter when Rain focused his attention on Harvers and uttered second one. Harvers couldn't help but feel a chill over his hands and feet. It's not that he lacked combat experience, but truly he had never encountered such a monstrous guy as Rain. His figure was gigantic, comparable to a deep-sea giant, yet much faster, effortlessly wielding various melee secret techniques, with such a massive body and a weapon weighing a ton. Every secret technique strike had the power equivalent to third-level witchcraft. Moreover, his body's defensive power was extremely strong. First-level witchcraft couldn't break through, and second-level witchcraft was significantly weakened. Even his hallmark witchcraft, third-level mind shock, did not significantly trouble the opponent. Harvers thought about retreating, but as the sea god sect's leader in the Wailing Wind Fjord, he couldn't. Both his deputy, the bladed Naga high priest Ashura, and the thick-shelled lobster leader Yakalan had died. At this moment, his subordinates also suffered numerous casualties. Facing such a grim situation, if he were to retreat, he wouldn't be able to lead the team later. Moreover, he truly had ways to deal with Rain before him, but the price was enormous. Unsure whether to use it or not for a moment, but Rain's second one, phrase struck a nerve with Harvers. Only to see Harvers' rage turning into laughter, saying, "You're called Rain, huh? Do you think you've won? Now no one can save you." Harvers quickly pulled out a white fish bone needle, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, pointed at one end and blunt at the other, and swiftly stabbed its sharp end into his chest while chanting loudly, in Akkadian, "Come." All marine creatures nearby, listen to the command of the god of the nether sea, kill him. The white fish bone needle, having absorbed Harvers' blood essence, emitted a bright red glow, and suddenly, vast and subtle aura spread out. As Harvers pointed towards Rain, all was seen, whether the sea god sect monks within 100 meters or the bladed Naga and thick-shelled lobster people who initially fled due to fear, now all with reddened eyes, seemingly lost their reason, turned back towards Rain, launching another attack. This time they were fearless of death. Even knowing they were no match, they relentlessly charged at Rain. More exaggeratedly from the nearby beach, from the millstone-sized sea turtles, meter-long sea snakes, to palm-sized fiddler crabs, mudskippers, and so on. All seemed to be affected by this evil magic. Rushing swiftly towards Rain. 1,000 enemies charged towards Rain, stretching across the land. I refuse to believe you can endlessly use such a transformation. When you're exhausted, that's your death. Harvers, with red eyes, laughed maniacally. But Rain in the Dragon Man general form gazed at this scene, showing no reaction, as if all the assailants before him were insignificant bugs. At this moment, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group members watching nearby all held their breaths for Rain, as the young girl Georgia couldn't help but want to warn Rain. Suddenly, Rain's deep voice rang out. "Harvers, perhaps you don't know. What I fear the least is a group attack, as Rain let out a wild roar to the sky, an incredibly loud dragon roar echoed across the wilderness. A massive white energy wave, visible to the naked eye, blasted from Rain's wide-open mouth, sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. In his 8-meter-tall Dragon Man general form, Rain wielded a dual-handed greatsword and spun rapidly for 360 degrees. Instantly, hundreds of four-cornered darts flew from the sword. It was Rain's long unused swordsmanship top-secret technique, Sword Blade Storm. The giant sword as wide as a door, complemented by his 8-meter-tall figure, unleashed a sword blade storm of a completely different magnitude. In a moment, the group consisting of hundreds of fearless slippery blade nagas, thick-shelled lobster men, and sea god sect monks surrounding him were cut down like wheat, falling to the ground. The enemies closest to Rain suffered the most gruesome deaths. As they were simultaneously struck by four-cornered darts and sound waves, their skulls exploded, and their faces or bodies were pierced by countless darts. The enemies who previously swarmed the hills were now wiped out under Rain's combination attack. Only a few scattered survivors remained. Oh my, this is just too powerful, as the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group showed expressions of joy, cheering for Rain's display of prowess. Amidst the shock, Harvers responded with a sinister smile, saying, "Hee, Rain, you've fallen into a trap. Look at your feet." The Naga and lobster men corpses surrounding Rain were oozing blood, and this blood seemed to be receiving some sort of summoning, emitting a special aura. "Great God of the Nether Sea, your followers beg," as Harvers quickly began to recite some kind of prayer. A kind of aura with intense pressure began to permeate the air, along with an increasingly evident sticky confinement feeling. Rain's pupils contracted as he suddenly recalled something. Several months ago, when he fought the bloated Black Flame cult chief priest alongside Meister, the opponent had prayed and summoned a trace of a majestic presence's will. But compared to back then, Rain's power had grown tremendously, and although he felt strong pressure, he could still endure it. However, Rain was confident, but not arrogant enough to let the opponent complete the prayer. If the opponent summoned the attention of some great being, who knows how much power they'd bring down? With a slight thought, the second-level goddess medal in the secret pocket on the side of his pleated shorts was triggered. A dense blue light immediately enveloped Rain's entire body, a solidified divine arts from the second-level goddess medal, divine protection. And Rain felt a wave of relief. Whoosh! In less than half a second, Rain appeared before Harvers, who hadn't yet finished his prayer, and swung a 1-ton heavy hammer down. How could the power of confinement fail? Harvers was overcome with shock and anger, looking at Rain's assault as if drenched with a bucket of ice water. Boom! Before he could stop the prayer to counter, he followed his deputy Ashura's fate, buried into the soil of the hammer pit, merging with the earth. That aura stopped abruptly. As for Rain, he naturally reverted from his Dragon Man general form to his normal form. Looking at Harvers, now turned to pulp. Rain regretted slightly. Hit too hard. If the opponent had any loot, it was surely destroyed. What a pity. "Lord Rain, are you all right? Here's your wizard robe." The young girl Georgia respectfully handed over the white wizard robe that Rain had previously entrusted her to keep with both hands. "Thank you, I'm fine." Rain nodded slightly. "Captain Fandar, I'll need you to arrange the cleanup of the battlefield." "Don't worry, Lord Rain, we'll collect your spoils for you. By the way, the corpses of those Sea clan, didn't you take on the Empire's bounty task? Remember to collect the evidence." "Lord Rain, are you saying the credit for killing these slippery blade Nagas and Sea God sect monks will be counted to us?" Fandar was initially stunned, but quickly realized and immediately said excitedly, "Yes." Rain smiled and nodded. To him, these things naturally held little significance, but for the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, the meaning of risking their lives was precisely for this. Upon hearing Rain's words, Fandar, Georgia, and the others showed expressions of joy and excitement. "Oh my God, what a massive fortune this is." Even without including Dune, Ashura, and Harvers, it was still enough to fill the mercenary group's coffers, lasting 3 years or more. "Lord Rain, I represent the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group and want to join under your command. I wonder if you..." At this time, Fandar spoke seriously. "Is it because you're grateful for these things? No need." Rain waved dismissively, decisive. "No, the Empire's situation is becoming more turbulent. Perhaps you don't live in the Frostwind Prairie, but your power and character have deeply impressed us. Therefore, we hope to serve you efficiently and also receive your protection. As long as you don't mind our weak strength. It is the wish of all of us in the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group." Fandar shook his head slightly, placed his right hand on his chest, and saluted. After listening, Rain glanced around at the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, seeing each one gazing at him with burning eyes full of respect. This made him nod slightly in his heart. Although the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group's strength was quite a distance from his level, In the realm of mercenary groups, they were already top-notch experts. This time, the transportation of resources from the gold mine and the Norton barbarians required reliable personnel to cooperate so they could be brought under his command. Even bringing the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group directly to Minster Province for the beautiful woman Jennifer to manage was an option. "All right, I agree with you." Rain nodded and said, "Great, Lord Rain." Everyone cheered in unison. While Fandar and the others were gathering the spoils of war, Rain was reviewing the previous battle notifications. "Congratulations, you defeated a strong enemy and received 27 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden, attribute has been enhanced. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level has increased." With this battle against Calexius, the King of Thousand Blades, epic, profession level successfully stepped into LV11, allowing Rain to gain 1 attribute point and 1 skill point again. Subtracting the 4 attribute points used during the battle, there were now a total of 2 remaining attribute points and 4 skill points. And after consuming 24 golden skill points last time, this time he earned another 27 points, reaching a new high of 61 points. In just half an hour, the entire battlefield was cleaned up by the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Especially, the spoils of war for Rain were cleaned and collected, spotless. Since Rain's purpose for this trip was the cutter's old residence, after collecting the spoils, he headed towards the nearby destination, with the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group accompanying him along the way. However, to Rain's surprise, as he followed the map, he arrived at the Sea God Sect's lair in Wailing Wind Fjord. The remaining Sea God Sect monks and Sliding Blade Nagas were caught off guard upon seeing Rain, and before they realized what was happening, they scattered like birds and beasts when they saw their leader's corpse. Naturally, Rain would not pursue these small fry. I didn't expect the place I was looking for to actually be here. But wasn't this originally supposed to be the old residence of the person nicknamed Cutter, the second-level liquidization wizard, Audakar? Rain quickly furrowed his brows and said, "Because if the old residence was discovered and modified by the Sea God Sect in advance, then the Metal Series witchcraft model cutting net he was seeking might have already been dealt with by them. This would mean that his trip to Wailing Wind Fjord would have been in vain." Soon, Rain found a captured Sea God Sect monk and started questioning him. "My lord, a month ago, this was indeed a wizard's old residence. Moreover, when we explored here at that time, we encountered a very troublesome soul-devouring moth, which was only exterminated by the combined efforts of Lord Harvers and Lord Ashura. As for the wizard's relic you mentioned, it seems to have been collected by Lord Harvers and placed in a small wooden box. It should be there in the storage room." The captive pointed to the left side of the hall as he spoke. I didn't expect the soul-devouring moth to have already been eliminated. Moreover, this was indeed the destination he was looking for, which was quite a coincidence. Immediately, he had Fandar open the storage room door located on the left side of the cave hall. Inside, various combat supplies were piled up, such as knights' longswords, tridents, and scattered armor, and Rain quickly found the wooden box placed in a corner. Opening it, Rain raised an eyebrow and was visibly pleased. In addition to an ancient sheepskin scroll, there were unexpectedly 10 soul energy crystals. Upon opening the sheepskin scroll, as expected, the big letters cutting net were written on the top. It's actually a second-level Metal Series witchcraft. Rain's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise and joy. Previously, when Merida spoke to him, she seemingly didn't mention what level of witchcraft cutting net was, and Rain always presumed it was first-level witchcraft. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the rarer second-level Metal Series witchcraft. However, this is indeed a good thing. But unfortunately, I can't learn it all at once. The casting of second-level witchcraft requires reaching spiritual liquidation, which is also the prerequisite for learning second-level witchcraft, Rain pondered. At this moment, the young girl Georgia curiously wandered around. It was her first time entering what was called the storage room of the Sea God Sect. She casually picked up a rather old book from a pile of clutter nearby, dusted it off, and only then did she see the big words on the cover. She softly murmured, "Audakar's diary." Rain, who was planning to open the sheepskin scroll to check the second-level Metal Series witchcraft cutting net, suddenly froze. "Audakar. Isn't this the true name of the cutter?" Rain immediately turned towards Georgia and said, "Georgia, would you mind letting me see that diary in your hand?" "Of course, my lord." Georgia stuck out her tongue a bit awkwardly before quickly running over, respectfully handing the unopened diary to Rain. "Don't touch anything here without Lord Rain's command," whispered Brother Fandar in Georgia's ear. I just flipped through it casually, Lord Rain won't mind." Georgia looked at her brother, who was already a loyal supporter of Lord Rain, feeling quite speechless. As Rain flipped through it page by page, his brows gradually relaxed, and eventually an uncontainable smile appeared on his face. After skimming through a dozen pages, Rain exhaled a long breath. He closed the diary and stood up. Perhaps the greatest gain here isn't the second-level Metal Series Witchcraft cutting net, but rather this diary. It turns out Cutter Ottokar wasn't born from the wizard school. He was initially just a wandering wizard apprentice, but he was incredibly fortunate. Under the favor of Lady Luck, during his third-level wizard apprentice period, he explored an ancient relic which actually allowed him to obtain a fragment of the ancient wizard school's legacy. That's right, not just a particular witchcraft or potion recipe, but a legacy containing multiple witchcrafts and stepwise cultivation experience. In 100 wizard apprentices, there might be several cases like this. But for the legacy to suit one's circumstances perfectly, that is rare indeed. Luck like this is 1 in 1,000. After personally cultivating it, Ottokar discovered that his incomplete legacy contained a witchcraft killing move. Witchcraft killing move, simply put, is an attack form where 2 or more witchcrafts are cast in a specific method, exponentially increasing the witchcraft's power. Ottokar's legacy included a witchcraft killing move composed of the second-level Metal Series Witchcraft Cutting Net and the zero-level Witchcraft Sharpness technique. Metal Series Witchcraft Killing Move combination that could be considered the simplest, containing only 2 witchcrafts, one of which is a zero-level witchcraft. Of course, despite being the simplest witchcraft killing move, it still has requirements. One needs to solidify the second-level Metal Series Witchcraft Cutting Net as an innate witchcraft, and compress the casting time of the zero-level Witchcraft Sharpness technique to within 0.1 seconds. This is also the reason Rain couldn't help but smile when he reached this point. It's practically a witchcraft killing move tailor-made for him. Anyone seeing it would likely smile gleefully. Bear in mind, after Ottokar became the second-level wizard and solidified Cutting Net as an innate witchcraft, he spent a lot of time diligently practicing sharpness technique. However, Rain could naturally skip this process entirely. As long as he solidifies Cutting Net as a second-level innate witchcraft, he can cast the combined witchcraft. Ultimately, he mastered this recorded combined witchcraft, but others did not know about it. So to outsiders, the Cutting Net cast by Ottokar had great power, leading them to believe he had extraordinary talent, earning him the nickname Cutter. In reality, Metal Series wizards are already rare, and even fewer know that sharpness technique and Cutting Net can form combined witchcraft. Therefore, even if any wizard felt puzzled, they would attribute it to Ottokar's outstanding talent, believing he had the ability to modify and enhance the witchcraft power of the second-level Metal Series Witchcraft Cutting Net. If Rain wasn't currently in the Sea God sect at Wailing Wind Fjord Stronghold, not suitable for further in-depth research, Rain might not immediately immerse himself without sleep. Georgia, thank you very much. This diary is very useful to me. Could you continue to search here for some materials related to Ottokar for me? Rain gestured to the diary in his hand, smiling. No problem at all, Lord Rain. These are essentially your spoils of war. I just discovered it accidentally. Georgia, hearing Rain's praise, felt very excited and even slightly tilted her head to glance at her brother. See, he criticized me, but Lord Rain praised me. Fandar glanced at his sister, feeling both amused and exasperated. At this time, Rain smiled and said to Fandar, Commander Fandar, try to pick up items that are valuable and relatively portable and move them. We'll leave in half an hour. As you command, Lord Rain. Fandar was much more respectful than his sister, slightly bowing. Half an hour later, although Georgia searched thoroughly, she still couldn't find anything more valuable among the piles of junk. The potion recipes she found, Rain glanced at briefly and then gave up. They were all apprentice-level potion recipes. Of course, it was very likely that the more valuable recipes had long been sent away by Harvers. Ottokar's diary, as a record from a Metal Series wizard, probably seemed not important in the eyes of Harvers and others, and hence was casually discarded here. Before long, more than 10 warhorses were loaded full with spoils and task vouchers from bladed nagas and thick-shelled lobster people, heading back to town. Among them, The heaviest were the last 3 simple carts in the team, carrying 2 mixes of flesh and soil scooped from the ground, and the huge head of the deep-sea giant leader Dune. The 2 mixes of flesh and soil were the pancake bodies of Harvers and Ashura, mixed with compressed soil, naturally heavy. According to Fandar, although heavy, they were still very much worth transporting back for the Empire's high bounty. As for Giant Dune's head, although only a mere head, its length exceeded a meter, with a volume akin to a large jar, surprisingly heavy. Luckily, the 3 carts were covered with mengbu, otherwise they might have scared quite a few passers-by along the way. But even covered with mengbu, the strong scent of blood, combined with the giant clawed seafood sent from the saddlebags on the sides of other horses, wafted all the way, drawing curious looks from many at the convoy. This situation continued until the group reached Yilgala town, reaching a peak. "Hey, Fandar, has your Ice Claw Bear mercenary group gone fishing? So smelly." A burly, scarred man carrying a square iron shield stepped forward, unable to hide his disdain as he spoke. "Spencer, no matter how smelly, not as bad as your mouth," Fandar immediately retorted. However, as the two approached each other, they heartily hugged, patting each other's backs, then laughed loudly. This was the rough greeting style of the mercenaries who lived knife-edge lives. "Fandar, looks like you've got quite a haul this time. By the way, have you heard? A big piece of news. Ancestor Dragon Calexius has been killed by a lord. Everyone's just been talking about it." Spencer immediately shared a shocking piece of news with Fandar. "You're talking about Ancestor Dragon Calexius, the mutated ancestor dragon even Winterford Academy's director Lord Battlelove couldn't handle." Fandar showed surprise. He originally intended to share his legendary experience this time, but instead, the other party surprised him with shocking news. "Yes, word is that a lord named Rain directly slew Ancestor Dragon Calexius, furthermore gaining the allegiance of several clans of the Icefield Bear monster. Now, this suddenly emerged Lord Rain is already being called King of the Bear Monsters, Ancestor Dragon Slayer. This has spread through Winterford Academy and nearby forces." What's this, Lord Rain?" Upon hearing this news, including Fandar, all members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group stood stunned as if struck by lightning. "How about that? Shocked, right?" Spencer saw Fandar and the others' dazed expressions, feeling highly satisfied. Gosh, when he first heard this news, he was equally shocked. That was Ancestor Dragon Calexius, the prestigious Lord Battlelove of Frostwind Prairie and Icefield couldn't handle. However, in the next moment, Spencer felt a bit odd, because including Fandar, everyone seemed involuntarily to glance at a young man in the group wearing a white wizard robe. Spencer sized up Rain. Of course, he couldn't assess Rain's depth, so he quickly lost interest in that. However, he was quite curious about what his old friend Fandar had in the carts, why the bloody smell was so strong. Spencer walked over to the cart. Before Fandar could stop him, he swish-pulled open the mengbu. Spencer and a few people beside him took a closer look. The next second were so terrified that they paled, stumbling back a few steps, falling to the ground. Holy crap, what is this?" In the cart, a gigantic head appeared before everyone, especially the pair of lantern-like furious eyes seemed to stare at Spencer. The intensity of this pressure instantly swept through everyone's hearts around. No wonder Spencer, who wasn't weak, nearly had his soul scared away, and the surrounding mercenaries all looked as if they'd seen a ghost, scared back in a circle. Is this a giant's head? There's a sea smell, should be a deep-sea giant's head. But deep-sea giants' heads aren't so big, are they? Yeah. Last time the Blood Wolf mercenary group brought back a deep-sea giant's head, it wasn't half the size. Could it be a leader among deep-sea giants? Since when did Ice Claw Bear mercenary group have such power? For a moment, people around were whispering in speculation. Even mercenaries and wizard apprentices from afar curiously gathered around, and even the patrolling guards of Yilgala town was squeezing over out of curiosity. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, dressed in noble hunting attire and riding a horse, looked down and saw this scene. Couldn't help but be greatly moved. He turned his head to ask the guard beside him, "Go find out, what is that mercenary group called? A legendary strength deep-sea giant, could it be the recently promoted second on the high bounty list, deep-sea giant leader Dune?" The handlebar mustached man muttered to himself. However, without Rain's permission, Fandar naturally wouldn't disclose Rain's identity. The official explanation was that it was just good luck, encountering a strong person who killed the deep-sea giant leader, and they just picked up the spoils. But Fandar's statement instead made the surrounding people envious to the point of drooling. When Rain returned to the woodland and reunited with Anna, the delighted Anna, like a nimble butterfly, suddenly leaped into Rain's arms. Seeing this scene, the other members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group didn't think much of it, merely assuming that this girl was probably Lord Rain's sweetheart. But the girl George's mood at this moment was a bit unusual. After all, a boyfriend like Lord Rain is every girl's dream prince on a white horse. Of course, this slightly sour feeling came quickly and left just as fast. The girl had just met Rain not long ago. The little bit of jealousy soon vanished without a trace. After Anna tightly hugged Rain, only then did she notice the other people behind him, which made her face slightly red, and she shyly stepped away from Rain's embrace. Of course, she was naturally also curious as to why, after a long day away, Rain brought back 10 unfamiliar people. Anna, this is the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, Fanda. This is his sister Georgia. Rain introduced them one by one. Obviously, compared to Fandar, Anna was naturally more interested in Georgia, who was of similar age, as her beautiful eyes curiously sized her up and down. Sister Anna, hello, it's an honor to meet you. Georgia slightly curtsied and made a lady's salute to Anna. Hello, Georgia, it's nice to meet you. Anna hadn't quite figured out why the other was so respectful towards her, as if she were treating a big shot, but she immediately smiled and greeted her. After some pleasantries, Rain and Anna rode the blood-feathered horned eagle and returned to Winterford Academy first. The Ice Claw Bear mercenary group followed on horseback afterward. And Fandar and his group looked at the blood-feathered horned eagle soaring into the sky, unable to help but show emotion. After returning to Winterford Academy, Rain had a brief discussion with Battlelove and other senior members of Winterford Academy about the trip to Wailing Wind Fjord. Soon, Merida placed a few documents about witchcraft killing moves, also known as combined witchcraft, on Rain's desk, and Rain immediately began to earnestly read through them. Half a day later, after some deep consideration, Rain decided to choose cutting net as his second-level innate witchcraft. He hadn't ignored the existence of even stronger metal series combined witchcraft problems. But after reviewing the materials, Rain discovered that such witchcraft killing moves were rarely passed down, and there were even fewer for the metal series. Rain couldn't delay his progression just to seek stronger witchcraft killing moves. That would be neglecting the essentials. Additionally, according to ancient records, many witchcraft killing moves were discovered by ancient wizards during battles by chance, which made a suspicion linger in Rain's heart. However, this suspicion also required him to step into the second-level liquidization wizard to verify. Since the cutting net is second-level witchcraft, naturally, one must first raise oneself to the level of a second-level liquidization wizard to learn it. Rain opened the wooden box, taking out 7 soul energy crystals in his hands, and quickly started performing the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, upon which the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected soul energy crystals that can increase the fogging level of spiritual power. Accelerate absorption. Note, system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb everything at once. Yes. Instantly, Rain felt the silvery mist in his mental sea rapidly increase, and soon, about 90% of the area in the mental sea was filled with the silvery mist. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 73, fogging 92%. During the previous battle, I gained 5 spirit points, and the fogging level also increased to 72%. Now it's at 92%. Doing the math, a single soul energy crystal now increases it by less than 3%. After thinking for a while, Rain decided to use the remaining 3 soul energy crystal in the wooden box. As a result, very quickly, Rain's fogging level of spiritual power was boosted to 98%, exceeding the second-level liquidized wizard's minimum requirement of 90% fogging by 8 points. After some thought, Rain went to Winterford Academy to borrow 2 more soul energy crystals, finally pushing the fogging progress to 100% and subsequently opting for breakthrough. Beginning promotion. Continuous transformation in progress. In an instant, Rain could clearly feel the intense changes occurring to the spiritual power crystal with a base in his mind, based on the original first-level innate wizardry. An additional 3-dimensional structure, slightly smaller but more complex than the sorcery model of metal morphing spell. Similarly composed of extremely condensed spiritual power crystal, with intricate patterns on the surface, it was exactly the second-level metal series witchcraft cutting net. To put it vividly, it transformed from a single layer cake, to a double-layer cake-like three-dimensional structure. Around the structure, the originally dense silver mist seemed to have disappeared, rapidly shrinking. Upon careful observation, one would discover that the silver mist hadn't disappeared, but gradually transformed into a small silver liquid, swirling around the double-layer cake. This must be the concrete form after the liquefaction of spiritual power. While Rain was contemplating, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Detected that the host is breaking through to second-level wizard, unlocking the improvement restriction of innate wizardry metal morphing spell. Would you like to improve this sorcery? This improvement requires consuming 17 golden skill points. Note: improved innate wizardry will be more suitable for the host to cast, with enhancements in power, attack range, or other aspects. Hiss, I didn't expect that innate wizardry could only be improved during promotion. Rain's eyes brightened suddenly, realizing, because he had considered this while improving the sharpness technique sorcery previously. Since other sorcery could be improved, how about innate wizardry? But he later found that, seemingly due to the crystal solidification in the mental sea, it wasn't feasible to improve sorcery. Now it seemed that improvement was actually possible, but with strict conditions. Improvements could only be made during breakthroughs when the originally solidified innate wizardry could be improved. That's great. Rain was naturally overjoyed at the ability to improve the most frequently used innate wizardry metal morphing spell. Without any hesitation, Rain chose yes immediately. Once the promotion ended, the crystal stabilized again, then improvements could no longer be made. Simply put, if you miss this chance, there won't be another opportunity. Instantly, a vast amount of information about the improvement process of innate wizardry metal morphing spell flooded into Rain's mind. As if Rain spent hundreds of years in some mysterious space, considering his casting habits and improving the metal morphing spell, making subtle adjustments to the sorcery model to better suit himself. Meanwhile, the uniquely quick-forming double-layer spiritual power crystal in the mental sea also underwent synchronous micro-adjustments. Soon, the system prompt came again. Ding! The host's innate wizardry metal morphing spell improvement completed. New sorcery model adjustment succeeded. Sorcery power increased by 19%. Spiritual power consumption reduced by 23%. Rain's eyes brightened considerably. This enhancement is impressive, not only increasing the sorcery's power, but further reducing spiritual power consumption. Amazing. The spiritual power consumption of the innate wizardry originally was only about 1/10 of the same level non-innate sorcery, and now, it further reduced to about 1/12 or even 1/13 compared to non-innate sorcery. The improvement of innate wizardry metal morphing spell synchronized with the promotion to second-level liquidization wizard. When the improvement was completed, the promotion was nearly finished. System prompts appeared consecutively. Host spiritual power significantly increased, initiating liquefaction. Ding! Promotion to second-level wizard successful. Spirit plus 15. Acquired second-level innate wizardry, cutting net. Several minutes later, when Rain reopened his eyes, he felt that his perception of the world had deepened. If during the previous promotion to official wizard his perception was akin to lifting a veil or mist from this world, now it was as though he was observing and perceiving the world through a magnifying glass. Whenever he wanted, he could perceive any pinpoint-sized spot around him, or detect some extremely subtle movement nearby. Several minutes later, Rain focused his attention on the system panel. Since this was a promotion to second-level wizard, not a career change, the Warhammer Wizard profession panel didn't undergo any significant changes. Rain first checked the system prompts. Oh, spirit actually increased by 15 points. The other attributes haven't increased, but it's understandable. Previously it was a career change. This time it's just a promotion. Differences are normal. Next, he glanced at the attribute panel. Spirit, 88 liquefaction 1%. It's finally liquefied. Rain briefly activated the first layer of Steel Heart meditation method, and as expected, the effect of spiritual power enhancement and condensation began to drop significantly. As for the impact on advancing the liquefaction process, it was nearly imperceptible. Looks like I must visit the school soon. To continue improving as a second-level liquidization wizard, the second layer of Steel Heart meditation method is indispensable. Rain thought. What follows is naturally Rain's most concerned aspect, the second-level innate wizardry. He swiftly found the newly formed large icon at the top on the Warhammer Wizard Legendary Profession panel. The pattern within the icon was a simple metallic straight net formed by 9 horizontal and 9 vertical lines intersecting, with a description below the icon. Second level innate wizardry. Cutting net, second level innate wizardry effect. Consumes a small amount of spiritual power, solidifies the witchcraft model to induce metal series energy particles around to strengthen the metal wire, and quickly forms a net to attack the enemy. Required casting materials, any metal wire. Note, the power of the cutting net is directly proportional to the strength of the metal wire and inversely proportional to the attack distance. After Rain silently recited it several times, he came to a small training room beside him and began to try this new innate wizardry. You can see he first used the metal morphing spell to transform a piece of iron wire several meters long, and then, with a slight mental movement, cast the cutting net. Instantly, the metal wire in his hand quickly transformed into more than a dozen sections and formed a straight line net that blasted towards the ironwood dummy in front of him. SSS. Although the ironwood dummy is extremely tough, under the full power slash of a general knight, it can only leave a few inches deep scratches. But under the attack of the second level witchcraft cutting net, the grid metal net directly passed through the ironwood dummy, instantly cutting it into dozens of evenly sized squares. Only a sound of crash was heard, as if the ironwood dummy was dismembered in a split second, shattered to the ground. Looking at this scene in front of him, Rain smiled slightly and nodded slightly. This power was also within his expectations. Although the casting material used was just ordinary iron wire, with the addition of metal element energy particles, the power reached a very terrifying level. Even ironwood dummies were like this. If it were ordinary flesh and blood creatures, they would probably be torn apart in an instant. However, Rain's test this time was to gauge the power, and such direct cutting actually wasn't conducive to testing the true power of the witchcraft. After a brief thought, Rain covered another intact ironwood dummy with a hardened pure gold breastplate morphed out. He then began testing again. SSS. This time, the cutting net hit the ironwood dummy clad in hardened pure gold, but this time, the metal net did not penetrate through, instead cutting into approximately 2/3 depth. Rain repeated it a few times, then went forward and carefully examined it, estimating that the power of his cutting net witchcraft was about between 70–75 degrees. It should be noted that the power of an ordinary second-level witchcraft is approximately between 60–100 degrees. Although he had just entered the second level, liquidization wizard level. Thanks to the high metal element affinity and the effect of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method, the power of the second-level witchcraft he cast was quite impressive. It exceeded the 60–70 degree range, reaching the 70+ level. However, don't forget, this was still just using ordinary iron wire as the casting material, and the power of the cutting net witchcraft is linked to the casting materials. Rain transformed a metal wire from hardened essence gold and then tried the cutting net again. SSS. This time, the hardened essence gold net still did not cut through the dummy, but the depth reached 4/5. It felt like just a little increase in power could cut through the ironwood dummy covered in hardened essence gold. However, the power before his eyes had clearly improved. Rain rubbed his chin and estimated the power. Using hardened essence gold wire as the casting material, the power of this witchcraft should float around 80 degrees by about 3 degrees. That is to say, the change in metal material influenced the power of the cutting net second-level witchcraft by approximately 10%, which is a very considerable improvement. After all, every bit of improvement in witchcraft power is hard-earned. Following that, Rain tried other rare metals, such as mithril and enchanted silver, for casting materials. But basically, they did not surpass the effect of hardened essence gold. For example, mithril was roughly equal, because although mithril has excellent elemental energy transmissibility, its texture is somewhat soft, which balances it out. However, the price of mithril is 5 to 6 times that of hardened essence gold. Obviously, by comparison, choosing hardened essence gold as the casting material is more suitable. As for enchanted silver, it was rather interesting, as its power didn't increase but reduced, even less than iron wire. Rain understood after a brief thought that it was because the enchanted silver material had quite high resistance to various elemental energy particles. In casting this witchcraft, it counts as inferior casting material. After trying out various materials, what's next is the main event. Rain's heart faintly harbored some anticipation, as now he was about to test the power of the witchcraft killing move. Cutting net, sharpness technique. As Rain's deep voice sounded, the originally dark metal net suddenly lit up with a silver glow. Witchcraft killing move, deadly cut. A metal net shimmering with silver light was seen blasting towards the hardened essence gold dummy in front. Squeak, an extremely sharp cutting sound rang out. Although the glow of the silver net had dimmed considerably, it instantly pierced through the hardened essence gold dummy and blasted towards the wall behind. Such power! Before Rain's testing, to prevent any accidents, he deliberately thickened the hardened essence gold, thinking this thickness could withstand a 100-degree witchcraft attack, about the general limit of a second-level witchcraft. But unexpectedly, it was easily torn apart by the newly mastered witchcraft killing move. Oh no! As Rain watched the metal net penetrate the training room wall again, he couldn't help but internally regret. Ugh! A sharp yet somewhat familiar female voice sounded. Crash! The wall struck by Rain's witchcraft killing move, deadly cut, collapsed with a loud crash, revealing the misty fog beyond the wall akin to the steam of a bathhouse, and within the white mist, a slender, graceful figure was faintly visible. Meanwhile, Yilgala town. After spending half a day, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group had just packed their bags in the inn, now preparing to head to Marn City, the capital of Marn Province, to deliver the head of the deep-sea giant Dune and the bloodied remains of Harvers and Ashura. This is because Yilgala town is just a small town, and rewards that rank highly on the bounty list must be collected in the county town or above, where tasks are formally exchanged. As for why they had to transport it to the sword bearers branch in Marn Province, it was due to Fandar's reminder to Rain. For mercenaries, bounties mean gold coins and honorary titles, but for sword bearers like Rain, they can be exchanged for a large number of merit points and task evaluation medals. Although Rain wasn't sure how much he could exchange them for, with Admiral Edward as his endorsement, his trip to Frostwind Prairie was a business trip. In other words, he had a legitimate reason to exchange for task rewards. And recently, his merit points had been depleting quite a bit, so it was a good time to replenish them. At the front of the group, Fandar was riding alongside the burly, scar-faced man Spencer, chatting as they moved along. Fandar, you're planning to quit the mercenary trade? Spencer asked in surprise, but almost immediately, as if he realized something, he nodded and continued, Makes sense, with the luck you had this time, I'd quit too. Just as Fandar was about to share some inside information with his old friend, suddenly, a luxurious carriage and a team of fully armored cavalry stopped not far ahead. Clearly, their intentions seemed directed at the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Everyone, stay alert, Fandar ordered. The first task that Lord Rain entrusted to him and the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group naturally must have no mishaps. Fandar, the emblem on the carriage, is the crest of the Dallaire family from Fjord County. Spencer, examining it briefly, furrowed his brows and said in a heavy voice, The Dallaire family of Count Dallaire. Fandar's expression also tightened as he spoke. Exactly, Fandar, I reckon they're not here with good intentions, Spencer nodded with a serious face, reminding him. Fandar knew of the Dallaire family, as they were the family of the governor of Fjord County, Count Dallaire, the most powerful family in all of Fjord County. Simultaneously, his expression turned somewhat grim. As a veteran mercenary leader, Fandar was quite familiar with some of the dark methods of imperial nobles, and thus he had an inkling of the Dallaire family's intentions here. However, times had changed. If this were before, he might have worried or hesitated, but now, as a new subordinate of Lord Rain, there was no longer any need to fear a county town-level earl's family. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler approached, smiling, and said, May I ask, who is the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, Mr. Fandar? I am Stis, the butler of the Dallaire family. With Spencer and Fandar, each possessing their unique aura, the butler found it difficult to distinguish which of the two was the leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. That would be me, Fandar said in a low voice. The Count is in the carriage and would like to have a private conversation with you, the butler said with a smile. Very well, Fandar nodded expressionlessly. Although he had a general idea of their intentions, since it was unavoidable, it was best to openly discuss it face to face. Otherwise, how could he report back to Lord Rain? Inside the luxurious carriage, an elderly noble with white hair and a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache sat together. Although Fandar had never met Earl Dallaire before, it was clear the elderly man was indeed Earl Dallaire. Moreover, judging by their resemblance, Fandar deduced they were likely father and son. After a brief nod of greeting, he sat on the other side. The man first scrutinized Fandar, then the middle-aged man with the handlebar mustache smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Captain Fandar, I am Camacho and this is my father, Earl Dallaire." "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Captain Fandar, let me get straight to the point. I heard you were lucky enough to come across those items on the wagon," Camacho stated bluntly.
Yes.
Fandar nodded. To avoid revealing the true circumstances of Lord Rain, he had indeed said that, explaining how they managed to procure these items. Then, "Fandar, sir, are you aware of the value of these items?" "Of course, it is one of the top 3 bounties in the Empire at the Wailing Wind Fjord." Fandar nodded. At the time Mengbu had already been uncovered by Spencer, too many people saw the head of deep-sea giant leader Dune. And not long after, the items on the remaining 2 wagons was stirring up a lot of rumors. Clearly, these 2 people should already know what the items on the remaining 2 wagons are. As the most influential people in Fjord County, it was no surprise to Fandar. "Very well, since so, let me speak plainly. If you truly obtain the loot through prowess, I believe no one would dare envy the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. But if it is the goddess's favor, Fandar, sir, you ought to know, the goddess will not favor one for eternity." The mustached middle-aged man, Camacho, said with a smile. He was confident that he could persuade this captain of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group standing before him. After all, investigations showed that his group was not affiliated with any great nobles nor was a pawn for certain powerful forces involved in shady dealings. They had no significant backing, and their connections were simply humorous to his level. However, he gathered from reliable sources that this Ice Claw Bear mercenary group was quite united with impressive combat strength. Even if the Dallaire family mobilized their elites, there would likely be significant losses. Hence, this conversation was taking place. "Lord Camacho, please state your intentions openly," Fandar said solemnly. "Captain Fandar, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group needs to announce publicly that they picked up war returns originally belonging to the Dallaire family. Indeed, the goddess's favor is also favor. We promise that we will fully pay you the physical parts of the Empire's bounty upfront, such as the gold coins. Moreover, we will provide some excellent weaponry and equipment to the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group," Camacho said with a smile. To Camacho, the terms offered were already very sincere. The Dallaire family had agreed to forego the bounty prize income to gain the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group's approval. In some sense, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group would use this matter to connect with the noble Dallaire family, something many mercenary groups only dreamed of achieving. "I'm sorry, Lord Camacho, I can't accept your condition." Fandar shook his head and said. Camacho's smile froze, his expression turning grim. At this moment, the elderly man with combed-back white hair, Earl Dallaire, waved his hand, interrupting the conversation between the mustached man and Fandar. Said gravely, "Captain Fandar, are you sure you've thought this through? Don't bring ruin upon your small mercenary group." Earl Dallaire squinted his eyes, exuding a sudden burst of the might from years of holding high positions, enough to make a common person tremble in fear. "I have stated very clearly, Lord Earl," Fandar fearlessly responded. Nonetheless, he decided to give them a warning. "Moreover, although I found these items, should the Mr. who cleared out the Sea God sect's stronghold comes back for the spoils, who knows what will happen." Fandar's words caused Earl Dallaire and his son to change their expressions, exchanging glances. For a moment no one spoke in the carriage. "Gentlemen, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Fandar slightly bowed and disembarked the carriage. "Father, do you think what Fandar said was true or false?" "I suspect it's unlikely to be true. If the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group had connections with such a high-level person, they wouldn't be lingering in the eastern Frostwind Prairie for so many years." Your analysis makes sense, but does that matter? What matters now is, having those items from the wagon, the Dallaire family can take another step forward. Therefore, we have to proceed with this matter." Earl Dallaire looked at his eldest son with satisfaction and said, "I have already contacted Lord Luther. With the strong support of the Snyder family, our Dallaire family is bound to advance further." "Understood," Camacho said, his expression showing sudden realization. This was where he admired his father, knowing when to be ruthless without hesitation. "Once our carriage leaves, commence immediately, delays bring changes," Earl Dallaire said in a deep voice. I will arrange it now." Camacho nodded. As soon as Fandar returned to the group, everyone immediately gathered around him. Fandar, what is their objective? Spencer, an old friend, stepped forward to ask. The same as you thought. You wouldn't have refused, would you? Spencer scrutinized Fandar's serious expression and his face instantly froze. Things seemed to be developing in an unexpected direction for him. Because Fandar always handled such situations deftly in the past, even if it meant ceding some interests, he would manage to return with a smile. Yes, Fandar nodded. Spencer was left speechless for a moment, then deep in thought said solemnly, Fandar, although I know this gain is precious to you, and if I were you, I wouldn't be willing either. But I still suggest you reconsider. The other party is Fjord County's most powerful noble. Giving up some interests might not be a bad thing for you and the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Spencer advised. Spencer knew well what it meant to refuse an empire's earl with real power. Brother, is the other party the Dallaire family? Georgia and others naturally sensed something was amiss and asked, prepare for battle, this journey might not be peaceful. Fandar sighed. I'm afraid it's not just on the road, but right now, Captain, look. An archer's gaze was sternly fixed on the front. Dallaire family's luxurious carriage had already retreated. To the side, and two teams of fully armed elite private soldiers suddenly emerged around, followed by several third-level wizard apprentices in robes. Everyone prepare for battle. Fandar's gaze sharpened as he shouted. He really hadn't expected the other party to turn so quickly, amidst the tense standoff between the two sides. Suddenly, a two-headed flying creature flew from the horizon with a considerable size. It had two heads, one resembling a lion and the other a goat. The torso was similar. The front half was a lion with strong and sharp claws, but the rear half was a goat with a pair of extremely sturdy goat legs. The wings were bat-like, with no feathers, looking extraordinarily fierce. Regarding the anomaly in the sky, whether it was Fandar's Ice Claw Bear mercenary group or Earl Dallaire's private soldiers, they all looked up immediately. Not good. Fandar, it's the double-headed chimera of titled Knight Lord Luther. Spencer saw the uniquely recognizable flying creature in the sky and was astonished. I didn't expect the Dallaire family would actually call Lord Luther over for your spoils this time. Lord Luther, the famous chimera knight from the tundra region. Georgia's complexion turned pale and she said, Yes, Lord Luther is the second son of Marne Province Governor Duke Snyder. With legendary strength, nicknamed the Chimera Knight. Spencer sighed and explained, the second son of an Empire Province's highest official is here too. Could this imply the presence of Duke Snyder's will behind this? At this moment, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group members, who were originally not panicked, suddenly began to stir. However, having experienced the deaths of Dune and others, the members who had greatly increased their knowledge quickly calmed down, despite some panic. Brother, do you think Lord Rain can? Georgia furrowed her eyebrows slightly and said, I don't know either. For the first time, Fandar felt uncertain about the situation before him. If it were a force at the level of a county town, Fandar wouldn't have been particularly worried, but Luther was different. His personal strength could easily annihilate the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Furthermore, his noble origin might make Lord Rain think twice. Even if he killed them all, Lord Rain probably wouldn't become hostile with Luther for a small Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Fandar believed that if he really died, then even if Lord Rain didn't avenge him, he should take good care of his sister and other members. In the sky, Luther on the double-headed chimera was originally rushing towards Yilgala town. In the past 2 days, according to the information from Lord Rain, the Black Flame cult's great priest and some senior members had been killed, so he immediately returned to Marne City to organize the recapture of 3 counties, including Auvergne County. Without the Black Flame cult having high-level forces to contend with him, the recovery operation went smoothly, and it was soon established. This made Luther even more grateful to Lord Rain in his heart. The recovery of these 3 counties held a tremendously positive significance for the Snyder family's prestige in Marne Province, and it also spared his father, Duke Snyder, from further accountability from the Empire. Half a day ago, learning that Lord Rain had gone to Wailing Wind Fjord, he immediately decided to rush to meet him. After all, Lord Rain helped him and the Snyder family significantly, and he had to express his gratitude. Moreover, the collaboration on the Calexius's Lair gold mine made Luther realize that this young Lord Rain was someone essential for him and the Snyder family to ally with. At this moment, the lion head of the double-headed chimera twitched its nose and let out a low growl. Cureni, you say you smell the scent of a powerful creature just below. Luther asked with slight surprise. Luther naturally saw that there seemed to be two groups confronting each other below, but in his eagerness to find Lord Rain, he didn't pay much attention to the minor issue happening here. However, for Kurani to sense the bloody scent of a powerful and threatening creature, that's a different matter. Legendary creature is something anyone should take seriously. Thus, Luther commanded the chimera beneath him to spiral down toward where Fandar was. Is that the emblem of the Dallaire family? Luther's peripheral vision caught sight of the pattern on someone's armor. As the second son of the highest administrative official in Marne province, Luther naturally had the emblems of the influential families in each county at his fingertips. By the way, Earl Dallaire contacted me yesterday, saying he prepared a gift I would surely be interested in. Luther suddenly remembered something and murmured to himself. He then descended towards the Dallaire family's group. Lord Luther arrived so quickly. Could it be that he's guessed what gift we've prepared for him? Earl Dallaire and Camacho glanced at each other and couldn't help but show delight. Clearly, this was a good thing. It indicated that Lord Luther was very interested in the gift they prepared. Father, it seems we might avoid unnecessary casualties. To be honest, this Ice Claw Bear mercenary group is quite strong. If we forcibly eliminate them, the losses would be considerable. But with Lord Luther present, the situation changes greatly. Upon seeing Lord Luther, the other side might not even have the courage to resist. The middle-aged man with a mustache said joyfully. Yes, that's the case. Let's go and welcome Lord Luther. Earl Dallaire smiled and got off the carriage first, quickly walking towards the descending two-headed chimera. Camacho followed closely behind. Earl Dallaire is here too. Luther's eyes brightened slightly, expressing a bit of surprise. A governor of a county town was specifically here, indicating something important was happening. Lord Luther, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, Earl Dallaire said with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. However, to his slight disappointment, although there was some commotion on the other side, they did not panic. This was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Lord Luther, the gift we prepared for you is on the other side's cart. Earl Dallaire said meaningfully, and dozens of meters away, Spencer was shocked to see this scene. It's over, this Lord Luther really came to back the Dallaire family. Brother, what should we do? Lord Rain is not here if Luther makes a move George's pretty face showed a hint of worry as she spoke anxiously. Although she believed that if Rain were here, no one could take away the things on the cart, the problem now was that Lord Rain was not on the scene. Georgia, you and the others leave first, I'll stay here. Brother. Georgia's beautiful eyes widened, understanding what her brother meant. Captain, the others also called out one after another. I'm just preparing for the worst. If something happens to me, you must report this to Lord Rain. I believe Lord Rain will take care of you all. Fandar waved his hand and said. Fandar, the Lord Rain you mentioned, is he the one who killed ancestor Dragon Calexius? Spencer beside him couldn't help but be stunned. At this point, Fandar naturally had no need to hide from his old friend and nodded. Damn, I thought so. How did you get so lucky? Turns out it's all thanks to Lord Rain's kill. Spencer immediately understood everything and shouted loudly. The conversation here was heard word by the powerful Luther not far away. Upon hearing this news, Luther couldn't help but show a strange expression. Thinking for a moment, he did not inquire from the Earl Dallaire in front of him, but instead immediately walked towards the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. You say these things were killed by Lord Rain, and he entrusted you to transport them to Marne City? Luther asked the rather nervous Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Yes, Lord Luther. Fandar stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Nonsense, Fandar, you clearly said before that you were lucky and found them. Now you suddenly change your story. Camacho interjected immediately. My brother was not talking nonsense. Lord Rain killed the others, and we were all present at the scene. Georgia said angrily, her pretty face flushed. Lord Luther, we cannot trust what they say. Wait, Luther waved his hand, stopping Camacho who wanted to speak more. Turning kindly, Luther asked Georgia, Young lady, tell us how Lord Rain killed the deep-sea giant leader Dune. Upon seeing this, Earl Dallaire's expression changed suddenly, because he remembered a recent rumor that someone named Lord Rain had killed ancestor Dragon Calexius. Lord Luther, Lord Rain transformed into a huge, how should I say it, should be a dragon man. Georgia, seeing the distinguished chimera knight Luther willing to hear her recount the events, was excited to the point her face turned red. Nonsense, how can a person transform into a dragon? Camacho couldn't help but critique. HMPH, if Lord Rain were here, you wouldn't dare say such things. Georgia snorted heavily and continued her story. So Lord Rain not only killed Dune, but also defeated the Sea God Sect's high-rank wizard Shadow Heartburner Harvers and the Blade Naga High Priestess Ashura. Luther couldn't help but be both surprised and delighted. He was amazed at Rain's combat power. After all, killing Ancestor Dragon Calexius was a one-on-one fight. But defeating Dune and the other two was a 1-against-3 scenario, incomparable in difficulty. According to this young lady's description, Rain handled the 3 legendary strongmen like slicing through vegetables. Additionally, Luther was pleased that Rain had resolved the Sea God Sect issue at Wailing Wind Fjord, effectively doing the Snyder family a big favor. Yes, Lord Luther. Georgia nodded emphatically, confirming. Boasting should have its limits. Dune and the others, everyone knows they possess legendary-level strength. Even Lord Luther wouldn't claim to take them all at once, and you say Lord Rain can. Camacho, not being foolish, immediately noticed what he believed was a flaw. No, I believe her. Before Georgia could speak, Luther nodded with certainty, saying, Lord Rain possesses that capability. What, Lord Luther? Camacho finally felt something was off. Why was Lord Luther siding with outsiders? Swish! Fandar walked to the 2 carts at the back and uncovered Mengbu. A bloody stench spread, with 2 humanoid shapes imprinted like murals on the blocks of soil compressed to the extreme. Everyone was stunned by this sight. Even the members of the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group responsible for transportation was still shocked on seeing this scene again. After a long while, the white-haired Earl Dallaire came to his senses, stepping forward with a grim face, saying, Lord Luther, I think the crux of the matter is that even if what they say is true, how can they prove that the items on the cart were transported by Lord Rain's commission and not stolen? With Lord Rain's immense power, why would he need them for transportation? It doesn't make sense. Exactly, instantly, Luther's gaze towards Fandar became sharp, the aura of a legendary strongman causing everyone present to feel a chill. Stealing Lord Rain's spoils is something that requires blood to wash away. Lord Luther, I completely agree with you. Camacho grinned brightly beside him, being proud of his father's quick wit, as well as Luther's stance just now. I also agree with Lord Luther's statement just now. At this time, Fandar smiled as he pulled out 2 items from his bosom. One was a transparent diamond-like round emblem, and the other was a letter. Fandar handed the transparent round emblem to Luther, saying, Lord Luther, Lord Rain has acquired the witchcraft he desired and has returned to Winterford Academy. Furthermore, this is the proof given to me by Lord Rain. He instructed me that upon reaching the Sword Bearer's branch in Marne City, I should present his sword holder's emblem. This. Camacho couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the Fandar in front of him was genuinely entrusted by Lord Rain. Lord Luther, you should also be aware of Lord Rain's strength, I think. Unless Lord Rain personally gave it to us, it's impossible for us to acquire this emblem. That may not be certain. That young lady earlier mentioned Lord Rain's transformation. Perhaps this emblem fell from his body during it. Earl Dallaire's eyes flickered, continuing to argue. Clearly, he was unwilling to let the matter end just like that. Then how about this letter? This is Lord Rain's proof of service on the Tundra mission. Fandar handed the letter to Luther. Luther opened it and saw that it was signed by Admiral Edward of Minster Swordsman Division. Evidently, the authenticity of this letter was beyond doubt. Moreover, for someone as powerful as Rain, the possibility of forgetting one item isn't non-existent. But forgetting 2 at the same time is almost impossible. Additionally, Fandar mentioned that Lord Rain came to search for that witchcraft, so the entire situation is now very clear. Earl Dallaire, is this how you prepared the gift for me? Luther looked at Earl Dallaire and Camacho with a displeased tone. Strong-arm tactics, and you're trying to take Lord Rain, my friend's spoils. This, Lord Luther, please let me explain, this is a misunderstanding. Even Earl Dallaire found himself in a tough spot with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Camacho was utterly caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated that the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, which he thought was easy prey, actually had such strong backing. Moreover, this backing was not ordinary. Yes, Lord Luther, I believe this is a misunderstanding. Camacho, regaining his composure, hurriedly explained, but it was evidently unconvincing. HMPH, if Lord Luther hadn't arrived just now, you were about to attack and seize Lord Rain's spoils. Georgia watched the scene with satisfaction, yet seeing their continued denial couldn't help but scold harshly. Earl Dallaire, I'll deal with you over this matter later. Moreover, this incident will undoubtedly reach Lord Rain's ears. You should think about how to explain yourselves to Lord Rain first. As for the journey ahead, let me handle it. Luther turned to Fandar and others, smiling. General Howie from the Marne City Sword Bearers branch is my friend. I will contact him in advance to report Lord Rain's spoils as quickly as possible. Then I'll trouble Lord Luther, Fandar, slightly surprised, agreed joyfully. With the escort of Chimera Knight Lord Luther, post-trip safety was assured. Even if the Dallaire family was given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to act against Lord Luther. Winterfort Academy. In Anna's room, the bathroom wall had collapsed. Rain, with a look of apology, said to Anna, Anna, I'm really sorry, I just tried a new witchcraft so. New witchcraft. Anna's beautiful eyes looked at Rain in confusion and said, Is it that second-level new witchcraft cutting net? Rain nodded. Liar, you barely got it for half a day and already learned it. That's a second-level witchcraft. Anna gave Rain a disbelieving look. After all, no matter how talented, it's unheard of to learn a second-level witchcraft in just half a day. For ordinary wizards, it takes a month or even several months of research and exploration as normal. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Anna, are you all right? Suddenly, Merita's urgent voice came from outside. Evidently, she had heard the sound of the wall collapsing, so she rushed over. I'm fine. It seemed Anna was anxious that Merita might come in at any moment and answered quickly, also tightening her bathrobe. Miss Anna, what just happened? Merita asked curiously from outside the door. Fine, but with such a loud noise just now. Really fine. Could it be someone entered and held Miss Anna hostage? Merita couldn't help but worry. And for a moment, Anna didn't know how to explain, so she whispered to Rain. Rain, tell me, what should I say? Ahem. Merita, I accidentally exerted too much force, causing the wall to collapse. It will need repair tomorrow, Rain said with a wry smile. Lord Rain is here too. But isn't this Miss Anna's room? Merita was initially stunned but then let out a huge sigh of relief. Then there's no problem. With Lord Rain here, at the very least Miss Anna's safety is guaranteed, though she might suffer a little loss. All right, Lord Rain, as long as you're here, I'm relieved, came Merita's slightly lively voice from outside the door. Soon, light footsteps gradually faded away. It's all because of you. You've embarrassed me in front of Merita. Anna couldn't help but blush at the thought, giving Rain a playful scold. But Anna forgot that she was in a just-out-of-the-bath state with a charming, soft pout, an immeasurable temptation for a man. Instantly, Anna felt her lips being blocked, leaving her breathless. A few minutes later, they finally separated. Anna, shall I help you dry your hair? Okay. A voice barely louder than a mosquito came from Anna's throat. At that moment, Anna was blushing with her head lowered, her beautiful eyes seemingly foggy, not sure if it was from the kiss or the heat in the bathroom. Hearing Anna agree, Rain was overjoyed. Pulling Anna into his arms again, and using fire element witchcraft high-temperature force field, Anna naturally sensed the energy change around, but she just felt her whole body soft and cozy being held like this by Rain. As long as Rain didn't do anything else, she'd gladly let him hold her forever. Moreover, Anna felt that Rain's embrace gave her a special sense of safety, a safety that even Aunt Delana or others couldn't provide. Rain gently shook Anna's hair, and under the effect of the high-temperature force field, the swiftly flowing warm air around them quickly dried her previously damp locks. Rain, what kind of witchcraft did you just use? The warm breeze feels so comfortable. Anna half closed her eyes, lying in Rain's arms like a kitten being affectionately petted by its owner. It's witchcraft, a high-temperature force field. Fire witchcraft, will it burn my hair? Anna said, but her soft tone didn't convey any real concern. Of course not, I can control the temperature. MHM. Anna's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Comfortable MHM. Your robe is a bit damp too, should I heat it up for you? This. Anna instinctively felt uneasy but didn't know how to refuse Rain, so she hesitated. Since Flashgold Town, she had always had a good impression of Rain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned from Ferdinand Forest to find him. So, facing Rain, the young woman didn't want to say anything that sounded like rejection. Rain glanced at the shy girl, knowing it was time for him to take the initiative. Some things are unrealistic to expect Anna, who is always so shy and reserved, to agree to openly. Moreover, sometimes a girl's silence and shyness are the best forms of confession. Don't worry, I'll just dry your robe, Rain said, akin to saying, I'll only linger at the door and not go in. Anna believed him and immediately hugged Rain tightly, deeply moved. Rain, your hands are so warm. The girl trembled slightly, speaking up. At that moment, Anna realized she might have made a decision akin to inviting a wolf into her house. Warm is just right. Without warmth, how could I dry your robe? But, Rain, your hands. Why are they moving upwards? The girl uneasily squirmed her graceful body, playfully teasing. Okay, I'll move them down a bit then. Move down. While Anna pondered the meaning of these words, the scorching hands swiftly shifted downward. There. No. Suddenly, the girl's delicate body trembled, unable to help but cry out. So sensitive. Rain's eyes lit up, realizing Anna was a treasure of a girl. Although there had been signs before, only now did he confirm this. If not below, then should I place my hands above? Rain wasn't in a hurry and said with a playful smile, like a big bad wolf confronting a little lamb. Anna, with her head already foggy, only wished for Rain's hand to leave her, unaware of what Rain was suggesting. She nodded in agreement. But the next second, Anna couldn't help but tremble all over. Turned out the tower was stolen. You can't put it here. Then should I put it back? Rain's eyes flashed with cunning as he spoke. The girl naturally thought Rain meant putting his hand back on her waist. Though a woman's waist shouldn't be touched casually, it's better than placing it on the tower. Okay. Your hand, why is it going down again? Suddenly, Anna's entire body tensed as if electrocuted. Like a fish jumping out of water, it took a long time to fall back. Several minutes later, Anna couldn't help but cover her face and cry, feeling utterly embarrassed. I didn't mean to. Anna looked at the large, wet spot on Rain's body, feeling so ashamed she wanted to die. Her body had just lost control. Like a newborn doing. Rain gently kissed the girl's forehead, saying, You don't understand, you have a treasure-like constitution, it's like I found treasure. Treasure? Anna, her eyes blurred with tears, asked in confusion. She didn't quite understand the connection between herself and treasure. Absolutely. Rain's words immediately put Anna at ease. Rain, I should change my robe, this one's wet, it's unwearable. Anna shyly tried to get up. No need, don't forget, I have witchcraft with a high-temperature force field that can dry it. Fine then. Anna moved a little, realizing her body was indeed weak and unable to insist. But not 2 minutes later, Anna trembled again, teasingly saying, Not drying there. Not drying, then is blocking okay? Anna still didn't quite understand Rain's words, but soon she got it. Thus, some things naturally took their course. Note, 10,000 words omitted here. Anna also transformed from a druid into a wizard, specializing in the water element, showering Rain with crystalline dew multiple times. Faced with Anna's kindness, Rain naturally reciprocated. Hours later, the entire battlefield was in disarray, and Anna was akin to a cooked shrimp, occasionally trembling all over. Fortunately, Anna had long since ascended to a full-fledged druid, benefiting from her transcendent constitution, slowly feeling like she was coming back to life. Anna noticed that where her fingers touched, the bed had already turned into a waterbed, with almost no dry spots on the sheet, making the girl instantly embarrassed, as if she could dig out a Count mansion with her toes. Rain, nearby, naturally wouldn't leave Anna in such an awkward situation, comforting her immediately. After a long time, Anna finally understood that she had what was called a treasure constitution. Rain, do you really like me like this? Of course, you could say no man wouldn't like this. Rain nodded affirmatively. This relieved Anna's anxiously hanging heart slightly. Afterward, Rain spent considerable time thoroughly proving his affection with actions, and Anna finally resolved her inner conflict, gradually responding in kind. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. The next morning, Rain arrived at the witchcraft power testing room at Winterford Academy. Of course, Merida had thoughtfully arranged a private room for him, since his last test hadn't precisely determined the power of his witchcraft killing move. This time Rain planned to perform a precise test. Knowing one's combat capability is crucial during battles. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and one's opponent ensures 100 victories without peril. Rain quietly recited the spell, causing the surrounding metal energy particles to fluctuate violently. Cutting net, sharpness technique. With Rain's successive castings, an unusual pitch-black metal web appeared in front of him, simultaneously lit up with dense silver light. Witchcraft killing move, deadly cut. A silver light, tinged metal net charged toward the large metal cylindrical body ahead. SHH, a sharp cutting sound rang out. The silver net instantly embedded itself into the cross-section of the ton's heavy metal cylinder ahead. The previously smooth metal surface was instantly scored with crisscrossed web like cut marks. Simultaneously, the ton's heavy metal block shook forward and backward along the slide track a few times. However, the movement wasn't significant, not because Rain's witchcraft was weak, but because his witchcraft killing move's attack characteristics were sharp and cutting, with power condensed and compressed to a certain degree. Meanwhile, the stone slab beside him displayed a large 3-digit number 111. It really surpassed 100 degrees. Although Rain already knew the answer, seeing this value was still surprising. It's important to know that it already exceeds the limits generally reached by second-level witchcraft. Generally speaking, the power of second-level witchcraft ranges between 60–100 degrees, while third-level witchcraft's power is around 120–200 degrees, with fluctuations due to different types of witchcraft, various witchcraft tools, and other factors. Therefore, this move of Rain's is almost on par with third-level witchcraft. It's indeed worthy of being called a witchcraft killing move, nearly decisive in battles among same-level wizards. However, Rain felt a peculiar sensation earlier, which was that his metal morphing spell seemed to fit into the witchcraft killing move Deadly Cut. Of course, it was merely a feeling, or rather Rain just sensed a hint, a thread. Because when casting the first-level innate wizardry metal morphing spell to transform hardened essence gold in his hand into metal threads, he inexplicably felt a natural fit with the subsequent quickly cast 2 witchcraft spells. This couldn't help but make Rain ponder for a moment. His first-level innate wizardry is the metal morphing spell, which is neither a defensive first-level metal series witchcraft nor an attack-oriented first-level metal series witchcraft, and not even the ancient wizards had such a thing. This made Rain's situation almost unique, meaning Rain couldn't find anywhere that has information on similar situations as his. Currently, he's facing a problem that is, if the first-level innate wizardry is metal morphing spell, what witchcraft killing moves can be constructed? Rain slightly furrowed his brows, crossed his arms, and paced back and forth in the testing room. If researching oneself, it would be a grand undertaking. Referencing ancient wizards, it would take tens of years or even longer to innovate a witchcraft killing move. Quickly, feeling reluctant inside, he tried casting these 3 witchcraft spells continuously. Metal morphing spell, cutting net, sharpness technique. After many attempts, suddenly the system prompt sounded. Ding. Host realizes the prototype of the liquidation kill move. Do you want to consume 28 golden skill points to perfect its deduction? Hiss, can this be done? Deduction? Rain subconsciously widened his eyes in surprise. Then, he was overjoyed and chose yes, without hesitation. In an instant, a flood of memory concerning the combined casting of 3 witchcraft spells flowed into Rain's mind, making him feel as though he practiced these 3 witchcraft spells in some mystical space for 100 years. When Rain opened his eyes again, his understanding of the 3 witchcrafts had completely changed. He had already realized in his heart how to adjust these 3 spells and release them in succession, so as to integrate them into one and form a killing move. Ding, deduction successful. Host comprehended the metal series liquidation kill move, multiple cutting net. Multiple cutting net. Rain couldn't hold back his excitement and immediately began to try it out. Metal morphing spell, cutting net, sharpness technique. With a wave of Rain's right hand, 3 tightly arranged metal nets suddenly appeared in front of him, and almost at the same instant they all lit up with a dense silver glow. Witchcraft killing move, multiple cutting net. These 3 metal nets, shimmering with silvery light, went in quick succession towards another metal cylindrical object in front. Swish, swish, swish. The originally smooth surface of the giant metal block was instantly carved with crisscross cutting marks. On the stone slab beside him, glaring numbers were displayed that almost left Rain speechless. 143. Wow. This has reached the power of a third-level witchcraft. For several days, Rain familiarized himself with the new liquidation kill move while exploring the magnificent glaciers near Winterfort Academy with Anna. Until this morning, Rain received a communication from the white-furred bear monster priest Ulu-san. Meanwhile, Mingster, beneath the sword-bearer's branch, the intelligence hall was brightly lit, with dozens of staff moving back and forth in a busy scene. A bald, middle-aged man with a potbelly, Colin, was sitting in his office, leisurely sipping tea. Lord Colin, ever since Lord Rain joined our branch, the intelligence work has become much easier. A charming female employee in uniform was bending over to brew Jotun tea for Colin, her superior, while speaking. Yes, Although the intelligence work is still quite busy, it's not as urgent as it used to be. The Black Flame cult was exterminated by Lord Rain, and the Secret Snake sect was also beaten by Lord Rain to the point where they didn't dare invade Minster Province for a time. Now, only the Sea God sect along the coast of Rossby County and Maest County is causing some trouble. Colin nodded in agreement. Just as the female employee wanted to say something more, perhaps to praise her superior, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A blonde female employee quickly walked to Colin's office door, knocking on it as she arrived. Come in. Lord Colin, here is an important official letter from the Marne Province Sword Bearers Division. The blonde female employee reported with a slight urgency. Marne Province, Colin was taken aback. Where is there a Marne Province around Minster Province? Could it be that remote Marne Province in the Empire's northern border? That one in the northern border? Yes, Lord Colin, it's the one located in the Frostwind Prairie. The blonde female employee nodded affirmatively. Why are they sending us an official letter? Read it. Colin touched his balding forehead, quite puzzled. It's worth knowing that he had been the Intelligence Hall Deputy Officer of the branch for many years, but had never received an official letter from Marne Province, mostly joint investigation or notification letters from nearby provinces. Honorable Minster Sword Bearers Division. Distinguished Diamond Star Sword Bearer Lord Rain, at Marne Province. Cleared the Sea God Sect's stronghold at the Wailing Wind Fjord, killed Sea God Sect's great priest Harvers, nicknamed Shadow Heartburner, Deep-Sea Giant Leader Dune, and Slipblade Naga High Priestess Ashura, a total of 3 legendary foes, and quasi-legendary strongmen, Lobster Chief Yakalan, relieving Marne Province's urgent crisis. Hereby expressing our thanks, Marne Province Sword Bearers Division. Signed by Admiral Howie. This document is in duplicate, with the other copy forwarded to the Sword Holder headquarters. The blonde female employee read out loud clearly. Damn. When did Lord Rain go to Marne Province? And he killed 3 legendary strongmen of the Sea God sect. Colin jumped from his large chair in surprise, the scalding Jotun tea spilling on his potbelly, yet he didn't even realize. At this moment, Colin's mind was buzzing, finding it hard to believe what he had just heard. Read it again. Colin calmed his breathing, his small eyes wide as he urgently requested the blonde female employee in front of him. Yes, Lord Colin. Forget it, don't read, give it to me, I'll read it myself. Colin stepped forward, taking the official document directly to read it himself. Gasp amazing. Lord Rain actually killed 3 legendary strongmen in Marne Province. Colin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Meanwhile, the 2 female employees beside exchanged a glance, both showing a look of shock. They naturally understood what legendary strongmen meant. Unexpectedly, Lord Rain from their branch was this powerful. Does anyone know when Lord Rain went to Marne Province? There's such a situation. A few days ago, Deputy Officer Olna from the Task Hall sent a message saying that Lord Rain went to Marne Province for official business, signed by Admiral Edward. Right, that day, Lord Colin, you were just resting, so you might not have noticed. The female employee who was pouring tea thought for a moment and explained. No wonder, Colin nodded with a smile on his face. He flipped back and forth, reading the official letter 2 more times, feeling inexplicably happy. Wait a minute, this is bad. Colin's expression suddenly changed drastically and he muttered lowly. What's wrong, Lord Colin? This time Lord Rain has truly brought fame to our Minster Swordsman Division. Why is that bad? The blonde female employee blinked her beautiful eyes, expressing confusion. Yes, Lord Colin, Lord Rain is so powerful. Isn't that a good thing? The female employee pouring water also looked puzzled, not understanding why their superior was alarmed. Lord Rain should have killed 3 legendary strongmen, which is an absolutely great thing. But the Sword Bearers branch in Marne Province has simultaneously copied this news to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters. Colin solemnly said. You mean? The blonde female employee suddenly opened her eyes wide in realization. I get it, the headquarters will immediately pay attention to Lord Rain and then, oh no, won't the headquarters transfer order come down quickly? Another female employee immediately grasped the key point, understanding why their boss said it was not good. Exactly. This time, Admiral Edward will be powerless. Colin sighed. Because Colin knew well, not long ago, the Imperial Swordsman headquarters sent a transfer order regarding Lord Rain. But at that time, the headquarters still deemed Lord Rain as a potential Diamond Star swordsman. At the time, Admiral Edward politely declined, using the excuse that Rain was young and lacked strength, and thus needed cultivation. Headquarters didn't delve into it much, but this time, no one will be able to stop it. Someone who can kill 3 legendary strongmen needs no cultivation. Even the highest-level fine gold swordsmen at headquarters are only at legendary strength, perhaps not even as strong as Lord Rain. This kind of talent, this kind of strength, does Mingster Swordsman Division still need to cultivate it? Is this going to defy heaven? Just when all 3 felt things were not going well, another female employee arrived at the door, knocked, and urgently said, "Director Colin, there's an urgent transfer order from the Imperial headquarters." Read. Colin immediately had a bad feeling. Should it be this fast? Hereby promote Mingster Branch Diamond Star Swordsman Rain Carlin to fine gold swordsman, and within a month, report to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters. Dragon Empire Swordsman headquarters, signed by Marshal Alfred. What? It's true. Colin looked shocked and slumped into his chair, looking lost. And it's personally signed by Marshal Alfred. Alas, Mingster Branch finally has someone like Lord Rain, and now he has to leave. Colin muttered. He knew too well Rain's role in the Mingster Swordsman Division. He's the backbone. With Rain here, the high-level combat force of Mingster Province Swordsman Division has a pillar, has deterrent power. Now the backbone is to be withdrawn by headquarters. Holding 2 official letters in hand, Colin couldn't help but sigh heavily in his heart. Forget it. Let Admiral Edward worry about this headache-inducing matter. As the chief, he's the one who should be most troubled. Colin pulled a few strands of his scarce hair, showing frustration, and said, "Immediately combine the official letter from Marne Province and the urgent transfer order from headquarters and report them to Admiral Edward." "Yes, Lord Colin." The blonde female staff slightly bowed and then swayed her slender waist as she hurried away. Admiral Edward's office. This is just too exaggerated. Olna's beautiful eyes widened, her face showing a look of shock as she looked at the first public document in front of her. Lord Rain is truly formidable. He actually killed 3 legendary strongmen of the Sea God's sect in a single battle in Marne Province. Moreover, the speed at which Lord Rain's strength is growing is even more terrifying, almost more so than the Church's chosen one. However, this is clearly a good thing, so why is Admiral Edward wearing such a grave expression? Olna thought to herself. When Olna saw the second public document, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Admiral, is this? Lord Rain is leaving our division soon." She finally understood why Admiral Edward had asked her to come to the office first thing in the morning. It turns out that Lord Rain's achievements in Marne Province have been known by the Empire Swordsman headquarters, and they've issued a transfer order. "Yes, that's why I called you over. Though I knew we couldn't keep Rain forever, I didn't expect it to be so soon." Admiral Edward sighed deeply. "Sir, is there really no chance? Can we contact the Duke to delay it for a bit?" Olna furrowed her brow slightly, thought for a while, and asked. The order was personally signed by Marshal Alfred. Admiral Edward shook his head and said. Hearing Admiral Edward's response, Olna also knew that this matter was settled. For a moment the room was somewhat silent. Olna, although Rain's transfer is a huge loss to the division, it is actually a good thing for Rain. Contact Rain immediately and have him return to Mingster as soon as possible to prepare. "Okay, sir, I'll contact him right away." Olna nodded and said, "Indeed, for Lord Rain this transfer order is a good thing." He was promoted 3 levels at once, from a Diamond Star swordsman directly to a fine gold swordsman, and his treatment and other aspects have also advanced several steps. Moreover, there are more special items to exchange at the headquarters, and given Lord Rain's talent, his strength is likely to improve further. Sigh, I just hope that Lord Rain will visit Mingster more often in the future, Olna thought to herself. Wailing Wind Fjord. On the coast near the shipwreck, the waves rhythmically lapped against the beach. On the beach, numerous fiddler crabs were foraging near their respective holes when suddenly, as if sensing something, they hurriedly dashed into their narrow burrows. A great mass of crystal clear water suddenly rose nearly 2 meters high on the shore, then quickly transformed into the shape of a human female. If this manipulation was something that most water element wizards could achieve, and the scene that followed was truly astonishing. The once translucent body, composed of seawater, suddenly seemed to undergo some form of material transformation, turning from seawater into a real flesh and blood human female. Even the black robe on her body seemed to be made of silk material. This scene, if witnessed by others, would surely be hailed as a miracle. In fact, it truly was a miracle, because it was the materialized manifestation of a wisp of the will projection of the nether sea goddess Hela. A few minutes earlier, During the prayer process at the Sea God sect headquarters, Hela, who had slightly awakened, noticed that her power of faith at the Wailing Wind Fjord was rapidly dissipating. Including a devout believer, she valued highly the deep-sea giant leader Dune. Thus, she leveraged the prayer ceremony at the Sea God sect headquarters to project a whisper. Willpower down. The black-robed girl glanced around with her beautiful eyes, then walked lightly to the place where Rain and the strongmen of the Sea God sect had previously fought. However, this place was not empty, but rather bustling. At this moment, the central area had already been occupied by the private soldiers of the Dallaire family, while the outer circle was filled with various mercenaries, rummaging through the spoils from the battle between Rain and the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group, such as weapons of the Sea Clan strongmen and ornaments on their bodies. The black-robed girl took a distant look, seemingly deliberately restraining her aura. Hela's arrival did not alert anyone. Seeing her silhouette flash, she appeared before a private soldier guarding nearby, bearing the Dallaire family emblem on his chest, and before he could react, several thin lines of black water flowed into his ears, nose, and mouth, penetrating further into his brain. As the private soldier's eyes turned white and his entire body twitched involuntarily, memories flashed through the black-robed girl's eyes like a slideshow. Camacho, is it? Hela pondered. To find Rain, who had killed many of her followers, Hela understood that naturally she needed to find the most powerful person in the area to inquire about the simplest way. More importantly, her projection was consuming energy every moment. And even a true god couldn't sustain it for too long, so she needed to find Rain as quickly as possible. The next second, she appeared a dozen meters away, and after a few blinks, she was already out of sight. Yilgala town. In the most luxurious mansion, originally the residence of the town mayor, but with Camacho representing the Dallaire family present, the mayor of Yilgala town sensibly vacated the premises. In the banquet hall, Camacho was holding two charming dancers, his face flush red as he drank heavily. This was a complete mess. Having been sternly reprimanded by his father, Earl Dallaire, Camacho felt quite depressed. The problem is, Luther's words before leaving have kept him in constant worry. He still doesn't know what situation he will face next. Lord Rain, what kind of bullshit lord, just an outsider? It's unexpected that Lord Luther helps an outsider and not our Dallaire family. Camacho, while drinking, cursed furiously. At this moment, a black-robed girl suddenly appeared at the half-closed door. Tell me where Rain is. A clear voice rang out. If Camacho hadn't been drunk at this moment, he would naturally have noticed the uniqueness of this voice, but the problem is, he had already drunk too much. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Upon hearing someone ask about Rain, the drunken Camacho was instantly irritated and replied without turning his head. But in the next second, he realized that without his order, no one should be able to come in. Who got in? Camacho quickly turned his head and saw a beautiful black-robed girl he had never seen before standing at the door. How did you get in? Camacho examined her and couldn't help but ask, puzzled. That's not important, tell me, where is Rain? The black-robed girl, the avatar of Hela, took a slight step closer. Do you know Rain? You have too many questions, let me find out for myself. As Hela stepped forward, she suddenly appeared right in front of Camacho. The next second, several thin lines formed by black water entered Camacho's nose, mouth, and ears. Camacho was completely immobilized. His eyes rolled back, and his whole body trembled violently. Scenes of Camacho confronting the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group flashed through Hela's pupils, including the later appearance of Luther and other scenes. The bodies of Dune and the others, Marne City, Rain, Winterfort Academy. Hela looked toward the northwest, nodded slightly, and immediately turned and left. However, this violent memory search seemed to have certain aftereffects. The always sharp Camacho at this moment looked like he was having a seizure, mouth crooked, drooling, and his body convulsing involuntarily, even struggling to get up. Meanwhile, two scantily clad and heavily made-up dancers had long fainted to one side. Meanwhile, the Oakmay Ice Valley near Winterfort Academy. Here, the valley has more than a dozen trickling streams formed by melting glacial snow, water flowing through it. Due to these streams, dense meadows and shrubs grow on both sides of the valley during the season, creating beautiful scenery. Only in the limited months after the flowers month does this place boast such a beautiful view. In the following seasons, the cold weather will cause the ice and snow to stop melting, and these streams will quickly dry up. At this moment, Rain was strolling through the picturesque scenery, holding Anna's hand. Rain, has everything at the gold mine gotten on track? Yes, the people of the Norton tribe have arrived and have started smelting the gold mine. Rain nodded, and Ulusen's letter had reported the general progress to him. Anna, hearing this news, looked puzzled and asked, "Hasn't Lagare come back yet?" Just as Rain was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. He saw a black-robed girl suddenly appear more than 20 meters behind him, which made him narrow his eyes, becoming highly alert. It must be noted that he had just been promoted to a second-level liquidized wizard, significantly enhancing his perception. Yet the opponent bizarrely approached within dozens of meters without him noticing at all. It was only by relying on his danger perception that he discovered the black-robed girl's approach. Obviously, something was very odd about her. Hela couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The opponent's perception is quite sharp, but that's not important. "Who are you?" Rain let go of Anna's hand and quickly turned around, ready to guard. Anna immediately sensed Rain's body tense up, as if facing a great enemy, which made her look at the black-robed girl with confusion as well. She didn't understand why Rain was so tense. Yes, tense, a word that to Anna should not appear on Rain. "You've chosen a nice place, very beautiful, and if one were to sleep here forever, it would be quite a fortune." Hela stepped her bare foot into the stream beside her. Just as Anna was pondering over her words, the next second, she was dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring dumbfounded at the scene before her. The trickling brook was suddenly cut off in the middle. Within several hundred meters, there was not a drop of water on the former brook bed, and the water that originally belonged to the stream had, at this moment, transformed behind the black-robed girl into a very familiar figure to Rain deep-sea giant leader Dune, standing 10 meters tall. "See God sect." Without uttering any spells, she calmly did such an incredible thing, far exceeding Rain's expectations. "No, not the Sea God sect, I am their god," the black-robed girl revealed a slight smile and said. For her words had even fallen, the dune formed by the stream charged toward Rain in large strides, a torrent fist as large as a water barrel crashing down heavily. Boom! Water and mud splashed everywhere. Rain's figure flickered as he sent Anna to the side, but just as he prepared to counterattack, he was suddenly struck on the waist by a slender, pale bare foot. In an instant, Rain was sent flying dozens of meters like a cannonball. "You killed my follower, but if you're willing to submit, I could spare your life." "Submit or die," Hela gently retracted her bare foot and said with a slight chuckle. An imposing and majestic aura swept around with Hela's words, and for a moment, it seemed as though the black-robed girl was the only one between heaven and earth. Damn, it fucking hurts. Rain felt like his spine was about to break. But, pain aside, after taking a kick, Rain noticed a problem. The opponent's strength didn't seem as godlike or invincible as he had imagined. After all, if it were truly a god's true form, he would have been dead long ago. Besides, Rain knew that when the Empire Emperor ascended to a demigod, the several true gods that descended were merely avatars. So, this one here shouldn't be an avatar either. The answer was quite obvious then. The opponent was either a saint descended or just a trace of a will projection. But regardless of which it was, it didn't seem like a death sentence for him. It's just, he needed to confirm it. "Sorry, I choose neither." Rain rubbed his waist, squinting at the black-robed girl and said, "You hit me, it hurt, so I have to hit back." The nether sea goddess Hela was taken aback. Even though it was just a trace of her will projection, devoid of her full wisdom, she couldn't react to Rain's words. "God hit you, a mere mortal, and you actually want to hit back. Is this normal logic? Isn't this guy in front of me a lunatic?" Rain suddenly took off his white wizard robe, revealing a body of lean muscle, and immediately after, his entire body began to change rapidly and fiercely. Rain's body suddenly inflated, his skin quickly turned gray and thickened, patches of palm-sized dragon scales surfaced, and his human fingernails at this moment became sharp and slender like a swift dragon. And from his tailbone, a powerful tail several meters long, covered with dragon scales, sprouted rapidly. Roar! As Rain transformed into the Dragon Man general form, he roared furiously and charged at the black-robed girl. "What? Dragon Man transformation? You a descendant of the Dragon royal family?" Witnessing the scene unfold, Hela was quite surprised. She hadn't expected that the one killing her followers in the Wailing Wind Fjord area would turn out to be a descendant of the Dragon Empire's royal family. But even Carlo's dragon wouldn't be so disrespectful to a true god. But before she could finish speaking, Rain, in his Dragon Man general form, transformed the hardened essence gold in his hands into a heavy hammer and struck it down hard towards Hela. Dune, the stream avatar, hurriedly blocked it, but was blasted to pieces in his right arm by Rain's strike. You! Hela was furious. She just tapped her toe and lightning-fast punched towards the abdomen of the 8 or 9 meters tall Rain. Bang! In an instant, the 8 or 9 meters tall Rain was knocked back several steps by an extremely concentrated force from the opponent, and his abdomen was in excruciating pain, but a gleam appeared in Rain's eyes. He had, of course, deliberately enraged the opponent just now. The power of the opponent's enraged strike was only so much, indicating that his earlier assessment was correct, and the opponent was most likely just a will projection. In other words, this battle was winnable. Rain looked at Hela with eyes full of fighting spirit. The next second, he rushed at the black-robed girl incarnated by Hela again. While Hela detested the expression in Rain's eyes, that all too eager look filled with curiosity and surprise, but completely lacking in awe. This made Hela even more furious, and she extended her hand, merging it into the body of the water giant Dune. Suddenly, the water flowing on Dune seemed to be attracted by a huge force, surging into Hela's body, and Hela's black-robed girl's form began to expand like a balloon. Thus, one rose while the other declined. A 10-meter-tall black-robed girl appeared in front of Rain. Mortal in the eyes of a true god. You are merely a slightly stronger ant. The black-robed girl Hela gave Rain a cold glare and threw a heavy punch towards him. Due to the enlargement of her body, Hela's punch this time was much stronger than the last one. However, with the energy remaining constant, her enlarged size also caused a slight delay in the speed of her punch, allowing Rain to barely catch her attack trajectory. Rain crossed his arms in front of him, using all his strength to block Hela's punch. Bang! Layer upon layer of soft yet massive power was transmitted from Hela's water-like fist to both of Rain's forearms. Thud, thud, thud. Unsteady, Rain staggered back 5 steps, each step leaving a massive half-meter deep footprint in the valley floor. But ultimately, he had withstood the blow. Hela had thought that with her last punch, even if Rain's arms didn't break, he would at least be knocked to the ground. She hadn't expected Rain's technique of energy dispersion to be so advanced. He was actually able to weaken the concentrated yet soft force of her punch through a combination of footwork, muscle vibrations, and the ebb and flow of his scales, gradually diminishing its power. What Hela didn't know was that close combat was precisely what Rain's epic-level profession as King of Thousand Blades excelled in. In the ancient times, even among the ancient giant troll empire, there were few battle masters worthy of the King of Thousand Blades title, each with unparalleled willpower and exceptionally skillful combat techniques. Much like the sword saints among humans, these were figures who dared to face the divine directly, wielding their weapons fearlessly in battle. However, despite her surprise, Hela did not pause her subsequent assault. The next moment, a 4 to 5 meter long water spear suddenly appeared in her hand, which she hurled fiercely at Rain. Swoosh! Rain squinted his eyes, and the enchanted silver in his hand instantly transformed into a shield, defending himself with a fluid execution of the metal morphing spell. Although Rain's defense was timely and well executed, the kite shield was still penetrated instantly. The massive force attached to the water spear pushed him back 2 more steps. But, being passively beaten is not Rain's style. He transformed the hardened gold essence in his hand into a spear as well, spun around and twisted his hips, throwing it fiercely at Hela. Whoosh! A fierce whistling sound as the spear cut through the air. The abdomen of the black-robed girl Hela turned into was pierced through with a large hole, but in the next instant, it healed completely. It seemed as though Rain's attack had made no impact, but in fact, it had touched Hela, the Nether Sea Goddess's reverse scale. She hadn't expected that the ant-like mortal before her would dare to wield a weapon against her. Mortal, you're too reckless. A woman's angry voice echoed through the valley. No sooner had the voice faded, Hela suddenly held a water-like knight's longsword in her hands, which extended several meters, slashing down at Rain. Rain, in turn, stacked several shields together, bending his knees slightly, crouching to fully brace against the attack. Boom! Hela's sword slashed through 3 of Rain's enchanted silver shields, but Rain used this force to bend his knees, advancing instead of retreating, swiftly engaging Hela again. As the battle between the 2 titans began, the intense commotion was vaguely perceived even at the Winterfort Academy, several leagues away. Inside a room, the recently healed Batalov suddenly opened his eyes, muttering, "What powerful momentum! No, this aura, this is." With hair and beard as white as snow, Batalov dashed out of the room, while the elegant beauty Wordy, the vice principal of Winterford Academy in the room next door, also had an expression of shock, quickly stepping into the corridor. "Principal, did you feel it too?" Wordy couldn't help but ask with slight panic. The immense pressure from earlier, even at such a distance, made Wordy, an experienced second-level liquidized wizard, feel a rush of terror. This is the natural fear of a lower life form facing higher life form. Like ants scurrying in panic, mistaking the tremors caused by an elephant's footsteps for an earthquake. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it should be an avatar or projection of a divine descending from the direction of the Oakmay Ice Valley. Batalov's face turned solemn, nodding. However, it's strange because it seems like this unknown god's projection is engaged in battle, causing significant fluctuations in its aura. Batalov frowned, puzzled. For even a god's projection, if it deliberately concealed its presence with their power, it would be impossible for them to detect it. It was the intense fluctuation, just now, that made them clearly perceive its existence. Battle, in the Oakmay Ice Valley, oh no, isn't Lord Rain over there? Wordy suddenly realized something, her face turning pale, she exclaimed. What? Batalov couldn't help but shout in surprise. Alida, who had hurried over, also heard Wordy's last words, nodding heavily. Mentor, Vice Principal Wordy is right. These days Lord Rain has been fond of taking Miss Anna for walks around the Glacier Valley. What's happening over there? Batalov, who was initially eager to avoid, now furrowed his brows in thought, but soon he made up his mind. Go. Let's take a look. Also notify everyone the Academy is on full alert. Activate the defensive witch array. Although facing a deity, many means and preparations are useless. If it's just a projection, it still has some effect. Soon, under Batalov's leadership, the group rode several ice-plane giant vultures, rapidly flying towards Oakmay Ice Valley. Due to the proximity, in less than half a minute, the valley was already in sight. What left everyone dumbfounded were two massive black and gray figures currently engaged in a fierce battle within the picturesque Glacier Valley. The originally flat green meadow had become pitted and cratered, with at least dozens of holes. 7 or 8 streams had already dried up. Some because a big pit appeared upstream, causing the stream to stop flowing. Others evaporated without a trace. As for the two black and gray figures, even when looking down from the ice-plane giant vultures, their colossal size was apparent, and their combat speed was as fast as lightning. So, to everyone at Winterford Academy except the Principal Batalov, it looked like two enormous blurry figures were engaging in fierce combat. It's Lord Rain, and it seems he's at a disadvantage. The beautiful Wordy exclaimed with wide eyes. As a senior second-level liquidized wizard, she could barely see one side as the transformed Rain, but the other side was too unfamiliar to discern its identity. Merida, on the other hand, couldn't see either side's form at all, let alone their faces. Indeed, Batalov, his hair and beard all white, nodded solemnly at the two figures ahead. Mentor in the Frostwind Prairie, who else could fight Lord Rain like this? Merida couldn't help but ask in confusion. Just now, Merida hadn't heard her mentor and Wordy's conversation, and due to her inexperience, she couldn't determine the other's identity by their aura. Whether Rain or Hela, they were being several levels above Merida. Not on the prairie, but the other side is from above. Batalov pointed to the sky overhead, saying heavily, "You mean the opponent is a deity?" After a moment of thought, Merida's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Yes, I can't mention the other's name, but it should come from the ocean." Batalov, well-versed in many things, had mostly discerned the other's origin from Hela's black-robed girl form, her mastery over dry streams, and her proficient water witchcraft. At the same time, this discovery stirred up a storm inside this Winterford Academy principal. Could it be that the Nether Sea goddess Hela is gradually awakening? Doesn't that mean the Empire's situation is becoming more turbulent? Currently, if the view was adjusted to look down at the picturesque Oakmay Ice Valley from the sky, the scene was truly bizarre. A 10-meter-tall black-robed girl and a slightly shorter giant dragon man were fiercely fighting. Although Hela was pressing Rain throughout the fight, Rain relied on the top-level talent Steel Body and the dragon scale protection from his mutated dragon man bloodline, being quite hardy and resilient. After a few minutes, even though he had many wounds and several broken dragon scales, with flesh and blood exposed, the actual injuries weren't severe. At the same time, Rain's previously gained talent high-speed healing due to an increase in bloodline concentration played an important role, with wounds continually sprouting granulation tissue, healing rapidly. Boom! Hela's water-long sword strikes were blocked by Rain's shield. But he still staggered back several steps. However, this time Hela didn't pursue. Thus, the battle between the two giants paused briefly. "Not a bad talent, mortal. I give you one last chance. Swear allegiance to me. I can forgive your earlier rudeness." Hela looked at Rain with an inexplicable look. In the distant sky, the people from Winterford Academy watched this scene in shock. Especially Merida. She never expected that the deity fighting Rain was such a gracefully beautiful black-robed girl. Although the girl's stature was immensely large. Moreover, what did she just hear? Lord Rain received an invitation from a deity. Oh my. If it were her, she might become a devout believer on the spot. After all, that's an olive branch extended by a god. Swear allegiance? Perhaps, if you swear allegiance to me, I might consider it. Rain wiped the blood from his mouth, speaking calmly. Rain wasn't deliberately provoking, but he unintentionally discovered a weakness in his opponent. The figure before him seemed accustomed to being above and had low tolerance for any provocative words or actions. When infuriated, her attacks became unmethodical and much less precise, making them easier to deal with. But in the eyes of outsiders, Rain's words didn't come off that way. Hearing Rain's audacious words, everyone, including the white-bearded third-level crystallized wizard Battleov, was dumbfounded. Could these words come from a human's mouth? Facing Nether-Sea Goddess Hela's demand for allegiance, Rain turned it around and demanded Hela to swear allegiance to him. Regardless of strength, just such a dominating response, who else in the entire Dragon Empire could say something like this? "Ignorant ant, you have angered me." The black-robed girl, Hela's avatar, trembled with rage, shouting angrily. With a casual wave of her hand, countless water arrows surged towards Rain like an overwhelming tide. Iron Wall. The hardened essence gold in Rain's left hand rapidly transformed, and in an instant, a tower shield appeared, while he deployed the top-secret technique of shields, Iron Wall, to protect his body. Metal Barrier. At the same time, 4 demonized silver kite shields shielded critical parts of his body, the process fluidly executed with Metal Series witchcraft, leaving spectators in awe. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant water arrows pounded on the tower shield and kite shields, forcing Rain to retreat step by step from the relentless impact. But as time passed, Rain could clearly feel the opponent's power waning. This was evident as the height of the black-robed girl shrank from 10 meters to gradually 9 meters, nearly matching Rain's height. Indeed, even a projection of a true god will quickly weaken as time passes and energy is expended, Rain thought joyfully. Facing the diminishing power of Hela, Rain allocated more attribute points to restore his physical strength. As his spiritual power increased to 89 points, a surge of warmth pumped from his heart, filling him with vigor and strength. In the next instant, Rain's toes slammed down, the meadow exploded, and the massive counterforce propelled Rain's formidable form directly towards the black-robed girl avatar of Hela. The shield in his hand swiftly morphed into sharp finger. Tigers. Rain intended to engage in close combat with his opponent. Shadow step, heavy punch combo, rapid cutting. In the Dragon Man general form, Rain exerted his full strength using various top-level techniques, astonishingly suppressing the black-robed girl avatar of the Nether-Sea Goddess Hela. Watching this scene, everyone at Winterford Academy was dumbstruck. This mentor, if I'm not mistaken, is Lord Rain gaining the upper hand. Merida stammered in shock, dominating a divine being. Unbelievable. Battleov was equally shocked, unable to hear a word of Merida's inquiry. He had fought alongside Rain before but recalled Rain's Metal Series witchcraft was not as refined, not perfectly complementing his adept close combat skills. But now, Rain's Metal Series witchcraft had not only significantly improved in power, but was flawlessly integrated with close combat techniques. Slash, slash. The weapon in Rain's hand kept transforming, occasionally cutting into or smashing the vast water-formed body of Hela. Though seemingly ineffective, Rain could feel that the opponent's reformation consumed energy. Moreover, every hit seemed to enrage the lofty divine, making her increasingly lose her rationality. Now her height had decreased to less than 8 meters, even shorter than his Dragon Man general form. The tide had turned. Blasphemer, you will die. Hela appeared utterly enraged by Rain's counterattack, shouting furiously. Simultaneously, a powerful energy wave emerged, and most of her body transformed into a massive cone-shaped water drill directly attacking Rain. Iron Wall, Metal Barrier, Shadow Step, Slash! The 5 shields before Rain shattered, and a bowl-sized penetrating wound appeared on his chest and abdomen, pierced through by Hela's strike. However, the black-robed girl avatar of Hela was also struck by Rain's punch, her head exploding into a spray of water. As Rain anticipated, her reforming her water body. She vanished without a trace. The persistent alarm ringing in his mind gradually fell silent. Could it be the projection's energy has been depleted? Rain mused as he surveyed his surroundings. After cautiously staying alert for a few minutes, Rain finally concluded that she was likely gone. Huff, Rain quickly withdrew from the Dragon Man general form, panting heavily, while the blood wound on his chest rapidly grew new tissue. He had nearly exhausted all his resources and attribute points were completely used up. If the fight had lasted any longer, the outcome would have been uncertain. Rain made up his mind that next time, he must save more attribute points. At this moment, Battlelove and the others, who had been watching the battle from afar on the ice plane giant Vulture, quickly maneuvered it to descend slowly. Meanwhile, Anna hurried over, arriving beside Rain first. Anna anxiously examined Rain's injuries and then immediately paused. She quickly started chanting while a green glow flickered in her hand. Sheets of green leaves emitting a faint green light began to swirl around Rain's body like a green vine spiraling upward. The next second, the leaves automatically covered the still unhealed wounds on Rain's body, especially at the penetrating wound in the waist and abdomen area where granulation was growing. The green glow was densest. The number of covering leaves was the greatest. Rain felt a cool sensation streaming through the wounds all over his body. He looked down to see that even the worst penetrating wound in the waist and abdomen was now quickly scabbing over, thanks to Anna's nature witchcraft healing spell combined with his own top-level talent high-speed healing. The injury was no longer serious. "Lord Rain, are you all right?" At this moment, Merida ran up to Rain, concerned. "I'm fine, just a small injury." Rain waved his hand and said, "Dean Battlelove, Miss Wordy, why are you all here?" "Lord Rain, with such a large commotion on your side, how could we not notice?" The beautiful woman Wordy looked at Rain and couldn't help but smile wryly. This young man before her, not even half her age, had actually managed to take down a divine projection head-on in the recent battle. "Lord Rain, may I suggest that we return to the Academy first? Winterford Academy has a high rank witch-array defense. Even a divine projection wouldn't easily get in." Battlelove stepped forward and said, "No, thank you for your kindness, Dean Battlelove, but I don't want to cause trouble for Winterford Academy." Rain waved his hand, saying, "The other party just claimed to be the deity worshipped by the Sea God sect, Dean Battlelove. That must have been the legendary Nether Sea Goddess Hela, right?" Rain spoke candidly about Hela's name, unafraid of any trouble she might bring him. After all, the recent battle had already given him significant enmity with the other side. Rain did not expect any forgiveness from them anyway. Given that, there was nothing he dared not mention. Yes, it should be her. Battlelove's expression turned solemn as he nodded. "I once read some accounts of her in ancient texts. The figure just now fits many descriptions, such as the black robe, her youthful form, and her proficiency in water witchcraft, among others. Plus, from what Lord Rain mentioned, she admitted it. So it should definitely be her." Battlelove added. Rain nodded. He had also heard it said that gods do not bother lying to mortals. It seems I must quickly return to the Empire's core territories. Anna, let's leave now." Rain turned to Anna and said. The Minster Sword Branch. Rain had looked into some related information about gods, one secret of which was that gods with overlapping divine positions in certain domains were typically mortal enemies. Therefore, as long as he was in a city with the seasonal wind and ocean goddess's temple, it would not be easy for the Nether Sea Goddess Hela to descend. Once she did, it would inevitably draw the attention of the seasonal wind and ocean goddess. Of course, if he were in the Imperial City, relying on human power would also make the Nether Sea Goddess Hela very wary. The numerous Imperial Guardians would surely keep her, who is not fully recovered, at bay. Moreover, there was also the Empire Emperor with unfathomable strength, who had successfully ascended to demigod status, though still not lightly injured. "Rain, aren't we going to the Norton tribe to find Lagaray?" Anna couldn't help but ask. "Now is not the right time." Rain shook his head. "The methods of the gods are mysterious and unfathomable. If he was somehow marked with any latent trace of her power, going to the Norton tribe would only bring disaster to both the barbarian tribe and Lagaray." Rain did not want to take that risk. "Merida, please go to the Norton barbarian tribe for me and find a girl named Lagaray." Rain thought for a moment and instructed. Minutes later, Batalov and the others from Winterfort Academy rode the ice-plane Giant Vulture back to Winterfort Academy, while Rain and Anna rode the blood-feathered Horned Eagle, speeding toward the southern sky. At this moment, in the glacial valley, a transparent humanoid figure suddenly emerged from a stream, instantly transforming into the form of a black-robed girl. It was Hela, whose aura was greatly weakened. Just now, she neither died nor dissipated, but merely left the center of the valley. Hiding in the trickling stream, this was because the energy of the projection was almost entirely consumed. Hela knew that even if the battle continued, she would have no way with Rain, only to experience humiliation. If a deity deliberately conceals themselves and has no intent to attack, naturally with Rain's current strength, it would be impossible to detect them. At this moment, the black-robed girl, Hela's transformation, watched the blood-feathered horned eagle fly far into the horizon, her eyes flashing but her thoughts unknown. South is it. Her figure once again merged into the stream. The next second appeared miles away in another part of the stream. The direction she headed was also towards the south. Moreover, her speed was several times faster than the blood-feathered horned eagle. Meanwhile, on the back of the blood-feathered horned eagle, Rain was checking the battle prompts from before. Congratulations, you defeated a formidable enemy and gained 24 golden skill points. Congratulations, your will hidden attribute has improved. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades epic profession level has increased. With this battle against the projection of the Nether Sea goddess Hela, the King of Thousand Blades epic profession level smoothly stepped into LV12, granting Rain another 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. After deducting the 2 attribute points used during the battle, he now has a total of 1 attribute point remaining and 5 skill points left. This made Rain frown slightly because these attribute points were indeed too few. However, it wasn't too hard to increase them. After switching to the tailor profession, he hadn't had time to improve, and it's still at tailor LV1. In other words, in the short term, Rain could increase the tailor profession level to gain considerable attribute points and skill points. As for the golden skill points, having spent 28 points last time, he still had 16 points remaining, and this time gained another 27 points, bringing the total to 40 points. After brief consideration, Rain thought it was necessary to make a trip to Marn City, at least to inform Luther of the situation here, not to mention that Luther and he were gold mine partners, and the Snyder family, to which Luther belongs, had been operating in the Marn province for years. This matter might be of significant importance to them. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether Laguerre, upon receiving the news, would immediately set off to Minster to meet him. If Laguerre were to stay here for a while, he would need Luther to appropriately look after the Norton tribe. For the barbarians, while they do not lack strong physiques and combat prowess, they do lack superior weapons and sufficient food. If help could be provided on these levels, the combat power of the entire Norton tribe would further increase. Thus, Rain guided the blood-feathered horned eagle, slightly adjusted its direction, and rapidly advanced towards the southwest. At this moment, on the back of the horned owl beast, Anna asked worriedly, Rain, was that just now really the avatar of a divine? Not exactly an avatar, just a projection of the Nether Sea goddess Hela worshipped by the Sea God sect. To reassure Anna, Rain naturally spoke lightly, yet Anna became more worried. Because even in the Ferdinand Forest, within the Druid circle, whenever the divine was mentioned, even the powerful elf elders would maintain solemn expressions, speaking with caution. After a long pause, Anna softly said, Rain, even if your enemy is truly a divine, I will stand by your side. Hearing this warmed Rain's heart, and he couldn't help but laugh, saying, Anna, are you confessing your feelings to me? Rain's teasing made Anna's fair face instantly blush with embarrassment. Even though she had developed an intimate relationship with Rain, she remained quite shy in character. However, facing Rain's teasing, Anna's initial worry was greatly alleviated. Soon, the blood-feathered horned eagle flew over Marn City. At this time, 2 patrolling griffin knights quickly approached in the sky. Just that one of them, seeing the blue-purple horned owl beast beneath Rain, couldn't help but murmur, Huh. Why does that look so familiar? Flying Knight, please state your identity or origin, another griffin knight shouted. I am Rain, a sword-bearer from the Minster branch. What? You are Lord Rain? The 2 widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed. Another one murmured to himself silently, no wonder, so this is the blood-feathered horned eagle. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two Griffin Knights, both Anna and Rain were quite puzzled. After a quick exchange, they suddenly realized. It turned out that a day ago, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group had safely escorted the head of the deep-sea giant Dune. The corpses of the sea god Sek's great priest Harvers and Slip Blade Naga high priest Ashura to Marn City. Under the arrangement of Chimera Knight Luther, Duke Snyder took this matter very seriously and held a parade in Marn City. So, almost everyone in Marn City had heard of Rain's name. Just in time, I have an urgent matter to find Lord Luther, and I need you two to guide me. Of course, Lord Rain, please follow us. Hearing Rain's words, the two dared not be negligent and immediately led the way, flying towards Duke Snyder's mansion. Half an hour later, inside Duke Snyder's mansion. What? Luther was shocked, looking at Rain with an inexplicable expression. Lord Rain, what did you just say? You fought with that entity from the Sea God sect. Even with Luther's strength, hearing this news made his mind buzz. That was a divine. Even a mere projection of will was not something he believed he could possibly defeat. But Rain managed to do it. Yes, Lord Luther, you heard correctly. How could I joke about such things? By the way, could you please inform the leader of the Marn Province Sword Bearers branch? I think this information is also crucial for them. Once they arrive, I will narrate the details to you all together. Certainly, Lord Rain. I will immediately send someone to notify the Marn Province Sword Bearers branch. Not letting Rain wait too long, after about a quarter of an hour, the sky echoed with the loud calls of griffins as a burly middle-aged man wearing an Imperial General's uniform leaped off a griffin, followed by a man and a woman. Lord Rain, this is General Howie, and these two are the department heads of the Marn Province Sword Bearers branch. General Howie, this is the Lord Rain I've been telling you about. Lord Rain, I've heard so much about you, General Howie said enthusiastically. Lord Rain, greetings. The man and woman behind General Howie slightly bowed, greeting respectfully. Rain felt that these two seemed overly respectful towards him. After all, they were department heads. There was no need to show such respect to him, a sword bearer from the distant Minster province, even if he was a Diamond Star swordsman. A half-day later, a slim, black-robed girl arrived at the Beverly Mountains. She glanced at the towering Beverly Mountains and the wind rocks flying occasionally in the sky, nodding slightly. This is the place. With her figure flickering, she quickly advanced towards the giant wind rock nest deep in the Beverly Mountains. Strangely, in the face of this clearly alien presence, all the wind rocks showed an instinctive fear, dared not approach, let alone attack. Even the stronger hunting male wind rocks made way upon her approach. The rarer mutated wind rocks also bowed slightly, lowering their heads in a human-like gesture. The black-robed girl slowly reached the deepest part of the wind rock nest. Great Nether Sea Goddess, what brings you here? The Wind Rock Queen said with slight surprise upon seeing her, her anthropomorphic expression showing astonishment, yet she quickly recovered and continued. I hope you can help me with something. A human will soon pass through Beverly Pass. Help me kill him. The Wind Rock Queen seemed a bit puzzled. The Nether Sea Goddess Hela in front of her was far more powerful than she was. Hela sought her assistance. Due to the ancient pact with the Wind Rock clan, the Wind Rock Queen had no right to refuse. He carries a trace of my aura, with which you can sense his general direction. Hela extended a white hand, and a thumb-sized crystalline formed from black water floated up, slowly drifting towards the Wind Rock Queen. Divine Power Crystal, the Wind Rock Queen's eyes brightened with joy. But the Wind Rock Queen's eyes, sharp enough to almost glow, after a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and said, Great Nether Sea Goddess, although according to the ancient covenant, I cannot refuse your request, I also have an agreement with the Dragon Empire, and I cannot personally help you deal with this human. So, I am unworthy of accepting your divine power crystal. Although the Wind Rock Queen is strong, an epic-level pinnacle powerhouse, her strength is not the key when it comes to the Dragon Empire, which has more than a dozen Dragon Knights. The key is her speed. The Wind Rock Queen's nickname is Lightning Walker, and her speed is unrivaled. The name Lightning Walker Trist is renowned among all epic-level powerhouses, which is also why the Wind Rock clan can nest in the Beverly Pass area. The Empire doesn't take things lightly, and it was only after several unsuccessful sieges that they reached an agreement with the Wind Rock Queen. Trist, consider this divine power crystal as my gift. You can send your subordinates to deal with this human. I hope you won't neglect me. The Nether Sea Goddess Hela looked deeply at the Wind Rock Queen and said, Moreover, this human can transform into a dragon man and is skilled in close combat. As soon as the words were spoken, the black-robed young girl, who was Hela's avatar, suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in front of the Wind Rock Queen. Skilled in close combat. That's exactly what my clan excels at dealing with. The Wind Rock Queen Trist muttered to herself while picking up the floating divine power crystal. She understood why the Nether Sea goddess Hela came to her. But there was another question. What exactly did the human boy named Rain do to make a divine being so concerned? After pondering for a moment, Trist shook her head, unable to figure it out. She said outwardly, "Bring Merrick over." "As you command, my queen." Meanwhile, inside the Snyder family mansion in Marne City, after some pleasantries, Luther arranged for everyone to move to a more secretive small meeting room. General Howie, Lord Rain. This room is fortified with multiple protection, which are raised to prevent eavesdropping and spying. It can effectively block certain distant surveillance. Rain nodded, having heard of such protection which arrays before. Of course, if it faced the true form of a divine being or some exceptionally powerful avatar, then these protection which arrays wouldn't be much more effective than thin paper. But if it was just a projection of a divine being or the descent of a saint, they would be very effective. As everyone took their seats, a man and a woman, two department heads behind General Howie, quickly pulled out notebooks and pens, diligently taking notes. Seeing Rain's slightly surprised look, the competent woman smiled faintly and said, "Lord Rain, what you're talking about is extremely important. According to the regulations of the Sword Bearers, anything involving divine beings must be reported to the Sword Holder headquarters immediately." "I see." Rain showed a look of understanding and nodded. "Lord Rain, to more accurately report the situation you encountered this time, if Fiornato and Lena ask any offensive questions, please don't mind," General Howie said with a smile. "Of course not, I understand, it's just work." Rain smiled and said. Thus Rain began to slowly recount, including titled Knight Luther, who was also listening attentively. After all, this involved intelligence about a true god who was in the process of revival, and it couldn't be taken too seriously. 10 minutes later, the competent young woman named Lena, with a puzzled look, asked, "I'm sorry that, Lord Rain, you just said you refused the other solicitation, and they were very angry. But as far as we know, even if it's just a projection of a true god, generally they are highly wise. Normally, it's very hard to provoke them with just a few words. So, how did you make the other very angry? Was it something you said or an action you took?" To Lena's question, even General Howie and others present nodded slightly. They were equally puzzled by this. After all, the Nether Sea goddess Hela was renowned since ancient times. Among the numerous divines recorded in the Empire's tomes, she is one of the top-ranked beings. How could her emotions be so easily swayed, affecting her power's effectiveness? It didn't make sense. Rain hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't remember, but now looking back, what he said seemed, how to say, somewhat arrogant. At least that's how it would appear to outsiders. However, after thinking for a bit, Rain decided to tell the truth. After all, if what he shared could lead the Empire to discover a vulnerability of the divine being, would be extremely valuable. Actually, I didn't say much. The other said submit or die, and I said I choose neither. I also said you hit me and it hurt, so I have to hit back. Then the other got really angry. Rain shrugged and said, Everyone present was stunned, including Fiornato and Lena, who were taking notes. Their pens paused as they lifted their heads, eyes wide, looking at Rain with an expression of disbelief. Several seconds later, it was General Howie who recovered first, exclaiming loudly in praise. "Haha, good. Lord Rain truly deserves to be the Empire's fine gold level swordsman." Admiral Howie, you must be mistaken. I'm still a Diamond Star swordsman. Fine gold level swordsmen are only found at headquarters. Rain was now puzzled. Right, I almost forgot, Lord Rain. You might not have received this news yet. Admiral Howie smiled and signaled to the middle-aged man beside him. "Lord Rain, one of these documents is a formal letter just transferred today from the Minster branch, and the other is an attachment, which is the Sword Holder headquarters promotion order for you." The middle-aged man named Fiornato respectfully took out 2 official documents from a briefcase beside him and handed them to Rain. Rain raised an eyebrow, took them, and immediately began to read. First was the promotion letter, hereby promoted, report within 1 month. Secondly, a formal letter signed by Admiral Edward, return to Minster as soon as possible, preparatory work. After quickly reading through the two official documents, Rain nodded. Only then did he understand why both Admiral Howie and these two sword-holder department heads treated him with such respect. It turned out that he had now been assigned to the Empire sword-holder headquarters, and among all sword-holders, he held the highest administrative level of fine gold. No wonder. To the Imperial City, indeed, it's time to go. My Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method's second layer is still at the school over there. Rain mused. Initially, he had plans to visit Imperial City Tamriel soon, and now it seemed like perfect timing. After reading the two official documents, Rain continued to describe the situation of that battle. A few minutes later, the capable and mature woman Lena asked again, Lord Rain, judging by what you've described, the opponent's final strike focused most of its energy on the attack. Although it was powerful, it was evidently somewhat reckless. It's hard to imagine why that person would do such a thing. Did you say something or do something? Because the opponent's behavior greatly contradicted the records of the Nether Sea goddess Hela in ancient texts. In the various stories recorded about Hela, the counterpart acted more rationally, haughty, and wisely. But in Rain's account, it was entirely inconsistent. Well, this time, Rain was genuinely a bit embarrassed to speak. Seeing Rain's expression, everyone became even more curious. Could it be that Lord Rain before them had done something extraordinary again? Ahem. Lord Rain, if it involves your privacy and is inconvenient to disclose, there's no need to speak. Admiral Howie coughed, providing an escape route. Although he was quite curious, Rain's current status as the Empire's fine gold-level swordsman required even a branch leader like him to maintain due respect. It's not that, it's just that what I said at that time was somewhat arrogant. By the way, since you two are responsible for documentation, remember to note that my words at the time were meant to provoke the opponent. Of course, Lord Rain. Lena and Fiornato quickly nodded in agreement. Well, at that time the other side solicited me again, wanting me to submit, but I said perhaps if you submitted to me, I would consider it. Rain couldn't help but blush slightly as he spoke the latter half of the sentence. He himself felt a bit embarrassed to say it out loud. Yet Rain underestimated the impact of his words. No sooner had he spoken than the surroundings fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. This time, even Admiral Howie, who had seen much of the world, looked at Rain as if witnessing a cow flying in the sky, utterly stunned. And Luther inwardly roared, "Oh my, Lord Rain, you're too. Is this arrogance? This is an earth-shattering statement." Luther searched his heart for a long time but couldn't find the right words to describe Rain, who said such a thing. Ahem, remember to note that I said this to provoke the opponent. Rain looked at everyone's expressions and realized how shocking his words were, so he took the initiative to remind them. Oh, all right. All right, Lord Rain. The two responsible for recording nodded repeatedly, slightly flustered, and began to write furiously in their notebooks. Lord Rain, one last question. What do you think of that one's projection, its overall strength? Fiornato posed the final question. Well, it's hard to say, judging from the energy limit they can manipulate. It's probably not at the epic level, but their witchcraft and extraordinary battle techniques have already surpassed what a crystallization wizard or titled knight can achieve. Rain recalled the battle situation at the time and answered seriously. I beg your pardon, Lord Rain. How did you defeat them? Fiornato said with a puzzled expression. Because Rain, though strong, is not an epic-level powerhouse. According to Rain's statement, if the opponent is so strong, it means that apart from an Imperial Guardian, an epic-level power, no one else, including Rain, would be able to defeat them. Perhaps my physique is rather unique, with thick skin and good physical strength, which caused the projection's energy to deplete greatly. Rain was slightly surprised and said, this involved system recovery and point recovery for physical strength, which Rain naturally glossed over. Yes, I can attest to that. Lord Rain's unique physique was evident in the battle with Ancestor Dragon. Calaxius, Luther agreed from the side. Then there's no problem. Thank you very much, Lord Rain, for your honest account. We will report this immediately. Fiornato nodded slightly, giving thanks. By the way, Lord Rain, your badge and official letter. At this moment, Luther remembered something and took out a transparent circular insignia and a letter from his bosom to give to Rain. The Ice Claw Bear mercenary group is still in Marn City. Do you wish to meet with them? Luther added, no need, just trouble Lord Luther to tell Fandar. I intend to return to Minster immediately. Rain shook his head and said, his badge remains the Diamond Star Sword Bearer's emblem, and as for the fine gold-level badge, One naturally has to go to the sword holder headquarters to exchange it. Lord Rain, do you plan to return to Minster Province immediately? Upon hearing Rain's plan, Admiral Howie and Luther exchanged glances and immediately understood why Rain was doing this. Very well, Lord Rain, do you need to replenish anything on your side? Admiral Howie proactively asked. If the Marn branch has rare metals, I intend to replenish some. Rain thought for a moment and said, of course, it's a trivial matter. Lena, note down what Lord Rain needs to exchange and quickly handle it. Admiral Howie immediately agreed. All right, my lord. 1 hour later, after replenishing nearly 100 kilograms of various rare metals, such as hardened essence gold and enchanted silver, Rain not only fully restored the rare metals consumed during the previous battle, but also more than before. It's not that Rain was greedy, but his transformation into Dragon Man weapons and armor size, as well as the release of Metal Series Witchcraft, all required more metal reserves. Fortunately, the blood-feathered horned eagle is renowned for its strength. Speed is not its strong suit. Slower is fine as long as it can fly. After bidding farewell to Luther and the others, Rain and Anna rode the horned owl beast, once again heading south into the sky. In the skies over Beverly Pass, hundreds upon thousands of wind rocks were circling. With a particularly massive golden-winged wind rock at the center of the group, it was the leader of the mutated wind rock, nicknamed Intestine Breaker, Merrick. Originally, after receiving the mission orders from his queen, Merrick planned to actively seek out the target, Rain, guided by the divine power crystal. But just as he was about to depart, Merrick was surprised to discover that the opponent was swiftly advancing toward the Beverly Pass location. In other words, there was no need to actively attack. The opponent was already on the path to self-immolation. However, regarding the task entrusted by his queen, Merrick naturally could not take it lightly. Hence he gathered thousands of wind rocks under his command. Even if the opponent is strong, as long as they are not an epic-level powerhouse, Merrick has absolute confidence. After all, thousands of tribe members, each unleashing a wind blade together, could overwhelm this Rain to death. At this moment, Rain was on the back of the horned owl beast. Contemplating the battle with the projection of Nether Sea Goddess Hela, it could be considered a type of battle review. At the beginning of the battle, when Hela's projection was not yet angered by him, she was exceptionally difficult to handle, adept at various witchcraft and extraordinary battle techniques. Moreover, the coordination between combat skills and witchcraft was seamless, giving Rain the impression he was fighting a high-performance robot, with all his responses seemingly anticipated by the opponent. Only when the opponent's emotions began to fluctuate, although the power of the attacks increased, the precision between moves was lost, granting Rain an opportunity to retaliate. Upon careful reflection now, two key elements contributed to his victory over the opponent. The first was his tough skin and thick flesh, thanks to the top-level steel body and high-speed healing talents, which owed to the mutated dragon bloodline. The second was the further enhancement to his spiritual power after advancing to second-level liquidization wizard, enabling him to perceive and capture the opponent's attacks. Had he remained at the level of a first-level wizard, this battle might have been more difficult. Additionally, these two elements determined the direction Rain needed to strengthen subsequently. Firstly, spiritual power needed further enhancement to accelerate the liquefaction process. This required him to quickly visit the Bixiu Mechanization School and apply to Mentor Megaro for the second layer of Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. This is also one of the prerequisites for transitioning to a Dragon Vein wizard. Therefore, in terms of importance, accelerating the liquefaction process is the top priority. Secondly, it's about finding opportunities to continually enhance the dragon bloodline concentration, which might be achieved deliberately by searching for dragons or dragon-descendant monsters for tasks after joining the Sword Holder headquarters. Lastly, Rain plans to learn from Nether Sea Goddess Hela's combat style, further integrating Metal Series Witchcraft into his own combat. Of course, this is a grand undertaking, requiring him to peruse more ancient books and contemplate which witchcraft and moves complement each other, which isn't urgent at the moment. Now that he has enough rare metal, he can practice the liquidation kill move multiple cutting net, integrating it into his combat style. This also serves as a balance between melee and ranged attacks in his current strategy. As time passed, two people gazed at the towering mountains ahead. In the middle of the mountains was a gap emitting a faint purple hue, which was the purple knotwood forest at Beverly Pass. Thus, Rain immediately controlled Blood Feather to gradually descend. Due to the conspicuous characteristics of the blue-purple, horned owl beast and Rain's white wizard robe, and because the previous battle hadn't happened too long ago, it was still vividly remembered in the guards' minds. They naturally immediately responded, realizing the Imperial swordsman from last time had returned. Soon, there were troops stationed at Beverly Pass reporting to their superior. "Haha, Lord Rain, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." A burly, bearded Great Knight hurriedly approached and warmly greeted. It was the same Great Knight who helped Rain interrogate the Black Flame cult members last time, also the highest-ranking officer guarding Beverly Pass. "Gray, Miss Anna, hello." "Hello, Great Knight Gray." Anna smiled lightly and responded, "Would you two like to come over to my place and rest for a while?" "Sir Gray, this time it won't be possible, we must hurry along." Rain smiled and declined Gray's offer. "That is too bad, Lord Rain, Miss Anna, but I will accompany you there," the bearded Gray said in a slightly flattering tone. Since witnessing the excessively young Lord Rain's skills, Gray knew that if given the chance, he must establish friendly ties with him. "It's a bother then." Rain glanced around and did not refuse. Because at this moment, there was already a long queue of caravans and travelers outside the pass, all wanting to pass through the Beverly Pass. With guards paving the way, the speed would undoubtedly be much faster. For Rain, the faster the return, the better, and as an Empire combat personnel, this was the convenience he ought to enjoy. Upon Rain's agreement, Gray slightly excitedly waved his hand, and immediately a squad of guards paved the way, escorting Rain and his group swiftly through Beverly Pass. But halfway through the journey, suddenly a few crows flew over from the horizon, accompanied by a few hoarse caw-caw sounds, swiftly passing overhead of Rain's group. Rain, something seems off up ahead. The crows say there are many wind rocks gathering ahead." Anna lightly furrowed her eyebrows, turned her head, and softly spoke to Rain. As a druid, she naturally has considerable expertise in understanding bird language. Wind rocks gathering." Rain peered into the distance. This place was the Wind Rocks territory, so a large gathering of them seemed unsurprising. However, upon deliberate observation, he faintly sensed something amiss. Because weak threats were transmitting from in front and his sides. At this moment, from high up in the sky on both sides of Beverly Pass, numerous small gray dots appeared, soaring up and heading straight for his location. So many wind rocks, many guards couldn't help but exclaim. Travelers and caravan guards within the passage displayed expressions of panic and dismay. How could there be so many? Great Knight Gray also looked sternly towards the horizon. "Lord Rain, something's wrong. I've been stationed here for over 2 years and never have so many wind rocks attacked at once." Seeing this, Rain understood immediately that they were after him. "Sir Gray, they must be coming for me. Please make sure to protect Anna." With a quick thought, Rain devised a strategy. An empty-horned owl beast couldn't outfly the swift wind rock. Moreover, the blood-feathered horned owl beast, if carrying both Anna and him, would be almost fully loaded, so there wouldn't be time to escape. Even if they could flee a short distance, they'd be quickly caught up. Besides, he had never intended to run. "Rest assured, Lord Rain. Quickly escort Miss Anna to the nearby cave for safety." Great Knight Gray turned and instructed his subordinates immediately. Yet he himself, along with a team of elite guards, remained at Rain's side, not leaving. "Prepare the purple swollen wood fruit." Actually, at this moment, Rain had somewhat realized who might be pulling strings behind the scene. It couldn't be someone from the Empire. If it were, the Empire could have long avoided the wind rock nesting in Beverly Pass. Nor could it be the Black Flame cult, because when he previously killed their great priest Erickson at Beverly Pass, not a single wind rock came to their aid. So, it must be the doing of the Nether Sea goddess Hela. Other than that, Rain truly couldn't fathom who else would have such power to command a wind rock attack on him. Chirp, chirp, thousands of wind rocks hovered above Rain's head, and soon, a golden-winged wind rock, several sizes larger than the typical ones, appeared overhead of Rain and Gray. The nearby caravan and Imperial garrison turned pale and exclaimed, This is the mutated wind rock leader, Intestine Breaker Merrick. It's incredibly fast. It loves to slash through the prey's abdomen at high speed. The wind blades on its wings will instantly bisect the prey, spilling their guts everywhere, said a caravan guard, his face white as he spoke. Yes, exactly. And afterwards the prey often dies from fear, howling in pain. Another caravan official, equally pale, added in agreement. Merrick attacking Beverly Pass, are you declaring war on the Empire on behalf of the Wind Rock clan? Great Knight Grey, with a bushy beard, angrily demanded. Ha, don't use such words to threaten me. The head of the Golden Wind Rock disdainfully sneered in a rather human-like manner. If war were the intention, it would be our queen making the move, not me. Besides, do you think I don't know the agreement between our clan and the Empire? The agreement only restricts our queen from acting capriciously, but it places no limits on us. Leave now, of course. If you wish to die along with this human, I can certainly oblige, said Merrick, narrowing his pair of golden round eyes. So they really were here for him, Rain thought to himself. The provocation made the bearded Grey, the highest-ranking officer at Beverly Pass, flush with anger. Just as he was about to say something, Rain patted his shoulder and calmly said, "Leave this to me, don't worry." Then, "Lord Rain, please be careful." Rain's calm words seemed to suddenly calm the bearded Grey as well. He suddenly recalled that the young wizard in front of him was extremely powerful. Last time, he also quickly dealt with the Black Flame cult's great priest. Although this time the Wind Rocks were formidable, he had confidence in Lord Rain. Indeed, being here would only result in unnecessary casualties without any significant effect. Retreat! Grey forcefully waved his hand, ordering the guards to swiftly withdraw to the side. A wise choice. Intestine Breaker Merrick, witnessing this, couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. In its view, Rain was already a trapped prey. Now, with the Imperial Guards stepping aside, he was more isolated. With no chance to turn the tables, soon it would hold Rain's head and receive commendation from their queen. Chirp, eliminate him, Wind Blade kill formation. To avoid any surprises from a prolonged battle, Merrick immediately called out crisply, launching an attack. At the same time, it flapped its extraordinarily large wings, and in the next second, two crescent-shaped pale azure streams, over 3 meters in length, emerged from the tips of its wings, striking directly at Rain. Merrick's initiating attack practically signaled a charge. The dense wind rocks in the sky started chirping in unison, swiftly following their leader's example, and bombarded Rain with wind blade strikes. Though their wind blades were limited in power, each over a meter long, some wind rocks could only release a single wind blade. Their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, within Rain's line of sight, he was surrounded by a torrential barrage of pale azure wind blades, attacking him like a storm. Witnessing this seemingly catastrophic scene, caravan guards and travelers nearby were already trembling with fear, and even the Imperial Guards, who had faith in Rain, couldn't help but feel anxious. As everyone fixed their gaze without blinking, watching how Rain would respond, Shadow Step, Metal Barrier. In an instant, Rain created a series of illusions with different forms, each lifelike, making it difficult to discern the real body from illusions. Simultaneously, the surface of his body revealed 4 dark silver kite shields formed from magical silver for protection. However, the number of wind blades was overwhelming. Even with Rain's 9 illusions dispersing their concentrated attack, both his real body and illusions were relentlessly struck in a sweeping and nearly saturated assault. Every illusion suffered several dozen wind blade attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Many wind blades struck the surrounding ground, causing dust to rise, with such power that it resembled artillery plowing the earth. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Intestine Breaker Merrick nodded in satisfaction. This was the foundation of its confidence. In its understanding, unless the opponent was of epic level, there was absolutely no chance of being spared from thousands of wind blades. Clang, clang, clatter. At this moment, an unusual sound came through the smoke. Merrick narrowed its eyes, observing carefully through the dust. Saw the wind blade attacks on Rain's real body being almost completely blocked by Rain's 4 kite shields, while those few wind blades that slipped through the shield gaps were crushed by Rain's bare hands. Impressive speed. Seeing Rain's rapid series of illusions and maneuvers, Intestine Breaker Merrick couldn't help but be astonished. It hadn't noticed that, with Rain's recent maneuvers, the vast army of wind rocks in the sky also began to move accordingly. Soon, the rock formation, originally attacking from all directions in a circular distribution, was transformed into a dense fan-shaped alignment with Rain precisely at the apex. Witnessing this, Rain couldn't help but smile. The saying goes, an eye for an eye makes no offense. Being defensively passive was not his fighting style, and now it was Rain's turn to strike back. Metal Morphing Spell. Cutting Net. Sharpness Technique. Rain quickly chanted incantations, and before him appeared almost out of thin air three tightly arranged black metal nets, which instantly shone with dense silver light. Sorcery counterattack, multiple cutting net. With a heavy swing of Rain's right hand, the three flashing silver metal giant nets was sequentially launched toward the fan-shaped area in the sky filled with wind rocks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rain, experienced in battle, timed his sorcery counterattacks perfectly. Just at the moment, when most of the rocks had already launched one round of wind blades, but hadn't had time to launch a second. This allowed the first metal cutting net, though shattered by the combined wind blade attacks of many rocks. But the subsequent two metal cutting nets were completely beyond the rock's ability to resist. The next two incredibly sharp silver giant nets solidly blasted into the dense rock swarm. Immediately, the rocks screamed in agony, suffering heavy casualties. Severed wings, fragments of flesh, and countless chaotic feathers scattered like a bird rain. The once overwhelming rock group was torn open by Rain's sorcery counterattack multiple cutting net, leaving a huge hole. The blue sky became clearly visible through the massive gap. Crucially, Rain's move directly crushed the rock's morale, sending them fleeing in panic. Suddenly, the situation reversed. Good. Gray, with a bushy beard, shouted excitedly, his face turning red. So powerful, as expected of Lord Rain. Lord Rain, kill more. The Imperial Guards couldn't help but praise. For these rocks, the garrison at Beverly Pass held no fondness and wished Rain would slaughter more. You seek death. Merrick, nicknamed Intestine Breaker, saw this and what happened, eyes widening with ferocity. Originally, it intended to let its thousands of rocks collectively unleash wind blades, at least injuring Rain all over, while somewhat testing the opponent's strength. Unexpectedly, not only did the wind blade kill formation fail to harm the opponent, but the counterattack was also so fierce. In one move, Rain used an unprecedented Metal Series sorcery counterattack to slaughter at least several hundred of its subordinate rocks. This made Merrick's heart bleed. Remember, most of its rocks were related by blood. Some were descendants, others parents. Although none matched its strength, their loyalty was unquestionable, forming the backbone of its reign over the rock flock. Additionally, Merrick could clearly sense that Rain's recent sorcery counterattack's energy fluctuation wasn't exceptionally strong, roughly at the power level of just entering third-level witchcraft. As one of the 4 mutated Wind Rock commanders, Intestine Breaker Merrick naturally feared nothing. Even if Rain were a third-level crystallization wizard, it could still cleave him in two. A ray of blue and gold light intertwined descended from the sky. The light rushed to Rain's position, its speed like a 2-color lightning. Zip! The white wave-shaped airflow that Merrick generated on breaking the sound barrier cut the purple lumpy woods on both sides into halves. Meanwhile, the turf several meters from Merrick on the ground resembled being plowed by a lawnmower, instantly clearing a strip of soil. Such power was evident. "Watch out!" Anna's small mouth parted slightly as she exclaimed in surprise. "Lord Rain, watch out." Gray, with a full beard, turned pale upon seeing this scene and immediately shouted a warning. The power of this attack, if it were up to him to resist, would surely cost him his life. He just didn't know if Lord Rain could withstand it. The move being used by Merrick was precisely the origin of the title Intestine Breaker, his ultimate move, Wind Wing Cutting. Each of his nearly 10-meter-long wings gathered an intensely formidable blade like green energy. Facing the ferocious attack from Merrick, Rain's pupils contracted. The intensity of the energy on the opponent's wings surpassed that of several third-level crystallization wizards he had fought against. Nearing the level of a legendary peak, Dragon Man General Form, Metal Morphing Spell, Iron Wall, Metal Barrier, Roar. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the blood vessels in Rain's neck bulged conspicuously, his muscles swelled, and his white wizard robe instantly burst apart, scattering fragments of cloth into the air. His bare skin began to thicken and darken, dragon scales emerged piece by piece. His eyes changed from horizontal pupils to vertical ones. His fingertips grew long and became extremely sharp, and the last segment of his tailbone rapidly protruded, growing into a thick and powerful tail. The 4 kite shields of the metal barrier and the tower, shield held in his left hand, lined up in a straight line in front of Rain. His right hand wielded a massive single-bladed battle axe. In an instant, a fierce dragon man wielding axe and shield appeared in front of Merrick. Despite this, Merrick showed no fear and instead accelerated further, slashing towards Rain in the Dragon Man General Form at the waist. Merrick had an exceptionally firm confidence in his ultimate move. Because a legendary species Iron Plate Demon Tyrannosaurus, known for its defense, was once cut into its abdomen up to its spine with one strike and died on the spot. Bang, 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 bang. In succession, 4 crisp sounds rang out as the kite shields, transformed from hardened essence gold, were almost instantly cleaved in half by Merrick's wind energy-charged giant wings. Only the tower shield reinforced with the top-secret technique iron wall momentarily impeded Merrick. But it still couldn't stop him. Just as Merrick's giant wings were about to cut through the tower shield as well, suddenly, a massive dragon claw covered in scales firmly pressed down on his iron beak and head. Is he not using his hand? Merrick wondered to himself. Because Merrick's iron beak was the place where the energy of his ultimate move wind wing cutting was most concentrated and most powerful. As he thought this in an instant, a silver arc of light flashed from the root of his right wing from bottom to top. That silver light was the single-bladed giant axe performing the top-level axe secret technique flash cut. In a moment, the shield shattered and the wing snapped. The iron beak had just pierced into Rain's dragon claw's palm when Merrick felt intense pain from his left wing. With his left wing severed, Merrick's body balance was immediately disrupted, and the ultimate move wind wing cutting was naturally out of the question. Next, the speed declined. Merrick only felt his vision go dark as his head and iron beak were gripped by Rain's claw, unable even to cry out. The next second, yet another silver arc of light flashed past. Instantly, Merrick felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a sense of lightness, as if something was leaking from his body. At this moment, the scene that presented itself before everyone was as follows. A gigantic, ferocious dragon man clutching the upper half of the mutated Windrock Commander Merrick, who had been sliced in half at the waist, with blood-soaked golden Windrock remnants and various intestines, stomach, and other organs strewn on the ground. Although the dragon man's left claw was also bleeding, it didn't affect its ferocious aura in the slightest. Intestine breaker, known to sever intestines, had in turn been severed. As Rain released the dragon claw, he heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Thud, the upper half of the mutated Windrock Commander Intestine Breaker Merrick's mangled body crashed heavily to the ground. Even though its life force was formidable, after being severed at the waist, its once luminous eyes became extremely dim, showing signs of being at the end of its life. It seemed to open its iron beak, as if wanting to say something, but its head tilted and it stopped moving, leaving its words unsaid. At this moment, Rain looked up at the group of wind rocks circling above him. Upon seeing their commander brutally killed, they dared not linger and immediately scattered like scared beasts. After all, this time they were the ones attacking Rain, not the other way around. Thus, the battle will of the wind rocks was not strong, and soon they dispersed quickly above Rain. With that, Rain swiftly released his Dragon Man general form and returned to his human shape. Suddenly, Rain noticed a translucent black crystal slipping out from the edge of Merrick's half-open iron beak. At first, Rain thought it was some kind of crystal core from its body, but upon a closer sensing, he found that within the black crystal seemed to be contained a very condensed and high-level energy. Moreover, the black crystal faintly exuded a vast and overwhelming aura, which made Rain even more moved, as this aura felt slightly familiar to him. "Hey, this is..." Rain's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He immediately bent down to pick it up. When he held the black crystal stone, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected a divine power crystal that can enhance the spiritual power liquidation level, accelerate absorption. Note: the system absorption can remove impurities and absorb it all at once. Divine power crystal? Rain raised an eyebrow. Although he had never seen such a thing, the divine power mentioned and the familiar aura he sensed led Rain to a certain conclusion. This should be something originating from that nether sea goddess Hela. Merrick must have used this thing to determine my location. Rain pondered to himself. After all, besides this explanation being quite reasonable, Rain couldn't figure out why a wind rock, even a mutated one, would have such a thing. If it was the handiwork of the nether sea goddess Hela, it would naturally be explainable. As for whether to absorb it as the system prompt suggests, Rain thought for a moment and chose yes. Since system absorption can directly expel impurities and anything harmful to him, Rain had no worries about any negative effects. Besides, if this thing is akin to a locator, it would be better to absorb it as soon as possible, eliminating a potential risk. In an instant, the black crystal disappeared in Rain's hand. A wisp of black smoke rose from his palm and drifted away with the wind. At the same time, Rain seemed to hear a fleeting feminine scream. Whether it was impurities or some mark from nether sea goddess Hela, he couldn't be sure. Rain felt an unusually scorching warm current suddenly seep into his palm, rushing straight to his brain. In a very short time, Rain felt the silver liquid in his mind increasing at a visible rate. Soon, it went from being unable to even enclose the crystal to resembling a pool of water, with double-layered crystals floating up and down within the pool. His spiritual power naturally became purer, allowing Rain to mobilize more energy particles with the same amount of spiritual power. Consumed compared to before, Rain glanced at the system panel, Spirit, 90, Liquidation 27%. Wow, it increased to 27% in one go. Rain couldn't help but gasp, his eyes widening. Rain glanced again at the liquidation progress of 27%, feeling a bit unreal for a moment. This level of enhancement is too exaggerated. If the spiritual power fogging process of a first-level wizard is something that most wizards have to measure in decades, then the liquidation of spiritual power is a long improvement process measured in centuries. Even for a talented wizard with exceptional gifts. At the second-level liquidization wizard stage, it could easily take 10 to 20 years. But how many days has it been since he advanced to second-level wizard? In a blink, the liquidation process was nearly a third complete. This was even before Rain had acquired the second layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. Calculating based on every point increase in liquidation level, enhancing the witchcraft power by 1 point. The power of the witchcraft he currently casts is nearly 30% stronger than when he first transitioned to second-level liquidized wizard. This thing called Divine Power Crystal is truly amazing. Suddenly, Rain found himself not hating the nether sea goddess Hela so much. In fact, he liked her a little bit, as long as she can provide him with more divine power crystals next time. However, this thing is obviously very rare. From the system prompt's name Divine Power Crystal, one might guess that unless one is a divine, it might be impossible to create such a thing. Otherwise, during his time in the Sword Bearer's branch, he would not have never heard of it. Upon returning, he needs to go to the library and thoroughly search for related information. If there were any channels to find or exchange for. This thing, a breakthrough to become a crystallization wizard, would be just around the corner. The scene just now when Rain absorbed it happened in an instant, and the onlookers nearby were still wide-eyed, staring at the ground littered with wind rock remains and the renowned intestine breaker Merrick. They didn't notice the changes happening with Rain. Here, at this moment, Anna came forward swiftly and handed Rain a brand new white wizard robe. It was only then that the people nearby snapped back to reality, and they began to discuss amongst themselves. "Oh my God, intestine breaker Merrick died just like that." Quite a few people exclaimed in shock. "Hey, do you know who this gentleman is?" A curious traveler asked those around him. "Not sure. To be so young and yet capable of defeating the mutated Wind Rock Commander Merrick, it's likely he's a powerful figure from the Imperial City." "That's right. Among all the strong figures in Casway's province, there's no one that matches the description of this young gentleman." An elder from a merchant caravan nodded in agreement. "I've heard nothing about such a strong figure from the even more distant Moselle province." Another caravan leader shook his head, adding, he had come from the distant Moselle province and had never heard of such a young top-level powerhouse. The captain of a caravan guard had his brow furrowed the whole time, seemingly pondering something until he suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked up with excitement and said, "Wait a minute, I think I've heard of this lord before. The recent dragon man transformation reminded me of a friend's tale about a young lord. Rain transforming into a dragon man to kill ancestor dragon Calexius on the Frostwind Prairie. Calexius, that mutated ancestor dragon, that's an ancient monster close to an epic level," gasped a traveler familiar with the situation. "Lord Grey, do you know the identity of this gentleman?" An elder from the caravan respectfully inquired of the bearded Grey beside him. After all, given Grey's enthusiastic demeanor just now, everyone could tell that if anyone here knew the origins of this young powerhouse, it would be Grey. "Of course, this is Lord Rain, the Imperial Sword Bearer. As for more details, I can't disclose them to you." The bearded Grey elevated his head, looking proud as he spoke. "So it's an Imperial Sword Bearer, no wonder. He should be a lord from the Tamriel Sword Bearer headquarters in the Imperial City. I've never heard of a branch lord being so powerful." An elder who seemed familiar with the Sword Bearer affairs remarked. In an instant, the Beverly Pass turned as noisy as a bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, as the person in question, Rain, after donning the white wizard robe, quickly reached the other end of Beverly Pass under the escort of the bearded Gray and his men. Lord Gray, after I leave, you must stay vigilant. I'm concerned the Wind Rock clan might take their anger out on you. Rain thought for a moment and cautioned. Rest assured, Lord Rain, I've already reported the situation just now. The bearded Gray firmly patted his robust chest as he assured. The Empire has more than just us here. As you know, an Imperial Guardian is stationed year-round at nearby Donia City, keeping an eye on the Wind Rock Queen. Gray whispered the last sentence particularly softly. An Imperial Guardian nearby? Rain pondered silently. He was unaware of this, but judging by Gray's expression, he mistakenly assumed he had known all along. That was him overthinking it. Then I'm relieved. Farewell, Lord Gray, until next time. Safe travels, Lord Rain. Rain and Anna mounted the blood-feathered horned eagle once again. With blood feathers soaring into the sky, Rain sped off toward the southern horizon. Just 5 minutes after taking off, Rain sensed a colored light rapidly approaching from his right, judging from its trajectory, seemingly coming from the depths of the Beverly Mountains. Moreover, the speed of the approaching entity was astonishing, startling Rain. Bear in mind that Intestine Breaker Merrick's speed was comparable to his full-thrust shadow step, yet the speed of this colored light surpassed Merrick's by more than double. Such speed and momentum. Rain realized there was only one possibility. Was that this time, the one coming was likely the queen of the Wind Rock clan, an epic powerhouse titled Lightning Walker Trist. Looks like I'll have to use that move. Rain's eyes flickered. The Soul Shatter strike from the core skills of a Warhammer wizard was currently his trump card, seemingly certain to injure even epic-level powerhouses. Because Soul Shatter strike deals true damage, unblockable by physical or elemental energy, even epic-level powerhouses would likely be heavily injured if struck by it. At that time, by fully activating Dragon Man general form, he might not be without a chance to fight. However, it's certainly unwise to engage in an aerial battle against the Wind Rock Queen. Just as Rain planned to descend rapidly, a resounding dragon roar echoed ahead. Roar! A massive silver object rose into the sky, also rushing toward his direction. Rain focused his gaze and saw a giant silver dragon, resembling the red dragon Tassa, which lay beneath the red Queen Minia he had encountered, yet it appeared more slender, more streamlined, and faster. In terms of speed compared to the approaching Wind Rock clan Queen Lightning Walker Trist, it was only slightly inferior. Within merely a few seconds, the silver and colored lights converged near Rain's right side. Trist, you're crossing the boundary. A slightly aged voice echoed from the back of the silver dragon. Speaker was a venerable old man, holding a twisted gray wooden staff, dressed in a gray wizard robe. The deep wrinkles on his forehead indicating his advanced age. Wakamas, are you going to stop me? This human before us killed my commander Merrick, and he must pay the price. Arriving in front of the silver dragon was a striking figure. Following that, a crisp female voice came from afar, approaching rapidly. This strange phenomenon was due to the individual's speed, which had far surpassed the speed of sound, hence the appearance of seeing the figure before hearing their voice. Rain's eyes slightly narrowed, looking at this striking figure, inwardly astonished. Because the figure no longer resembled a Wind Rockin. Anyway, if one insisted on a resemblance to a bird, would only be the dazzling feathered attire and the vibrant feathered headpiece. This was vastly different from the Wind Queen Trist's appearance that Rain had previously speculated. He originally thought that the Wind Queen Trist was a larger Wind Rock than Intestine Breaker Merrick. As it turned out, she was an exceptionally beautiful human female. Trist was well-proportioned, had fair skin, and her brilliant eyes were extremely deep. Coupled with her dazzling feathered attire, it gave her a unique aura. Furthermore, though one would expect the Wind Queen to be quite old, time seemed to have left no trace upon her. Merrick is dead. Hearing Trist's words, Wakamas, the Imperial Guardian named, couldn't help but look at Rain with confusion. He had naturally noticed Rain before, but never expected such a young man to be capable of killing the mutated Wind Rock commander Merrick. After all, Merrick, nicknamed Intestine Breaker, was a presence at the legendary peak with great speed. Even if Wakamas personally made a move, it would take some effort to kill him. Guardian Lord Rain from the Dragon Empire Mingster Sword Bearer's branch salutes you. At this moment, Rain faced Wakamas, bowing respectfully. Oh, you are a sword bearer. Wakamas's white eyebrows raised, showing a trace of a smile. As it turned out, Wakamas also originated from the Empire's sword-bearers, though he was the offspring of a great noble, joining the Imperial City Tamriel sword-bearers' headquarters right away. But this did not affect his favorable first impression of Rain, because even among the Empire's top guardians, those originating from the sword-bearers were not few. Moreover, sharing experience generally fostered positive relations, and there has traditionally been a sense of unity. Yes, my lord. Rain also smiled, taking out from his pocket the Diamond Star Sword-Bearer's badge and the promotion order from the Imperial City Sword-Bearers' headquarters, handing them to Wakamas. Quickly scanning the document's information, Wakamas looked at Rain with a gaze full of appreciation. He hadn't expected that the young man before him single-handedly dismantled the Sea God Sect's stronghold in Wailing Wind Fjord. No wonder he received commendation from Alfred and was promoted to Fine Gold-level sword-bearer. Fine Gold-level sword-bearer at such a young age. Could it be that another Imperial Guardian will arise from the sword-bearers? At this thought, Wakamas's face nearly smiled into a chrysanthemum. Seeing this scene, the Wind Queen's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She naturally knew the resume of this old opponent, even very aware of his subtle expressions. She immediately realized his budding admiration for talent, because the young man before them turned out to be a sword-bearer of the Dragon Empire, the same origin as the old fellow. This left the Wind Queen Trist in a dilemma, for if she acted, Wakamas would undoubtedly intervene. Even if she could kill this young man, the 1,000-year pact between the Wind Rock clan and the Empire would be shattered. Was it worth sacrificing thousands of clan members to kill this young man? This was a question she, as a leader, needed to ponder. But retreating so easily would also strip her of her dignity as the Wind Queen. Additionally, she couldn't sense the divine power crystal bestowed by the Nethersea goddess Hela on the young man. Yet she had just confirmed at Merrick's body that the divine power crystal was missing. It was perplexing. Although Trist wanted to confront the young man about the whereabouts of the divine power crystal immediately, she knew she couldn't ask this in the old fellow's presence. Once asked, it would likely backfire. Wakamas, then today I'll give you this face. Hearing this, Anna felt slightly relieved. The presence of the Wind Queen before her was overwhelmingly strong. Even the blood-feather-horned eagle was trembling in fear. Wakamas also inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Trist, nicknamed Lightning Walker, was immensely fast. Even he could barely match her speed. In actual fight, he could at best entangle her but couldn't ensure the young man's safety. But in the next moment, Trist's striking gold-blue eyes stared intensely at Rain. Spiritual shock. Instantly, an invisible wave shot straight at Rain. Suddenly, Rain grunted, his head felt as if pierced by needles, his whole body swayed. Witnessing this, Wakamas realized what had happened, furiously exclaiming, "Trist, you're playing with fire." "Wakamas, did you see me make a move?" "I didn't touch a thing." Trist spread her hands, her beautiful face looked innocent as she spoke. "You." Wakamas couldn't help but blow his beard and widen his eyes just as he was about to say something. Suddenly, Trist waved her hand, stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves, and said, "Wakamas, let's consider it settled this time, but next time may not be the same. Tell him not to come to the Beverly Mountains again." Trist knew that reaching this level was already the current limit. If she acted again, she feared she would touch the old man's bottom line. Besides, she was confident in the power of her recent spiritual shock, even a third level. Crystallization wizard caught off guard by her spiritual shock would be severely wounded. The young human boy in front of her may be exceptionally talented, but his strength definitely hasn't reached the level of a third-level crystallization wizard. If he was struck by her blow, he wouldn't become a fool, but he would spend decades healing. A genius had basically fallen. Since that was the case, her purpose for this trip was already achieved. "Rain?" Anna asked anxiously. Rain shook his head, though it was still throbbing with pain. He seemed to be able to endure it. Only that feeling of suddenly being hit by a heavy hammer naturally felt uncomfortable. Rain watched Trist depart, his eyes slightly narrowed. He believed he wouldn't take long to return to the Beverly Mountains, then he'd have a good talk with this Wind Rock Queen about today's events. What you just experienced was one of Trist's special talent abilities, a spiritual shock. "Wow, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. It seems your willpower is extraordinary." Wakamas looked at Rain, surprised. He thought that the young sword-bearer Rain would be severely injured. You must know, mental wounds are more difficult to heal compared to physical ones. Unexpectedly, this young man Rain surprised him again. The other parties will seem extremely resilient. Rain, judging by your appearance, you shouldn't be over 20, right? Truly a rare genius. By the way, did you say you're from Minster? Yet looking at you, you don't seem to be a descendant of young Farella, Duke of Minter's real name. Walkmas showed a trace of puzzlement, muttering to himself. Lord Walkmas, the Duke graciously cared for me. He is a respected elder. Rain smiled as he spoke. An elder? Ha ha ha, by the way, are you planning to head back to Minster first? Remember to send regards to young Farella for me. The last time I saw him, he was just a 14 or 15-year-old lad. Walkmas laughed heartily, his face showing reminiscence. Also, Rain, if you go to the Imperial City, make sure to visit the Steady family sometime. This is Pascal's scale. Walkmas smiled as he spoke, while handing a silver dragon scale to Rain. Certainly, thank you Lord Walkmas for your help this time. Rain accepted the silver dragon scale respectfully. Meanwhile, he was astounded by Walkmas's age in his heart. The other party actually called the grandfather generation Duke of Minter young Farella. The time span since their last meeting was at least 40 to 50 years ago. Is this the time concept of a high-rank wizard? How old must this guardian lord be? Soon after, Rain and Anna bid farewell to the Imperial Guardian Walkmas and set off again. Heading towards Minster, half a day later. Look, Rain, the Hammerfall Mountains. Anna pointed with her fair hand at the gray and black daunting peaks ahead, exclaiming with surprise. Yes, once we pass through Hammerfall Fortress, we will be close to Minster. Rain smiled and nodded. Last time when he passed through Hammerfall Fortress, there was some trouble due to the lava creature riot. Along the way, he had slain many molten lava snakes and 2-headed molten lava dogs. Who knows if this time, everything will go smoothly. When Rain gently piloted the horned owl beast to land, he discovered that the road leading to Stonehammer Fortress was crowded with merchant caravans and travelers. Clearly, since his last visit, the underground lava monsters should have been thoroughly cleared by the Empire. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many caravans. Thus, Rain and Anna smoothly passed through Stonehammer Fortress. After several more hours of flying, finally, the majestic and familiar Haska mountain range appeared in sight, and the city of Minster, built along the mountains, naturally came into view for the two of them. A few minutes later, at Rain Mansion. Brother, it's brother who's back. Sister Bo-He, playing with the spiritual greyhound Kai in the mansion's front courtyard, was the first to see the horned owl beast land. However, Bo-He's first hug was given to Anna. Sister Anna, I missed you so much. Bo-He rubbed against Anna's chest while acting coy. Bo-He, I missed you too. Anna affectionately kissed Bo-He, her eyes full of love. Rain's return was naturally a big event. Soon, the mansion became lively. After dining with his mother Emma and father Old Rain and everyone else, Rain went to the study alone. As for the sword-bearer's branch, he planned to discuss it tomorrow. Now he needed to think about some matters. Before heading to the Imperial City Tamriel, some preparations and issues need to be organized. Additionally, one thing is very important, and by priority, it might be ranked first, which is that he needs to accumulate some attribute points. Having experienced the battle with Hela's projection, Rain immediately felt that, for someone like him with thick skin, having enough remaining attribute points is highly significant. The method is simple. As long as he elevates the tailor profession level, not only can he harvest substantial attribute points, but also increase skill point reserves. Regarding skill points, Rain considered that, upon reaching the Imperial City, whether enhancing the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method to the second layer or learning new witchcraft, both require consuming skill points. Adhering to the principle of having surplus grains brings peace of mind at home, Rain planned to spend the next half-month focused on raising the tailor level. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With the door opening, the long unseen beautiful woman Jennifer appeared at the study door with a smile. Today, the beautiful woman wore a sky-blue silk long dress with an off-the-shoulder cut, showcasing her curvy figure, and the dress revealed a large expanse of white flesh from her chest. On her swan-like neck, there was only a shiny pearl necklace, but each pearl was perfectly round and large, clearly indicating they were exceptional. Moreover, the dress and pearl necklace combination created an overall impression of elegance and nobility. Dear, you finally returned. I've completed everything you entrusted to me last time, and besides, I've acquired something you'll surely like. Jennifer walked in gracefully and said with a smile. Oh, the things I entrusted last time. Have the raw materials for the mystical potion been mostly gathered? Rain pondered briefly, then replied with a revelation. Although the raw materials for the mystical potion are rare, I've already gathered 13 portions this time. In addition, there's something else, dear, care to guess? Jennifer took out a brown wooden box from behind her and shook it, saying, "Another surprise." Rain smiled too. He recalled that last time he had asked Jennifer to utilize Axon Auction House's top-level channel to collect some items related to dragons, such as dragon bones and dragon blood. Yet he didn't sense any related aura from the box, which leaves only something related to enhancing spiritual power. This is. Rain's perception sensed a hint of familiar aura through the box. Jennifer, where did you acquire this soul energy crystal? Rain couldn't help but express surprise. As we know, soul energy crystals are extremely precious. Even at the Sword Bearer's branch, they are not available for exchange. Whenever they appear at major auctions, they fetch astronomical prices. Didn't expect the beautiful woman before him to manage to get one, truly unexpected. Ah, dear, you managed to guess even this. Jennifer's watery, bright eyes stared at Rain blankly. She thought Rain would never guess. Firstly, soul energy crystals were beyond Rain's previous request to keep an eye out. Secondly, it was by mere chance that she saw an auction listing and then spent a huge sum to acquire it. Listing was submitted by a branch from Don County, detailing treasures from a declining earl's family in Don County, planning to auction in Axon Auction House. When she saw the soul energy crystal on this list and thought briefly, she realized it might be extremely useful to Rain. She immediately halted the item's auction and overpaid by 40% to secure it. This is also her privilege as a shareholder of Moonster Axon Auction House. Within Mingster's domain, as long as there are auction items she fancies, she can, most times, operate from the back end to acquire them with an early premium. Other shareholders also have this right. Rain accepted the wooden box and opened it to see. Indeed, inside were 3 neatly arranged soul energy crystals. Rain picked up one soul energy crystal, thought for a moment, and decided to use it. The effect of the soul energy crystal is to accelerate the vaporization and liquefaction of spiritual power. Previously, Rain used the soul energy crystal during the first-level vaporization stage. Now that he has entered the second-level liquefaction stage, he hasn't used it even once, naturally wanting to know the promotion effect of the soul energy crystal during the second-level liquefaction stage. Ding, detected a soul energy crystal that can enhance the degree of spiritual power liquefaction. Do you want to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can eliminate impurities and can be absorbed in one go. Yes. In an instant, Rain felt the silvery liquid in his mind begin to increase. But it only lasted for less than a second before this growth stopped. Obviously, in the spiritual power liquefaction stage, the effect of the soul energy crystal is far less beneficial than during the vaporization stage. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 90, liquefaction 28%, only able to increase by 1% at a time. Rain raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Previously at the vaporization stage, one soul energy crystal could increase from an initial 5% to 3% in the late stage, which was quite considerable. Unexpectedly, during the liquefaction stage, the increase margin dropped so much. However, from another perspective, wanting to increase the liquefaction degree by 1%, even a second-level wizard, based on different talent, would need to spend several months to several years. 3 soul energy crystals can improve the progress by 3%, which is already quite good. Thinking it over, Rain took the remaining 2 soul energy crystals from the box and operated the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method. In an instant, these 2 were also completely absorbed by Rain, and the spiritual attribute on the panel prominently showed 90, liquefaction 30%. The beautiful woman beside him was stunned to see this. Now, as a shareholder of the Axon Auction House Mingster branch, her horizons had greatly expanded, and she had heard a lot about wizard secrets that she didn't understand at all before. Isn't it said that this soul energy crystal can only be absorbed one at a time, requiring a lengthy off period to eliminate impurities in between? How come her dear seems to have absorbed all 3 at once? My constitution is special, allowing me to absorb more crystals than an ordinary wizard. Rain naturally noticed the doubt in the beautiful woman's eyes and explained casually. Oh, I see, dear. Doesn't it mean these soul energy crystals are beneficial for you? The beautiful woman seemed to think of something, and her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Because of Rain, her status in the Mingster province had also risen significantly. Previously, as a baroness, she was at most a pretty widow with no worries about food and clothing. But ever since clinging to Rain's big leg, she realized how breathtaking the scenery was up high. However, Jennifer had one thing particularly solidly grasped, which was that she was very clear everything she had was bound to Rain. They thrived together, suffer together. Therefore, anything that could enhance her man's strength was what she had to strive for commercially. I will immediately have people focus on this soul energy crystal. As long as any enters the auction, I will do my utmost to secure it. The beautiful woman said seriously, her pretty face turning solemn. But will this affect the flow capital of the commerce? Rain nodded, smiling as he patted the back of the beautiful woman's fair hand. He knew that even though he could purchase them at a premium backstage in advance, the gold coins spent would certainly not be few. Besides, sometimes they would face competition with other shareholders. This matter is not as simple as the beautiful woman said. The marketplace is like a battlefield, that's the meaning. Even though he pushed the beautiful woman to the shareholder position of the Axon Auction House Mingster Province branch, besides allowing the beautiful woman to showcase her commercial talent, another purpose was to accumulate enough wealth to acquire some rare resources to feed back on his wizard's path. But Rain didn't think of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It's just that he didn't expect to receive such a good return so quickly, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. "Dear, don't worry, I'll arrange everything in business," the beautiful woman said. "By the way, there may be a mercenary group called Ice Claw Bear coming to Mingster in a while. Make sure to arrange them properly. They are quite powerful and well known in the Northland, so they should be a good booster for you." Rain suddenly remembered about the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group and told the beautiful woman. That's great," the beautiful woman rejoiced. Due to the shallow foundations of both the Crawley family and Rain, training transcendent level knights or wizard apprentices from a young age is not something that can be accomplished overnight. So, many of Jennifer's commercial ideas had to be temporarily abandoned without military support. If there could be a strong mercenary group joining the Warhammer and Rose commerce this time, she could do so much more, such as opening new trade routes and negotiating the transport of valuable resources. The beautiful woman's luscious red lips landed on Rain's cheek, while her full, rounded hips, wrapped in a water blue dress, took initiative and sat down. "Dear, I need a little reward." The beautiful woman's big watery eyes looked at him, and Rain certainly knew what it meant. 10,000 words omitted here. After a fierce battle in the study, the beautiful woman lay weakly in Rain's arms, panting. "By the way, the tailor master you found last time is called Euless, right? Have her take a few days off recently and come to the mansion to teach me some official tailoring skills," Rain said, refreshed. Okay, dear." The beautiful woman clearly hadn't quite wrapped her head around it. Shouldn't her dear be practicing extraordinary battle techniques or witchcraft? Why suddenly start learning tailoring? The last time making elastic underwear was a necessity for a transformation, but this time, could it be that Rain has taken a liking to this Euless? After all, the other party is a gentle and beautiful woman too. In an instant, the beautiful woman thought of many things. Never mind, tailoring probably requires quite a few things. It might even need some dyeing or something. Inform that Euless, starting tomorrow, let her shop close for a week. I will go to her shop and study tailoring skills properly. Rain thought it over and decided to visit in person, because compared to the apprenticeship period, being an official tailor involves quite a lot of tools and materials. As for letting her close down, for Rain, that was a trivial matter. It's worth noting that these tailor shops are properties of the Commerce Guild. Compared to enhancing his strength, closing a tailor shop is an insignificant matter. As for profits, they can almost be ignored. Okay, dear. Naturally, the beautiful woman didn't have any objections to this. However, thinking Rain might be interested in the gentle Euless, she used her remaining strength to sway her delicate waist actively. This quite surprised Rain. Is this unsatisfied? What followed was naturally an intense battle again. It wasn't until the beautiful woman was visibly exhausted that the fight came to an end. The next morning, inside Euless's tailor shop, Rain, accompanied by the beautiful Jennifer, arrived at the master tailor Euless's shop. The tailor shop was located on a bustling street of the Mingster Trade District, with streams of people passing by. Given Euless's extraordinary skills, business was always excellent, but today was an exception, as there was an unusually rare closed sign at the door. When the tall and handsome young Rain entered the tailor shop, all the female clerks and a few female tailors showed expressions of amazement. It was their first time seeing the big boss Viscount Rain. and they didn't expect him to be such a young and handsome nobleman. "Good day, esteemed Viscount Rain." Ulysses, having met Rain before, naturally recognized him instantly and respectfully gave a lady's curtsy. "Good day, Viscount." The female clerks and tailors followed Ulysses in greeting after snapping back to reality. Rain smiled and nodded, saying, "Hello, Ulysses, I might be interrupting your regular business this time." "Viscount, it's our tailor shop's honor for you to be here." Ulysses paid her respects once more. It wasn't her place to ask why Rain wanted to learn tailoring. Rain glanced around and saw that the tailor shop wasn't very large, about 70 or 80 square meters, with separate areas for ready-to-wear, fitting rooms and other partitions. As they entered the crafting area, Rain saw various materials neatly arranged on several long tables, including common linen, linen rolls, silk rolls, and various thick and thin threads. Scissors and knives were also a common sight. "Ulysses, I want to quickly improve my tailoring skills." "Which part should I practice making?" Rain asked directly without much small talk. "Well, Viscount, you've already tried making simple things last time, like underwear." Speaking of underwear, Ulysses blushed slightly. "My suggestion is to start with something simple in shape, but a bit more complex, like a linen coat." Ulysses suggested, "Once you're familiar, you can try making a linen shirt. Shirts have collars and need buttons, so it's a bit more complicated. However, since shirts come in various styles and colors, they're ideal for improving tailoring skills. Also, if you're interested, you can learn fabric dyeing." Talking about tailoring, Ulysses spoke eloquently and passionately. "All right, let's start with the linen coat as you suggest." Rain nodded and agreed. With Ulysses' guidance and Rain's exceptional learning ability, a few minutes later, the system prompt sounded. "You crafted a linen coat, related insights enhanced. You comprehended a new skill crafting, linen coat, your skill crafting linen coat improved. Experience points +3, you concentrated on crafting a linen coat for 10 minutes. Tailor profession experience points +1. Imperial City Tamriel. Amidst the lush and low-density inner ring, there's a luxurious standalone mansion with a sculpted depiction of a manticore on the gate. Due to the Imperial City's population density far exceeding regular cities, the entire city management is divided into multiple ring structures: inner ring, second ring, third ring, and fourth ring, etc. The fourth ring and beyond are for the trade district and civilian areas. Civilians having a home in the fourth ring of the Imperial City is considered the best acknowledgement of a lifetime's efforts. For the third ring, there are identity restrictions for purchasing, mostly reserved for nobles, church personnel, and top-tier merchants. As for the second ring, apart from the church middle and upper tiers, it starts from at least an earl. The inner ring is even more remarkable. Basically, if you're not a duke, there's absolutely no chance of having a spot here. Remember, the Dragon Empire royal family has a 1,000-year-old heritage, numerous offspring, and vast territories. Each province's ruling duke needs a residence in the Imperial City, not to mention the church hierarchy and major guardian families, including iconic structures like the Imperial Cone Cathedral, located here. Therefore, living in the inner ring is a symbol of power and status in the entire Dragon Empire. The mansion in the inner ring is the residence of the Empire's top prestigious family, the Drum family. A white-haired noble with his hair slicked back sat solemnly behind a large mahogany desk, listening to a report from the butler Owen. After a few minutes, the white-haired elder slowly asked, "So, you have confirmed that the Sam group was annihilated by a young sword-bearer named Rain from Minster Province. The elder is the Duke of Drum, and he is also the patron behind the Sam group. Although there are no less than 10 elite mercenary groups like the Sam Group, or teams working for him, Sam himself pleased him greatly, and now that he had died naturally, he wanted to look into it. Yes, we have also thoroughly investigated the other's resume and background over the past few days. This young man has no major background, but his talent is extraordinary, and he has advanced rapidly in strength. He is now a Diamond Star Swordman at the Minster Swordsman Division. Moreover, the other party has been involved in several Imperial operations and events, earning considerable admiration from Admiral Edward, the head of the Minster Swordsman Division, and we have also discovered that even the Duke of Minter seems to regard him highly." Butler Owen reported respectfully. The reason for reporting so many days after the annihilation of the Sam Group was precisely because of this. He spent a significant amount of time arranging for specialists to investigate in detail this young man's strength and background. In his view, if this Rain only had some strength but no background, there was no need to report to the Duke. He could just arrange for someone to deal with him. It was precisely because the opponent had an official background as an imperial swordsman that made it much more difficult to handle. Swordbearer, currently, the family lineage with the highest status among sword-bearers should be Greenwood, right? The white-haired elder frowned slightly and said, "Yes, Your Grace, it is indeed Lord Greenwood, who is now a secret silver-level sword-bearer at the sword-holder headquarters, just below the top-level fine gold-level sword-bearer." Since the opponent relies on being a sword-bearer and thinks he's invincible. And send Greenwood over. Tell this young man that since he was able to kill Sam, it shows he has remarkable strength, and as you also mentioned, he is quite young. I appreciate strong young individuals and am willing to offer him an opportunity. If he is willing to work for me in Sam's place, I can let the matter of the Sam group slide. Of course, the elf girl mentioned in Sam's previous report should naturally be brought here. The Duke of Drum pondered for a moment and slowly said, "As you command, Your Grace, I will contact Lord Greenwood immediately and set off for Minster as soon as possible." Butler Owen respectfully bowed. The quality he most admired in his Duke was precisely this. When considering matters, he never acted from his own emotions. As a superior, his Duke clearly saw the talent in Rain and thus extended an olive branch. This is also the reason why the Drum family has been thriving for a century. In Owen's view, his task this time was very simple. Invite Lord Greenwood to accompany him, demonstrate the strength of the Drum family as the Empire's top prestigious family, and once the other party understands the difference between them, he would then extend an olive branch to them. At this point, as long as the other party is not foolish, they will surely seize this opportunity tightly and work for the Drum family. As for the elf girl, she would naturally be handed over willingly. As the steward of Duke Drum, Owen had seen the situation countless times. Significant portion of those currently serving the Duke as white gloves joined the Drum family in this manner. Compared to women, the ladder of advancement and continuous resources are what's most important. With power and status, what woman can't be obtained? Any smart person would understand this. Half an hour later, in the inner ring of the imperial city, a luxurious carriage adorned with the family crest of the scorpion-tail lion stood parked near the main entrance of a majestic building. Soon after, a young man clad in bright silver knight armor boarded the carriage. "Master Greenwood, sorry to trouble you this time." Steward Owen bowed slightly, speaking. Greenwood was the nephew of Duke Drum, but with outstanding talent on the path of the knight, the Drum family had focused on his cultivation from a young age. After exhausting a vast amount of financial resources, various rare potions, and hiring multiple renowned teachers, he finally, in his early 30s, comprehended a glimmer of will, stepping halfway into becoming a titled knight. By the end of last year, he had further advanced to the secret silver-level sword-bearer. Looking across the entire Dragon Empire, Greenwood was among the most elite of his age group. "Steward Owen, no need to be so courteous. If the family requires my presence, it's only my duty. However, I'm currently comprehending a top-level swordsmanship mysteries, so it would be best if we could proceed quickly." The handsome Greenwood smiled slightly, speaking with considerable courtesy. He was familiar with his uncle Steward Owen since childhood and also knew that Owen was his uncle's trusted aide, handling many affairs for the Drum family. Otherwise, if anyone else interrupted his swordsmanship comprehension, he wouldn't show any favorable expression. "Of course, I've already arranged for the fastest Imperial airship to take you to Minster. Moreover, your trip to Greenwood this time is mainly to exert deterrence. In 2 to 3 days, you can return to the Imperial city." "Good, that's great." Greenwood nodded in satisfaction. Due to the Empire's tumultuous situation this year, the tasks from the sword-holder headquarters were more numerous than in previous years and certainly more dangerous. But with the full support of the Drum family, he had accumulated enough task evaluation medals and merit points to advance to fine gold-level sword-bearer. This also validates the saying that opportunity and risk coexist. The only thing holding him back is his power. As long as he can fully comprehend the glory of will, he can step into the legendary level and thus advance to the fine gold level. Since joining the sword holders, advancing to the fine gold level is a goal every sword bearer strives for. For him, Greenwood, he's just one step away from this. "Master Greenwood, here are the documents of the target this time." Steward Owen handed Greenwood a thick stack of documents detailing Rain's growth trajectory and outstanding battle records from Mace County to Minster in considerable detail. Even if Rain himself saw this report, he would probably be impressed. Practically everything about Rain, except for his time in the Frostwind Prairie, had been thoroughly investigated. The lack of an investigation in Frostwind Prairie wasn't due to the laziness of the investigating personnel dispatched by Steward Owen. Rather, according to normal investigative logic, even though the target left for a few days to the Frostwind Prairie. But since all of his developmental traces were in the Minster province, the focus of the investigation naturally lay in Minster, not traveling thousands of miles to the north to investigate what he did over the past few days. This doesn't align with investigation logic and would require an unnecessarily long time. Oh, so he's a Diamond Star swordsman. No wonder my uncle wants me to personally make this trip. Greenwood glanced at the first page, nodding. Immediately, he quickly flipped through, and several minutes later, Greenwood closed the folder, saying, "Not even 20 years old. With this talent and strength. It's already impressive for someone of common birth to have this strength. Later, I'll have a talk with him, and if he's willing to follow me, I can maneuver to transfer him to the sword holder headquarters. Ha, of course, it's rare for Master Greenwood to find someone admirable. I believe Duke will also agree." Steward Owen chuckled. "All right, Lord Owen, let's proceed now then. Certainly, we shall head to the airship platform now. Meanwhile, in the Minster Trade District inside Ulysses' tailor shop." With Ulysses' guidance, Rain elevated his tailor profession level from LV1 to LV2, 17/300, within just a little over an hour, gaining 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. The 4 or 50 flaxen shirts piled beside him were the fruits of Rain's labor. However, Rain also noticed a problem. Possibly due to the lower difficulty of creating flaxen shirts, even though he had mastered their creation quite proficiently, the experience reward for making a flaxen shirt wasn't high. In other words, to quickly enhance the tailor profession level, he needed to choose more challenging pieces to craft. After pondering briefly, Rain said, "Ulysses, teach me how to make shirts now." "Oh, all right, Viscount, of course," Ulysses said respectfully. In her view, Rain was a natural tailor, having learned flaxen shirts immediately upon starting. Practicing just a few pieces was sufficient. There was no need to continually practice on flaxen shirts. Moreover, linen outerwear, in terms of material and style, is only suitable for commoners. Nobles would never choose to wear it, so no matter how proficiently the Viscount masters it, it is meaningless. "My lord, I suggest you start learning with silk material directly. Perhaps you can make a shirt for yourself with your own hands," Ulysses suggested with a smile nearby. "That works too." Rain nodded. Although silk is much more expensive than linen, Rain did not consider the loss of material. Additionally, the more advanced materials might bring more experience rewards once successfully crafted. Next, under Ulysses' dedicated guidance, Rain found the system prompt sounding after 10 minutes. "We've crafted a silk shirt, related comprehension enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill making silk shirts. Your skill in making silk shirts has improved. Experience points +7. You focused on making silk shirts for 10 minutes. Tailor profession experience points +4, as expected." Rain's eyes brightened. Compared to linen outerwear, the more complex craftsmanship and valuable material of silk shirts yield several times more experience points rewards. Subsequently, Rain tried making a few linen shirts for horizontal comparison. He discovered that upgrading from linen to the more valuable silk did reward more experience points, but the increase was not significant. About 2 to 3/10, indicating that the system's experience rewards lean more towards changes in crafting difficulty. The key to the significant increase in experience points for shirts compared to linen outerwear lies in the making of collars, cuffs, and button installation. If that's the case. After consecutively crafting over 10 items, Rain believed he had caught the ordinary silk shirt skill. He turned and said to Ulysses beside him, "Ulysses, is there a way to add some difficulty or fancy details to the basic shirt?" Of course, generally speaking, for shirts of male nobles, we usually incorporate silver and gold threads at the collar and cuffs. Further, we embroider particular family crests on the chest with gold and silver threads. Although gold and silver are relatively softer materials, sewing them is quite difficult, much harder than ordinary thread. Viscount, you can give it a try, but it's normal for the first attempt to fail. Though Ulysses didn't know why Lord Rain suddenly wanted to challenge high difficulty. Regarding her lord's whimsical ideas, Euless knew that her role was to cooperate to her utmost rather than questioning, something Lady Jennifer repeatedly reminded her. Hence, Euless naturally spared no detail in her explanation. Meanwhile, she laid a hint about sewing with metal threads, to prevent the young Viscount from psychologically breaking down and venting anger on her upon failure. Silver thread, gold thread, aren't those metallic threads? Rain's eyes gleamed hearing Euless's words. He was familiar with this, really familiar and skilled too. Witchcraft killing, move multiple cutting net. One of the preliminary processes involved instantaneously reshaping several fine metallic threads. Rain merely glanced at the neatly arranged gold and silver threads on the table, memorized the lengths and diameters, and instantly converted a part of the mithril in his hand into mithril threads of the same specifications. The scene immediately stunned Euless and the other female. Tailors. This. Euless widened her eyes, not knowing what to say momentarily. It was then she realized her lord wasn't just a noble knight, but also a wizard. Rain, on the other hand, skillfully began stitching several mithril threads onto the shirt's collar and cuffs. Before long, a simple yet noble secret silver embroidery shirt was completed by Rain. After pondering, Rain embroidered a family crest of cross-dual, handed warhammer and greatsword woven from mithril thread on the shirt's left chest. And the system prompt sounded simultaneously. "You have crafted a secret silver embroidery shirt. Related comprehension enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill making secret silver embroidery shirts. Your skill in making secret silver embroidery shirts has improved. Experience points plus 24. You successfully crafted a secret silver embroidery shirt. Tailor profession experience points plus 19. Comparing to before, the increase rate in tailor profession level is akin to upgrading from riding a small electric scooter to a Ferrari 458, sped up by 4 to 5 times at least. Seeing this speed, Rain couldn't help but smile. Several hours later, Rain elevated the tailor profession level from LV2 to LV4. 778/1000. Up to this point, including the recent level up, he had 4 attribute points and 8 skill points remaining. Regarding golden skill points, he gained 14 points from defeating Intestine Breaker Merrick last time, making a total of 54 points now. Just as Rain intended to keep up the momentum and push tailoring to LV5, a familiar voice rang outside the door. "Lord Rain, no, Master Rain, long time no see." A capable young woman, Olna, in a tight skirt with piping and a pale red lace shirt, appeared at the doorway. "Lady Olna, it has indeed been a while." Rain smiled and gestured invitingly, indicating for Olna to chat in a nearby room. Earlier in the morning, he had Jennifer send someone to the Sword Bearer's branch to inform Olna of his arrival in Minster. "Euless, I have some official matters to discuss. We'll continue later." "Of course, Viscount, please go ahead." Saying this, Euless performed a lady's curtsy and also took away a group of curious female tailors and shop assistants. Inside Euless's workshop, Rain and Olna sat down. Although Olna found it strange that Rain came to the tailor shop as soon as he returned to Minster, she didn't ask why. Instead, she brought up a more important topic. "Lord Rain, you must have received the notice. Congratulations on your promotion to the highest rank of Imperial Swordsman Fine Gold level. Moreover, you received this honor even before reporting to the Sword Holder headquarters, a situation that is very rare in the long history since the formation of the Sword Bearers." Olna smiled and congratulated him. "Thank you. By the way, Lord Rain, does your family seem unaware of your upcoming move to the headquarters?" Olna asked, slightly puzzled, looking at Rain. She had just arrived at Rain Mansion before realizing that Rain was in Euless's tailor shop. However, from her keen observation during the conversation with Rain's family, she noticed that neither Rain's sister Beau, he nor his mother Emma seemed to know about Rain's transfer to the Imperial headquarters. "Yes, I just returned from the Frostwind Prairie and intended to spend more time with my family. I plan to tell them 10 days later." Rain nodded and explained. He had specially instructed Anna about this on the way back. "How considerate of you." Olna instantly understood Rain's intention and looked at Rain with even more admiration. Perhaps finding someone young and capable like Rain in the Empire might be possible, but someone who cares for his family so dutifully might be unique. "Alas, it's a pity that Minster is so small. Working with you during this time has truly been my honor." Olna seemed to realize that Rain would leave soon and expressed a hint of sadness. "Madam Olna's diligence and meticulousness have also been my good fortune," Rain smiled mildly and said, "By the way, when will Admiral Edward be available? I'd like to pay him a visit." Unfortunately, the Admiral went to Rossby County a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. However, I heard he should be back soon, either today or tomorrow. Oh, is there an unexpected situation in Rossby County? Rain raised an eyebrow and asked. Because according to the previous task allocation, both Rossby County and his hometown Maest County were under his jurisdiction. Yes, the Sea God sect has been very active recently, and since you are not around so. By the way, the rest of your team also went this time. No wonder Jennifer told me that they all went on a mission. Rain couldn't help nodding and said, "Madam Olna, please contact Admiral Edward and inform him that I have returned to Minster, and if there are any tasks needed, he can contact me. Until I depart from the Minster branch, I am still a member of the Minster Sword Bearers." "All right, Lord Rain. Admiral Edward will surely be very moved to hear that from you." 1.5 days later, Viri, Neoro, and Angus arrived at the entrance of Rain Mansion. "Neoro, your promotion to an official wizard this time will surely surprise the captain," Viri said with a smile to Neoro beside him. "Yes, when the captain returns from the prairie and discovers your promotion to an official wizard, you'll surely be shocked." Evelyn, the red-haired beauty, also smiled and said, "Previously it was always their captain who astonished them. This time it was finally their turn." "Lord Viri, gentleman, Viscount returned yesterday," reported a guard upon seeing the group. "What, the captain is back?" "Yes, Lord Viri, but Viscount went out with Baroness Crawley early this morning, seemingly to some tailor shop. I'm not quite sure of the details," the guard respectfully responded. Rain had already gone to Ulysses' tailor shop early in the morning to refine his tailoring skills and was not present. Viri, no rush, it's almost dinner time. And the captain should be back soon." Neoro checked the time and said. Indeed, just then the sound of hooves echoed at the mansion's gate. A luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of the mansion. "May I ask, who is this gentleman looking for?" A guard stepped forward and asked. As it were, Owen, the butler of Duke Drum, intended to take out the emblem representing the Drum family, but Greenwood stopped him. The Drum family's emblem may not necessarily be recognized by them. Greenwood did not get off the carriage, but instead handed out his mithril sword holder's emblem from the small window of the carriage, saying, "Have your master Rain come here." Such behavior, coming to the master's house gate without getting off the carriage, was naturally quite rude. The guards were initially about to reprimand the arrogant and rude behavior, but the guard captain froze when he saw the emblem handed over, which was very similar to Lord Viri's sword holder's emblem. From the material, although it looked very similar to Lord Viri's emblem, silver, the diameter was noticeably larger. This made the guard captain a bit unsure about the visitor's background, so he immediately turned and walked briskly into the mansion. As Rain was often away, whenever they encountered a visiting noble stranger, they would report directly to the beautiful Jennifer, the steward in name, or to Viri. At this moment, since the beautiful Jennifer wasn't present, the guard captain naturally headed straight for Viri. Right now, Viri was sparring with Angus in the training room. "Master Viri, there's someone outside. Seems to be a sword bearer, but the person is rather arrogant and didn't dismount from the carriage. Instead, they handed this emblem to us and asked Lord Rain to meet him by the carriage." Upon hearing this news, the two figures who were sparring suddenly stopped. Neoro and the red-haired beauty Evelyn, who were watching from the side, also looked at the guard with shock. "Sword-bearer asking our captain to go over. Not even if Admiral Edward came personally would it be this presumptuous. Sword holder's emblem, let me see." Neoro seemed to have thought of something, his face turned serious as he moved towards the guard. This is mithril material." Neoro instantly realized that the sword holder's emblem handed over by the opponent wasn't made of silver, but of mithril. As a wizard, he naturally couldn't mistake the two. But if it's mithril, doesn't it mean? Neoro's eyes widened instantly. "It's a secret silver-level sword-bearer from the Imperial Swordsman Headquarters, second only to fine gold level," Neoro said in a deep voice. "Generally speaking, a secret silver-level sword-bearer's strength ranges between quasi-legendary and early legendary levels. Of course, if they are a sword-bearer captain, they would be even stronger. What? But judging by the person's attitude, it seems they are here to trouble our captain." Evelyn couldn't help but say, "Let's go, we should check it out first." A few minutes later, Viri and several others quickly arrived at the mansion entrance. "Sir, Captain Rain is not in the mansion. If you have any business, perhaps you could sit in the parlor for a while." Viri stepped forward, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. At this time, Anna also noticed the commotion at the mansion entrance and couldn't help but come out from the villa. You guys are part of Rain's team. Your strength is indeed not bad for a branch team. Greenwood glanced disdainfully at Viri and the others. In his eyes, the young people in front of him who seemed like provincial problem solvers were not worth his attention. Oh, but when Owen, the steward, saw Anna, his eyes lit up, and he immediately whispered something to Greenwood. Ah, I see, this is simple. The next moment, the carriage door opened and Greenwood's figure flashed, appearing right beside Anna, startling her greatly. Stop, what do you think you're doing? Viri shouted angrily. He, as a follower of Rain, was well aware of Anna's status in Rain's heart. Noisy, slap, slap. In just 2 moves, Viri was sent flying backward at great speed, heavily crashing to the ground, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Greenwood leisurely took out a white handkerchief, wiped his hands, and said, Did your captain never teach you to show the proper respect for the strong? You, Angus glared at Greenwood. Don't be impulsive, quickly contact the captain. Nioro's expression was also unpleasant. After ascending to an official wizard, his perception greatly improved. Nioro could clearly sense that the opponent's fist glow. Earlier was not only original force, but also a trace of will's luminescence, which meant the person in front of them was at least at a quasi-legendary level. At this moment, Anna quickly walked to Viri's side and began casting a healing spell on him. As a green light flickered, Viri's wounds rapidly improved. But this scene was clearly observed by Greenwood, who couldn't help but show a hint of a strange look and said, Miss, it seems you'll need to accompany me back to the Imperial City. That's impossible. Viri struggled to get up, standing in front of Anna declared. Nioro, Angus, as well as Evelyn did the same. Oh, interesting, but from a strength perspective, you have no right to refuse my proposal. Greenwood smiled slightly and said, yet in the next second, his expression suddenly changed drastically as a figure abruptly appeared in front of him, swiftly launching a punch towards him. Ha! Greenwood's eyes widened as he shouted angrily, crossing his arms to block with all his strength. Boom! He was sent retreating over a dozen steps, only coming to a stop after slamming into the luxurious carriage he had just ridden in, unable to fully absorb the impact. His hands still trembled incessantly. Crash! The luxurious carriage was also completely destroyed by the collision. Steward Owen awkwardly scrambled out from the wreckage. Captain, Viri exclaimed excitedly. Captain, Nioro and the others felt immensely relieved. Rain first quickly glanced at Viri's injuries, then raised his head to look at Greenwood, squinting, and said, You injured my people, yet shamelessly claimed from a strength perspective who gave you that courage. Rain's words were essentially returned verbatim to Greenwood. Greenwood, who always prided himself, his heart at this moment felt as if it were being pierced by needles. As a descendant of a great noble family from the Imperial City, this was the first time he encountered such a situation, being taught a lesson by a country bumpkin from below. You must know, in the eyes of the people from the Imperial City Tamriel, other provinces are all countryside. Many ordinary citizens of the Imperial City think so, let alone those great noble descendants who grew up in the Imperial City. If this matter were to spread to other great noble descendants of the Imperial City, Greenwood would become a laughing stock among them. You! Greenwood's face flushed as he glared angrily at Rain. If not for his trembling hands telling him that this young man named Rain before him was incredibly powerful, obviously surpassing him, he would have charged forward in his rage. You're Rain, do you know who I am? Greenwood suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. I don't know, but I only see someone who couldn't take a single punch from me was just spouting nonsense. How rude. This is Master Greenwood of the Drum family, also your superior, a secret silver-level sword-bearer from the Imperial Swordsmen headquarters. The butler Owen, who was just shocked by Rain's strength, immediately said excitedly after coming to his senses. You even dared to take action against your superior. Didn't Admiral Edward of the Minster branch teach you to maintain respect for your superiors? Upon hearing these words, both Viri and Nioro frowned and looked at Rain with concern. Indeed, this was an unavoidable hurdle. Within the sword-bearers, an organization comparable to a military force, the lower ranks must show great respect to their superiors, such as greeting them actively upon meeting. This is a rule that everyone openly follows. Otherwise, the entire battle system would collapse. If subordinates do not listen to their superiors and do not respect them, how can orders be conveyed or cooperation in battle occur? Although their captain's strength was strong, and from the previous encounter, seemed to surpass that of Greenwood in terms of rank. He was 2 levels below, which was a significant flaw. Evelyn, go contact Admiral Edward of the branch immediately. Make sure to invite him over, Nioro said softly to Evelyn beside him. Admiral Edward, this time, also returned to Minster with them on the same Imperial military airship, so he should be at the Sword-Bearers branch now if nothing unexpected has happened. This was also the reason why they dared not take the first strike earlier. All right, I'll go now. Evelyn nodded heavily. She understood Nioro's meaning. Currently, in the entire Minster province, only Admiral Edward, person in charge of the branch, could suppress the opponent in terms of authority. As a person in charge of a provincial sword-bearer's branch, the default status is equivalent to a fine gold-level sword-bearer. And judging from Admiral Edward's previous appreciation for their Captain Rain, the current situation would at least not worsen. But just as Evelyn was about to turn and leave, Rain suddenly laughed and said, "Secret silver-level sword-bearer. Respect for superiors. Haha, sorry, then you're even less qualified." Rain's words made Greenwood's previously gloomy face suddenly smile as he said, "What, do you think that having some strength allows you to disregard the hierarchy? Haha, I will definitely report this to the sword holder's headquarters. Don't think that just because someone in the branch is protecting you, you'll be fine. Master Greenwood, I think the situation is clear, and there's no need for us to engage in a war of words with the other side." The butler Owen from the Drum Duke's household, his sullen face also flashed a hint of cunning at this moment, although Rain's strength was far beyond his expectation. The obvious lack of intelligence makes it fearless to have someone so bold as to defy convention. Asking a secret silver-level sword-bearer 2 levels above him to salute a diamond star-level sword-bearer. Such a person, no matter how strong, is not scary at all. It would be easy to use the rules to deal with him. In Owen's view, staying here was already a waste of time. "Did you just say I disregard the relationship between superiors and subordinates?" Rain said with a smirk. "That's right." Greenwood, upon seeing Rain's smile, suddenly had a bad premonition. "Very well, then I am a fine gold-level sword-bearer, shouldn't you, a secret silver-level sword-bearer, salute me first?" Rain looked at him with a smirk. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Anna, who already knew the contents of the formal notification, was instantly stunned. The scene went so silent a pin drop could be heard. "Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year, you, a fine gold-level sword-bearer." Butler Owen laughed out loud after regaining his composure. "Now, you've added another charge, openly forging your identity. You all heard it, your captain actually claimed to be a fine gold-level sword-bearer. You're all witnesses, so don't lie or cover up then." Owen's face brightened up, his mood instantly turned from rain to sunshine. He didn't expect such a twist. Originally, he planned to return to the Imperial City to report to Duke Drum and plan from there. Unexpectedly, such a situation occurred, truly a blessing from Lady Luck. Meanwhile, Nioro, Viri, and the others beside them all showed worried expressions. They knew their captain seemed to be able to transfer to the sword holder's headquarters before, but even if he went to the headquarters, he was still only a magic iron-level sword-bearer, and Greenwood in front of them was a secret silver level, higher than the magic iron level. Could it be? Did our captain remember the sword-bearer's rank at headquarters incorrectly? Mistaken the magic iron level for the fine gold level, but that seems impossible too. Greenwood, having just endured an attack from Rain, knew Rain's strength was extraordinary. Logically, someone of Rain's power wouldn't make baseless claims. Therefore, when facing Rain, he remained cautious, saying, "You claim to be a fine gold swordsman, then where's your insignia?" After all, every fine gold swordsman is a well-known figure at the sword holder headquarters. Even in the stronghold of Temries, they are not insignificant. Yet he'd never heard of Rain's name. The insignia hasn't been exchanged at headquarters yet, but according to the document, from the day it's issued, I've been a fine gold swordsman. Without even an insignia, I might as well say I'm a guardian lord. The butler Owen was already impatient, seeing Rain as stubbornly defying them for the sake of it. The purpose, naturally, was to avoid yielding on the spot. Rain is indeed correct. Rain, a descendant of the Drum family, has been promoted to fine gold swordsman by Marshal Alfred. At this moment, Admiral Edward's voice came from the mansion's gate. "I have the official letter here. Do you want to see it?" Admiral Edward strode in with a solemn expression, followed by Colonel Stanley Olna and several elite guards. "What, really? Upon hearing Admiral Edward's words, Butler Owen appeared as if he'd seen a ghost, eyes wide in disbelief. How? How is that possible, being so young yet a fine gold swordsman? Greenwood intensely stared at Rain. He trained diligently daily and was provided with rare resources and instructed by famous masters from the Drum family, yet even so, he was half a step away from becoming a fine gold swordsman. Unlike other levels, without sufficient strength, even if one had enough task evaluation medals and merit points, they couldn't be promoted to fine gold swordsman. After all, being a fine gold swordsman is the highest rank in the Sword Bearer series, representing the face of the Sword Bearer institution and even the Empire, thus allowing no pretenders. Yet this country bumpkin before him already was one. In an instant, Greenwood felt his pride, his dignity, his worldview shattered. As for Neoro and the others, they were initially shocked beyond measure, had their captain jumped 3 levels, directly becoming a fine gold swordsman, but the next second they were overjoyed. Evidently, what initially seemed a disadvantage now became an advantage. Now, it was this guy in front's turn to have a headache. Admiral. Rain smiled slightly at Admiral Edward, bowing slightly. And he turned to Greenwood. Now, how do you propose to handle breaking into my mansion and injuring my people? This. Even the usually eloquent Butler Owen was at a loss for words. After all, Greenwood had injured someone first, something everyone saw, and entirely different from the previous assumed situation. If Rain's status wasn't so troublesome, such minor incidents like injuring someone would be easily handled. Just like a marquis going to a viscount mansion and injuring a servant, a minor issue. But that's not the case now. Now it was equivalent to a marquis storming into a duke's mansion and injuring the duke's people. Which duke would let that pass? If it would just let go, where would the duke's majesty be? Now Greenwood not only hated Rain but also felt quite annoyed with Butler Owen. How did this guy conduct his investigation to make such a massive error? It's like the opponent is a fierce tiger, but the investigation data states it's a little kitten. This is a fine gold swordsman we're talking about, not some trivial nobody. Even dukes must regard them seriously. Sorry, Lord Rain. After a brief hesitation, Greenwood blushed, quickly bowing, intending to turn and leave. Wait, apologizing for being impolite is one thing. But you think you can just leave after injuring my people? Either compensate, or if you can withstand one attack from me, let's call it even. Rain knew that since Admiral Edward was here, he couldn't kill Greenwood on the spot. Even injuring Greenwood severely, considering his secret silver-level sword-bearer status, wouldn't be appropriate in front of Admiral Edward. After all, Admiral Edward always admired him, and he didn't want this matter to put him in a difficult position. Greenwood felt he'd never been so insulted. The subordinate of Rain, who'd been injured, was already healed by the elf girl, not to mention that the opponent's status was leagues below his, yet they demanded compensation. Lord Rain, how much compensation do you want? Butler Owen asked with a stern face. I've heard that the Drum family is a major shareholder in the Axon Auction House Minster branch, so just transfer 10% of the shares. What? 10% of the shares? Even 10% of the Minster Province branch's shares amounted to a significant sum, with annual dividends reaching 10,000 gold. Owen's eyes widened, staring at Rain. Oh right, I remember, you must have come for the Sam Group's matters this time. Just right. The last time the Sam Group tried to kidnap Anna, if we count this matter. I think all the shares of the Drum family at the Minster branch should be handed over as compensation. That's barely enough. Rain said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Owen was already unable to argue anything, because he was completely speechless by Rain's outrageous demands. At this moment, whether it was the butler Owen or Greenwood, they saw Rain as completely insincere, clearly trying to make things difficult for them. However, with things reaching this point, as a quasi-legendary master, Greenwood surprisingly calmed down. He carefully sensed Rain's strength and discovered that the opponent didn't seem to have reached the legendary level. Because the opponent neither had the oppressive aura of a titled knight's will glow nor the majestic presence of a third-level crystallized wizard, this made Greenwood have a fleeting thought. This indicates that the opponent's last strike was likely some kind of boxing technique secret. Additionally, considering that the opponent had just been promoted to fine gold swordsman, their strength was very likely to have just stepped into the legendary level. In other words, the difference in strength between him and Rain should not be significant. Understanding this point, Greenwood forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Rain and said, "Lord Rain, you just said I couldn't even take a strike I'd like to try. Oh, it seems you've chosen to take my strike. That's right." Clang. Greenwood drew the knight's longsword from his waist. Young Master Greenwood has followed Leon Sword Saint in cultivating sword skills for many years. Holding a sword and being empty-handed are completely different concepts. Butler Owen felt his confidence returning upon seeing Greenwood draw his knight's longsword. Although Rain's punch was indeed breathtaking, Owen believed that Rain's strength, no matter how strong, wouldn't be much stronger than Greenwood's. Winning with one strike was almost impossible. Leon Sword Saint. Upon hearing this name, Admiral Edward's brow couldn't help but furrow. As an Imperial Admiral, he naturally knew there were only 7 people in the Empire with the title of Sword Saint, all at the Imperial Guardian level. As for Leon Sword Saint, also known as Tide Sword Saint, he practiced and attained Sword Saint in the sea, even ranking 3rd among the 7 Sword Saints, with many disciples, very tough. As for Viri and others, upon hearing the word Sword Saint, their faces changed. Though they weren't as informed as Admiral Edward, they understood what being called a Sword Saint signified. "Since you're ready, I'll proceed." Rain smiled slightly, without any change in attitude despite the mention of Sword Saint by Butler Owen. In the next second, Rain slightly opened his lips. Metal morphing spell, cutting net, sharpness technique. Suddenly, in front of him appeared 3 tightly arranged metal nets, instantly lighting up with a silver glow. Witchcraft killing move, multiple cutting net. As Rain swung his right hand heavily, the 3 massive silver glowing metal nets attacked Greenwood. The dense witchcraft light left Greenwood dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Rain, who had just demonstrated a top-level boxing technique's secret and repelled him, was actually a rare Metal Series wizard. And just now, he said something about a witchcraft killing move. A rare Metal Series witchcraft actually has a witchcraft killing move. Even at Sword Holder headquarters, he hadn't heard of this. Similarly, Butler Owen's eyes widened too, exclaiming, "You're not a knight, you're actually a wizard." Admiral Edward also slightly froze upon witnessing this, as this differed significantly from Rain's previous combat style. Rain had been relying on metal morphing spell, rapidly transforming various weapons, then deploying various effortless extraordinary battle techniques to battle. Though using witchcraft, essentially still relying on various secrets for combat, this time was different. Rain's witchcraft killing move completely reached the legendary level. One could say this is the true combat style of a wizard. Similar thought flashed in the minds of Nioro and others nearby. They too couldn't understand why their captain's combat style suddenly changed drastically. Actually, they underestimated Rain. Due to Rain's Dragon Man transformation, acquiring the first form after defeating corruption Dragon Agnes, then heading to the tundra, and attaining the second form during the first combat against Calaxius. So aside from Anna, those present didn't know Rain still possesses the Dragon Man general form, a more formidable trump card. In this brief moment of distraction, the 3 large silver nets had already reached Greenwood. Swordsmanship mysteries, rip wind cross slash. Greenwood mobilized all his original force, pouring his comprehended strand of will glow completely into his knight's longsword. With rapid consecutive swings, a several-meter-long crossed sword light appeared before him, clashing with the attacking silver net. Hiss! In Greenwood's shocked gaze, he found that his first sword light couldn't even resist the cutting of the first silver net, dispersing directly. Only the second sword light barely neutralized the first silver net. But the problem was, there were still 2 nets left, already very close ahead. In an instant, the sharp knight's longsword in his hand was cut into small pieces, inch by inch, followed immediately by his right hand wearing plate armor gloves. "Ah!" Greenwood screamed miserably. His fingers of the right hand holding the sword had already been cut off at the base. "Stop, we'll pay." Owen, the steward, was horrified and shouted. If Greenwood, this key heir groomed by the Drum family, died here, Owen feared that his trust from the Duke would suffer greatly, and upon return, he'd likely face a dead end. The reason was simple. He was solely responsible for the investigation into Rain's situation. Misjudging Rain's strength, leading to the death of an heir like Greenwood, would ensure his death. Now, since Greenwood was only injured, he could recover quickly with witchcraft treatment upon returning to the Imperial City, and the problem wouldn't be too severe. "Rain!" Admiral Edward also shouted with a worried expression. Greenwood's identity was too sensitive. He was not only a secret silver-level sword bearer at the Sword Holder headquarters, but also had some connection with Leon Sword Saint, the Imperial Guardian. Edward wasn't worried about himself, but about Rain's imminent visit to the Imperial City. Killing Greenwood now was not a wise move. Just a few centimeters from Greenwood's widened eyes, the sharp metal cutting net halted. The feeling of being dragged back from hell to the mortal world made Greenwood, the trained secret silver-level sword-bearer, break into a cold sweat, and he began to gasp heavily. The Drum family is willing to transfer all shares of the Axon Auction House Minster branch to Lord Rain. Are you sure? Of course, thanks to Lord Rain's mercy. However, regarding the transfer of shares, it ultimately requires approval from the Duke, so I need a few days to return to the Imperial City to report back and proceed with the transfer. Eugene, the steward, said, sweating profusely. All right, Rain nodded, saying. Soon, Eugene assisted Greenwood in leaving hurriedly, with none of the previous arrogance remaining. Captain, will they really honestly transfer the shares to you? I saw the steward's cunning eyes. He doesn't seem like a good guy. Nioro frowned slightly, saying. Since Nioro became a wizard, his perception had become much more acute, and he sensed the promise seemed too straightforward. Wouldn't a refusal be better? I'm about to head to the Imperial City, where I can collect debts from the Drum family. My interest is quite high. Rain smiled slightly, saying. Actually, Rain had another thought. He suspected the disappearance of Anna's mother might be related to the Drum family, something he partially confirmed from the Sam group last time. This time, he kept this backup plan partly to allow him to legitimately approach the Drum family since. After all, the Imperial City Tamriel is filled with formidable figures. Having a legitimate reason is crucial. HM, Nioro and the others looked at their captain in surprise, going to the Imperial City Tamriel to collect debts from the Duke family. Throughout the Minster province, if anyone else said that line, they would definitely call the person crazy. But facing their captain Rain, who had already performed countless miracles, they couldn't find words to question him. After all, their experiences told them that no matter how strong the enemy seemed, they were paper tigers in front of their captain. At this moment, Admiral Edward stepped forward, sighed, and said, Rain, even in the Imperial City, the Drum family is a noble house with power networked deeply. This time, Admiral Edward hesitated. Forget it, let's not mention this. But Rain, I didn't expect you to stir so much commotion in the Frostwind Prairie in just half a month. Admiral Edward couldn't help but smile and say. Upon hearing this, Evelyn and the others looked at Rain curiously, wanting to know what earth-shattering things Rain had done over at Frostwind Prairie. Why has their captain seemed like a different person after just half a month? Not only did his rank rise rapidly, but even his combat style underwent a significant change. Rain briefly narrated the situation at Frostwind Prairie to everyone. Although Admiral Edward received an official notice from the Sword Holder headquarters days ago about Rain's promotion and transfer, he wasn't clear about what Rain had actually done at Frostwind Prairie. The official document merely brushed over the details. Both Nioro and Angus were even more in the dark. When Rain recounted how he killed the mutated ancestor dragon Calexius and then swept through the sea god sect's stronghold at Wailing Wind Fjord, killing the 3 leaders, everyone listened in stunned silence, including Colonel Stanley and Olna, who both had wide-eyed, open-mouthed expressions of shock. When Rain mentioned that, on his way back, he battled the projection of the nether sea goddess Hela, worshipped by the sea god sect, and repelled her, even the well-experienced Admiral Edward widened his tiger-like eyes and felt his head buzzing. The others exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of disbelief, but they knew that Rain never had any reason to lie. After all, his solo campaign to wipe out the sea god sect's stronghold at Wailing Wind Fjord already earned him enough merit, sufficient to promote him to a fine gold-level sword-bearer. What purpose would it serve for him to boast further? Therefore, what Rain said was most likely true. Rain, tell me more about the battle, Admiral Edward snapping out of it. Couldn't help but show excitement as he pulled Rain aside into a room, eager to hear the details. No wonder their captain faced the likes of the Drum family, a long-established Duke family, or the fame of the Sword Saint, with a calm and composed demeanor. Evelyn's beautiful eyes flickered upon Rain as she secretly thought. Nioro couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, speaking helplessly to Evelyn beside him. Originally, I thought my becoming an official wizard would shock the captain, but unexpectedly. Sigh. Who would have thought we'd encounter such a monster of a captain? Evelyn couldn't help but laugh softly, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Greenwood clutched his injured hand as he, along with his steward Owen, quickly arrived at Mingster's airship docking point, boarding the nearest airship heading back to the Imperial City. Inside the airship cabin, Greenwood's hand injury received basic treatment and bandaging. Detailed treatment still needed to take place after returning to Imperial City Tamriel. Young Master Greenwood, I deeply apologize for not gathering sufficient information, resulting in your serious injury. Steward Owen bowed deeply to Greenwood. I never anticipated that someone so young would have. Advanced to fine gold-level sword bearer, Owen frowned. You can't be entirely blamed. I too didn't expect that they would have already advanced to fine gold-level sword bearer without ever going to the headquarters, an occurrence as rare as once in a decade. Greenwood said with a dark face, reluctantly accepting Owen's apology. After all, Owen was his uncle's trusted aide, and as Owen mentioned, this matter truly caught him off guard. Young Master Greenwood, could you possibly have someone investigate at the sword holder headquarters to find out why they were exceptionally promoted to fine gold-level sword bearer? Though Owen, being Duke Drum's steward, had extensive connections in the Imperial City, investigating certain matters about a fine gold-level sword bearer was beyond his reach. Difficult. Information related to fine gold-level sword bearers is confidential to the headquarters. Moreover, as they had never previously appeared at the headquarters, the sword holders there are naturally unaware of Rain. Otherwise, I might have learned some details. Greenwood shook his head, saying, "It seems this will require the Duke himself to intervene and contact the relevant personnel at the Imperial Swordsman headquarters." Owen nodded, agreeing with Greenwood's analysis. "Even though I'm no match for Rain, I have a general understanding of their capabilities. Rain, relying on extraordinary talent, absurdly pursues both the Knight path and Wizard path simultaneously, truly foolish. I'm certain they have had no guidance from any renowned mentors, hence this situation arises. By the way, Lord Owen, do you truly intend to persuade my uncle to relinquish the shares of the Mingster branch? Ha, that's impossible. It was just an expedient measure for us to make a quick escape." Owen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "But if they come to the Imperial City and demand it, wouldn't that shame the Drum family?" Greenwood hesitated concernedly. Greenwood indeed valued family honor. The fear is they don't come. If they come to the Imperial City, understand what an imperial aristocracy truly is. Even if they are a fine gold-level sword bearer, they would find it difficult to take a step. Seemingly thinking of something, Greenwood's eyes gleamed slightly, saying, "Lord Owen, your meaning is, if this Rain reports to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters, I will know of it immediately. Then I believe the Duke will utilize his vast connections to have Rain undertake tasks of considerable difficulty." "Exactly. Even fine gold-level sword bearers receive assignments. Moreover, the Empire's situation has been particularly unstable these past months. Many tasks are highly perilous, resulting in over a dozen casualties even among fine gold-level sword bearers." Greenwood's eyes shone brightly, smiling in agreement. In Greenwood's eyes, this is the Drum family, the essence of an imperial aristocratic house. Although the opponent is amazingly talented, coming from a small-town exam expert background means they will never understand what it means to be from an aristocratic family. He doesn't need to have a direct conflict with Rain. Over hundreds of years, the intricate network woven by the Drum family can lead the opponent step by step into death, and perhaps even at the moment of death, they'll have no idea who dealt the blow. Exactly. By the time our Lord Rain sacrifices himself, he might even be honored by His Majesty the Emperor. A dead hero is the best hero, isn't it? Butler Owen said with a sly smile. For the following time, Rain continued to leave early and return late, diving headfirst into Ulysses' tailor shop. Of course, for 3 meals a day he tried his best to accompany his family. During this period, including the Duke of Mingster, Bishop Shin, and Punishment Knight Brandel, all invited Rain to dine together for small gatherings. On the 8th day, Rain had already pushed tailoring to LV9, 22/10,000. Logically, referencing the previous blacksmith, after LV5, he should have obtained clues or hints regarding the subsequent profession panel upgrade. But Rain had pushed tailoring to LV9 and still hadn't received any related hints. This was clearly unreasonable. This made Rain frown slightly and ponder, because after reaching LV9 in tailoring, the long experience bar began to progress rather slowly. A rough estimate suggested that advancing to LV10 would take at least more than half a month. This did not align with Rain's plan. He planned to accumulate at least 15 skill points before heading to the Imperial City, with 12 points intended to enhance a second-level witchcraft that might be acquired at headquarters to quickly form combat power. The remaining 3 points were for upgrading the second layer of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method. After brief consideration, Rain suspected that the problem might lie in his limited repertoire of tailoring styles, because up to now, he had been improving his tailor profession level by making secret silver embroidery shirts. Ulyss, teach me some other clothing crafts, like trousers, gloves, etc. Rain turned to the gentle and beautiful woman beside him and said, Of course. Ulyss had already asked Rain if he wanted to learn to make other types of clothing, but since Rain found that the experience gained from making secret silver embroidery shirts was substantial, and he became fast with practice, he naturally didn't want to waste time learning other clothing crafts. However, the situation was different now. Several hours later, as Rain mastered several new tailoring techniques in succession, the subsequent job change system prompt finally arrived. You crafted a pair of linen soft shoes, related comprehension enhanced. You've learned a new skill making linen soft shoes. Your skill making linen soft shoes improved. Experience +5. You successfully crafted a pair of linen soft shoes. Tailoring professional experience points +2. You created a white woolen robe. Related comprehension enhanced. You've learned a new skill white woolen robe. Your skill making white woolen robe improved. Experience +7. You successfully crafted a white woolen robe. Tailoring professional experience points +3. Ding, detected that the host has mastered 5 different clothing tailoring techniques, triggering job change tailor master. The prerequisites for advancing to a tailor master are 1. Tailoring LV5 or above, 2. Strength above 7 points, Constitution 7 points, Spirit above 9 points, 3. Mastery of 10 different clothing tailoring techniques. Current conditions not met. Advancement to tailor master failed. Seeing this scene, Rain smiled slightly. It seems my previous thought process wasn't wrong. Tailor master is still a normal profession, not transcendent. Rain frowned and said. However, soon, Rain's eyebrows relaxed, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly, saying, That's right, the subsequent job change for blacksmith to armor forger was also not transcendent. It's just that I was misled by the term master. After spending another half-day, Rain mastered another 5 new techniques from Ulyss, and the system prompt sounded again. The prerequisites for advancing to a tailor master are 1. Tailoring LV5 or above, 2. Strength above 7 points, Constitution 7 points, Spirit above 9 points, 3. Mastery of 10 different clothing tailoring techniques. Current conditions met. Do you wish to advance to tailor master? Note: after job changing to tailor master, the original tailoring panel will integrate into the tailor master profession panel. Yes. Ding. Successfully advanced to tailor master. Agility +1, Spirit +2. Tailoring core skills, skillful hands advanced to tailor master. Core skills dexterous. Interesting, the core skill in tailoring actually advanced. Rain couldn't help but focus on the new core skill dexterous, only to see the skill description as follows. Core skill, dexterous active, effective dexterous active. Upon activation, focus is enhanced, hand speed is increased. Note, this skill's duration is directly proportional to the host's constitution and spiritual power. Out of curiosity about the new core skill, Rain slightly moved his mind and activated the core skill dexterous. Immediately, due to Rain's extremely keen perception, the whispering of female clerks in the next room and the hustle and bustle of the street outside suddenly faded away from his ears. It was as if the whole world had just him and the fabric and needles in his hands. At the same time, he could feel the dexterity of his hands had noticeably improved. Rain's already high agility made his hands incredibly fast, and now, upon activating the skillful hands core skill, his speed had become totally incomprehensible. Moreover, this speed was not chaotic but orderly. Within a few seconds, a secret silver embroidery shirt was completed. Ulyss, standing shocked beside, instinctively picked up the secret silver embroidery shirt Rain had just made in seconds, and with just a glance her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, utterly dumbfounded. After a few seconds she dazedly said, Viscount, I think your tailoring skills have completely surpassed mine. The shirt featured secret silver lines, each stitch as precise as machine stitching. The 2 secret silver decorative lines on the chest were parallel, consistently equidistant. Such tailoring skills an ordinary tailor would struggle to acquire even through a lifetime of practice. Even Ulyss, a talented tailor master, currently could only create 1 or 2 pieces under perfect conditions that met such standards. Yet she started learning tailoring at 8 years old and is now 42. "No, Euless, I'm still a tailoring novice. I need to learn some new styles," Rain smiled slightly and said. He had just seen on the system prompt that after advancing to the tailor master, the experience the secret silver embroidery shirt could bring him greatly decreased. He needed a more complex and prestigious garment creation to quickly elevate the tailor master's profession level. The problem was, after some casual conversation, Rain found that Ulyss's more complex garment styles were all women's dresses and required mastery of various lace borders and embroidery techniques. This made Rain slightly frown. After all, a male noble learning tailoring is already extravagant enough. Crafting women's dresses in a tailor shop daily would be quite unusual. After some thought, Rain decided to continue making the secret silver embroidery shirt. Though slower, with enough proficiency and new core skill enhancement, it wouldn't be much slower. Above all, the main reason was his impending approach to the Imperial City Tamriel. In the next 2 days, he successfully elevated the tailor master's profession level to LV4, 3/1000, gaining 3 skill points and 3 attribute points. Thus, along with rewards obtained during tailoring profession level upgrades, his remaining attribute points now totaled 12 remaining skill points 16 and golden skill points 54. He considered it successfully achieving the predetermined goal. This moment, Rain was pondering 2 matters in his mind. The first matter was whether to bring Anna with him to the Imperial City. For the powerful Drum family in Minster City, acting without restraint is easy, but once Rain leaves Minster, depending solely on Viri would likely be insufficient to block them. However, bringing Anna to the Imperial City also posed a problem. The Sword Holder headquarters assigned lodging is internal, meaning outsiders couldn't reside there. In other words, Rain needed to find a place to stay in the Imperial City. Obviously, the safest option would be letting Anna return to Ferdinand Forest and contacting her once. He's confirmed finding traces of Anna's mother. The second matter, a few days ago, the Ice Claw Bear mercenary sent a letter saying they were escorting Lagare already on the way to Minster, but according to the timeline, he feared he wouldn't meet her. "No, Rain, I want to go with you." Anna stared at Rain with beautiful eyes and said, "Don't worry, if worse comes to worst, Tamriel has a place for our elf clan ambassador. I can wait there for your news." There's an ambassador's residence." "Yes," Anna emphasized with a nod. "All right then." Rain nodded. This way there's really no problem. After all, the ambassador's residence's security represents the Empire's dignity and can be said to be one of the safest places in the entire Imperial City. The next morning, after bidding a warm farewell to his family, Rain and Anna boarded the airship to the Imperial City Tamriel. On the airship platform, Admiral Edward personally came to see them off, as did Olna and Viri, and other familiar faces of Rain were also there to send off. A day and a half later, the airship approached closer to the Imperial City Tamriel. At this point, many like Rain and Anna had already left the cabin. Standing by the ship's railings looking into the distance, Rain looked quickly. Anna suddenly pointed to a broad, lush forest in the distance, exclaiming, Rain followed Anna's slender finger, seeing in the faraway woods a vast crisscross of roads and towering building clusters. The distance was great, yet he could vaguely discern the buildings standing tall with varied styles. As the airship further approached, others also saw the gradually clear contour of the Imperial City, and immediately they gasped in awe. The passengers came pouring out from inside the cabin, and within a few minutes, the ship's railing was crowded. Given the expensive fare of the Imperial airship, and this level being occupied by either wealthy merchants or nobles, most were worldly. Yet even so, seeing this colossal city before them, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother, is this really the capital Tamriel of our Dragon Empire? It's truly magnificent." A little girl just past 10 years old and not much older than Rain's sister, wearing a white lace dress, exclaimed in awe, "Yes, this is Tamriel, and it's also the heart of our entire empire." The noblewoman beside her also gazed at the distant view of Tamriel and replied, "Every time I come here, overlooking Tamriel from the sky, I have different feelings about this great city." An elderly man nearby with a mustache sighed. It wasn't his first time in the Imperial City, but each visit left him amazed at the greatness of civilization and the strength of the empire. Indeed, the Imperial City is extraordinarily grand. A middle-aged man dressed in noble hunting attire, couldn't help but agree as he looked at the scene before him. Rain, however, noticed that although Anna was also in awe, her expression seemed somewhat unusual. "Anna, what's wrong with you?" Rain, do you know what Tamriel means in the Elven language?" "Oh, could it be that the imperial city Tamriel was once an elven city?" Rain suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. "'Cause the pronunciation of Tamriel is vastly different from the common language." Moreover, with his eyesight far superior to the average person, he had already noticed some buildings with obviously different architectural styles, such as cylindrical towers, round arches, and spires. Rain could even make out the intricate patterns on the exterior walls. These all seemed to be Elven scripts and architectural styles. That's right, in the Elven language, Tamriel means forever beautiful. In ancient times, it was always the capital of the Elven race. But later, with the wars, the elves gradually retreated into the depths of the forest, and this place became the metropolis of the human empire. Anna seemed somewhat melancholic as she spoke of this. "I see." Rain nodded. "No wonder, the imperial city Tamriel is located in the heart of a vast forest." As the airship got closer, the roads below became denser, but every road was filled with various caravans and travelers, bustling with activity. And even in the sky, it felt crowded at this moment. "Wow, so many airships. Are they all heading to or from different provinces to the imperial city?" The little girl earlier pointed at the dozens of scattered airships in the sky, asking in surprise. All these airships varied in size, but they were all heading to or departing from Tamriel. To know, in Mingster, seeing 3 airships in the sky at once was essentially the limit, and typically they were small airships. But now most that caught everyone's eyes were medium-sized airships, and there were even 2 that were large airships. "Look quickly, what's that? Why are there so many gigantic craters?" A male noble seemed to have seen something terrifying, his voice trembling slightly. Rain squinted his eyes and looked towards the ground. There at the city edge near the forest, amidst the lush woods, several obvious large craters could be seen. Just moments ago, they'd been focused on the airships in the sky, neglecting the ground. "There's more over there," someone else shouted. "Even more in the city." Immediately, Rain turned to look at the central building cluster in Tamriel. The vast white spire-covered complex with its independent walls seemed to have numerous structures still undergoing repairs, with faint traces of crater repairs visible on the ground. And extending from the imperial palace outward, unrepaired craters and damaged buildings were intermittently visible. Although many people on the airship did not know what had happened in the imperial city a month ago, Rain was clearly aware that these were the remnants of that great battle. Soon the airship began to slow down. A gigantic cylindrical tower, nearly 100 meters high, appeared directly ahead. Evidently, this was the airship docking point. Around the docking point were several small black specks flying up and down, clearly the Griffin Knight maintaining order. Compared to the number of Griffin Knights in Mingster, the imperial city Tamriel has many more, with squads of Griffin Knights sweeping through the sky from time to time. With the naked eye, Rain could see that the vast imperial city Tamriel had no less than 4 such airship docking points, located in the 4 cardinal directions, all towering high as towers. At the same time, from different directions on the tower, 7 or 8 long piers extended for various airships to dock. As Rain and Anna slowly walked down the airship with the crowd, he quickly saw the short Matteo, who had been waiting at the exit. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman dressed in a butler's tailcoat. "Lord Rain, Miss Anna, we finally got you here. Everything has been arranged." Matteo stepped forward and greeted them. "Thank you for your hard work, Matteo." Rain smiled slightly and said, "It was actually the beautiful woman Jennifer's suggestion to send the short Matteo to the imperial city to make the necessary preparations in advance. Originally, the beautiful woman also intended to help Rain buy a house as a preliminary base. However, since Rain's title was still only Viscount, and his fiefdom belonged to Mingster province, even with ample money, buying a house in the gold-expensive imperial city would mean purchasing outside the third ring at best. Even in the third ring, one can only purchase directly if one is a fief noble of the imperial city or surrounding districts, or they must pay several times the price, buying as an investment of a wealthy merchant. Rain pondered for a moment and politely declined the beautiful woman's plan to buy a house, but accepted the suggestion of letting Matteo come first to pave the way. Because before coming, during a meeting with the Duke of Mingster, the other party actively proposed that Rain could temporarily stay at the Bavarian family estate in the imperial city. Considering Anna's safety, Rain accepted the olive branch extended by the Duke of Münster. The Bavarian family estate in the imperial city was located in the inner ring, undeniably much safer than the third ring and beyond, and it's also conveniently close to the sword-bearer headquarters for Rain's daily travels. It's my duty. I really didn't expect to have the opportunity to come to the imperial city Tamriel. Thank you, Lord Rain, for giving me this chance, Matteo said with a hint of excitement. Though originally a young man from the small town of Flashgold Town, he had already been in the imperial city for nearly 10 days. But every day was filled with novel sights that dazzled him. Oh, by the way, Lord Rain, I forgot to introduce you to the butler Alito of the Bavarian family estate. Matteo smacked his head and said, Good day, Lord Rain, and good day to the beautiful Miss Anna. Alito smiled, respectfully greeting them. Hello, Butler Alito. The Duke has already sent a letter ahead, and I've arranged the accommodations for you and Miss Anna. Thank you. Oh, Lord Rain, do you have your pet card? I'll help you register. The Imperial City has strict management for war pets. All right, thank you for your trouble. This time, Rain brought the blood-feathered, horned, eagle beast to the Imperial City. As for the spiritual greyhound, Kai, due to its close bond with his sister Bohi, Rain left it, and the Arabian horse Zio high in Münster. Soon, Rain and Anna were seated in the luxurious Bavarian family carriage, heading toward the inner ring. Inside the carriage, Butler Alito narrated some aspects of the Imperial City. There are far more than 4 airship docking points in the Imperial City, not counting the exclusive docking points for the royal family, military department, and sword bearers. Oh, the sword bearer headquarters also has a dedicated airship docking point. Rain raised an eyebrow and asked, Yes, Lord Rain. By the way, whenever you need to go to the sword bearer headquarters, if you need a carriage, just inform the servant. All right, thank you, but for now it's unnecessary. I plan to walk first. Rain had already decided on the way to first visit the Bixu Mechanization School to find Mentor Magaro. Because the second volume of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method is quite crucial to his progress in spiritual power liquefaction. After all, divine power crystals are not easily obtainable. If you want to quickly improve the liquefaction process, relying on the advanced meditation method is the most reliable. All right, Lord Rain, there are many fun places in the Imperial City. You can take Miss Anna around to see them. Alito, responsible for reception, said respectfully. This respect naturally had its reasons, as the Duke of Münster wrote clearly in the letter, to fulfill all the requirements of this young Viscount Rain as much as possible. If there are difficulties, they need to be overcome. If any problem cannot be solved, immediately contact Master Haloin for help. For Butler Alito, this was the first time seeing their Duke prioritize a Viscount so much, almost more than his own son, known as the Bavarian Lance Haloin. About the detailed circumstances of this Viscount Rain, the Duke did not specify much. Alito only knew Rain was a sword-bearer, but even for a magic iron-level sword-bearer, the Duke seemed to emphasize him too much. However, though he did not understand, he would still follow through meticulously with the tasks entrusted by the Duke. The next day, as dawn began to break, in a luxurious bedroom at the Bavarian mansion, Rain gently released the embrace he had on the young girl's smooth white arm and began to get up. He planned to follow the address recorded on the memory crystal and head to the Bixu Mechanization School today. Rain, Anna opened her sleepy eyes and said, Anna, rest a little longer and later take care of Blood Feather for me. I'm going to the school. Okay, come back soon. Since Anna was aware Rain intended to visit the school, she naturally had no objections. Following the address in the memory crystal, Rain quickly took a carriage to his destination. It was located deep in a quiet alley amidst the hustle, with an iron sign depicting a large barrel of ale gleaming brightly. Below the barrel's tap sat a goblet, and the sign read Crage Brewing. Though it was still early morning, the shop was already open for business. Rain glanced upward and couldn't help but ponder, is this a base for the school or perhaps a result of some witchcraft? This unfamiliar guest, it's your first time at Crage Brewing, isn't it? A female attendant approached, smiling as she asked, Yes. I'm looking for Lord Magaro. Oh, Lord Magaro, you are. Please follow me. The female attendant's eyes lit up as she spoke promptly. Quickly, Rain followed the female attendant down to the basement wine cellar, where she rang a bell. Soon the wooden door of the cellar opened, and a middle-aged man in a shabby gray wizard robe emerged saying, Joy, why are you disturbing my sleep so early? but upon seeing Rain and slightly perceiving him, he immediately rubbed his eyes, his gaze widening with disbelief as he looked at Rain. This gentleman you are. Although he wasn't aware of Rain's specific situation, judging from Rain's subtle yet powerful aura, anyone could tell that the individual had surpassed the third-level wizard apprentice, at least being an official wizard. I'm here to see Mentor Magaro. Mentor Magaro, sir, if you wish to enter the school, you need to display your insignia. The shabby man glanced at Rain with confusion. He confirmed he hadn't seen Rain before, yet the person addressed Magaro as his mentor, seemingly indicating he was from the school. Check it out, my name is Rain. Mentor Magaro should have already informed the school. Please hold on, I will check right away. The individual hurriedly returned inside. In less than a minute, he reappeared, respectfully saying, Lord Rain, it's been confirmed. Lord Magaro registered with the academy over a month ago. I will guide you into the school now. Yes, thank you. With that, Rain stepped into the cellar. The next second, a complex array of symbols flashed across the ground, and Rain felt as though he had entered a bubble. As a ripple passed by, he vanished from the cellar door. With his vision suddenly blurred, Rain soon realized he had arrived in an underground hall. Ah, is this a teleportation array? Indeed, this is a short-distance teleportation array. The specific technology has been lost to time, but it was transported from ancient ruins by the school's powerful wizards long ago. The shabby man boasted proudly. Meanwhile, in a spacious room at the Bixiu Mechanization School's base. From a distance, the sound of clinking and clanking could be heard. A group of young people in gray wizard robes, regardless of gender, were rolling up their sleeves, busying themselves with various shaped metal blocks, some wielding iron hammers to occasionally strike. Audrey, your metal morphing spell is becoming more proficient. Unlike me, I can't fully succeed in transforming components each time and must correct them manually. Sai, why do I feel like I'm more of a blacksmith than a metal series wizard? Oh my, there's still so much to do, the workload is just too immense. A young male wizard with short chestnut hair complained with a sour face. Haha, Joseph. Have you gone a single day this month without complaining? Said a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s with a tall and graceful figure and charming features. Instead of wasting energy, you'd better practice the metal morphing spell properly. After speaking, the young woman placed her slender, fair hands on a piece of metal material, as she softly chanted a spell. The basin-sized iron block began to slowly transform, and after nearly half a minute, an iron component resembling a hollow cylinder was completed. However, beads of sweat appeared on the young woman's forehead. Evidently, the recently performed metal morphing spell had been quite taxing for her. I agree with Joseph on that. We've had too much work lately in the metal series. I haven't even had time to attend the wizard salons. Another slightly older, more mature female wizard nearby also spoke with a look of helplessness. Hey, did you hear? Paul Nishson from the Clay series advanced to the late stage of first-level wizard 2 days ago. His spiritual power fogging degree exceeds 60%. He's only 27. It's really impressive. The mature female wizard shared a bit of gossip. What? He's only been with the school for half a year and he's already reached the late stage, Joseph exclaimed. What's unusual about that? Don't forget, he's a descendant of the Nishson Duke family from the Imperial City. Carefully nurtured from a young age, such talent and progress are quite normal. The mature female wizard rolled her eyes at Joseph and said, By the way, Alicia, who do you think is more impressive? Nishson or the new student Magaro recently took under his wing? Joseph suddenly thought of a question and asked the mature female wizard. You mean the one Magaro has been talking about lately, Rain? It's said that his talent is astounding and he's already an official wizard despite being so young. The mature female wizard paused for a moment but quickly remembered. Hard to say, but I think Nishson is still more impressive. The foundation of a bloodline family is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The witch named Alicia shook her head and said, I think so too. Even if his talent is almost comparable to Nishson's or slightly better, it won't matter. Nishson has high-ranking wizards in his family guiding him and access to all kinds of rare resources. Joseph nodded, expressing envy. That may not be the case. After all, none of us have met Rain yet. How can we jump to conclusions so arbitrarily? Only Audrey had a differing opinion. She furrowed her brows and said. She was quite curious about Rain, whom Magaro often mentioned. Moreover, from what their mentor implied, Rain's talent was exceptionally high. Perhaps once he arrives, he might bring new vigor to the metal series. Audrey, that's because you haven't. Joseph was about to say something when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "All right, if you have time to chat idly, focus instead on crafting more puppet components to exchange for Academy contribution points." As soon as the words were spoken, a short, red-bearded old man unexpectedly appeared behind the group. "Ah, Magaro." Joseph couldn't help but be startled, showing a hint of panic. "Good day, Magaro." Audrey couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully. The wizards and wizard apprentices present all greeted him. "Good day, Mentor. Good day, Magaro." On the way back down the hallway, Magaro couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. "These ones." Sigh. Joseph, despite having a good character, has rather average talent. 10 years have passed, and his spiritual power fogging level is still less than 2%. Alicia is slightly better, with fogging level over 3%, but she's already 39, and this progress isn't fast. Plus, her mind is completely focused on finding a partner, not on delving into witchcraft. Out of the three, only Audrey has the best spiritual power aptitude and the most perseverance. Unfortunately, her metal element affinity is average. Sigh. Trevor is about to rotate back from Furious Flame Canyon soon. But it seems these three cannot take his place. The others are still wizard apprentices, naturally not considered by Magaro. Currently, at the school outpost, these three are the only students under him who have become official wizards. Speaking of Rain, should I write him a letter? But even he's a sword bearer, oftentimes he's probably beyond his own control. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. Magaro thought to himself. "Lord Magaro, there is a Lord Rain outside asking to see you. He says he is your student, but currently the Academy doesn't have his exclusive spiritual power identification, so you need to confirm once more." "What? Rain is here." Magaro immediately put down his wine glass, stood up and said. Rain didn't wait long in the hall. In just a few minutes, a familiar short, red-bearded old man appeared, walking quickly with a cheerful expression. "Mentor Magaro, long time no see." Rain slightly bowed and smiled. "Ha ha ha, Rain, you finally come." Seeing Rain, Magaro laughed heartily, grasping Rain's hand while leading him inside. "If you hadn't come soon, I'd have considered writing you a letter." Wait a minute. Rain, have you ascended to a second-level liquidization wizard?" As a seasoned first-level peak wizard, Magaro's perception was extremely keen. He hadn't noticed due to his initial joy. But after 2 steps, he realized something was off. The surging and concentrated spiritual power, fluctuations emanating from his student Rain, had already reached. How do you teach a student who surpasses their mentor's strength just after enrolling? Magaro was dumbfounded. A month ago, when he gave Rain the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, Rain's aura had just barely crossed into first-level wizard a short while ago, yet now, he was actually a second-level liquidization wizard, having surpassed him. This. Inside Magaro's office, Rain and Magaro sat facing each other. Magaro exclaimed excitedly, "So you're saying, Rain, you've already completed the first layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, and now you need the second layer, correct?" "Yes, Mentor, during my stay in the Imperial City. I chose to come to the school first because I want to learn the second layer of Steel Heart. As soon as possible. In a few days, I'm scheduled to report to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters." You've been reassigned to the Swordsman headquarters. So young, you've already become a magic iron-level sword bearer. Magaro looked at Rain with even greater admiration. As an experienced wizard, he naturally understood the Imperial Swordsman, knowing that the advancement of sword bearers requires real step-by-step combat achievements. Similar to military merits, it involves undergoing multiple battles and completing various difficult tasks to earn advancement. If your strength isn't enough, advancing actually isn't beneficial, as the task difficulty you face would increase sharply. This is also why the sword bearer's achievement is highly valuable, where factors like background have little influence. Mentor, I'm not a magic iron-level sword bearer." Rain hesitantly said, "Oh, is this a temporary post? Admiral Edward seems to value you." Magaro raised his eyebrows, thought of something, and said with a smile, "I'm a fine gold-level sword bearer." Rain felt that there was no need to hide this from his mentor, because once he reports to the sword bearer headquarters, many people would know about it. If he hid it, it would instead lead to Magaro misunderstanding and reduce trust, making it not worth the gains. "What?" Magaro's eyes widened, and his hand suddenly trembled, spilling the Bordeaux-aged wine directly onto the wizard robe. But he didn't care about the wine at all, and immediately asked, "Fine gold-level sword bearer, how is this possible, you?" The next second, seemingly realizing something, Magaro calmed his emotions, waved his hand and said, Your sword bearers have confidentiality rules, so you don't need to tell me. I believe what you're saying. By the way, Rain, if you're here to exchange for the second layer of steel heart, there's a small issue. You don't have enough school contribution points. Oh, contribution points? Are they earned by contributing to the school? Yes, it's a pity the contribution points can't be transferred. Otherwise, I would give you some. Megaro nodded and said, Actually, this issue can't be blamed on the school. I estimate that, in the history of the entire Bixiu Mechanization School, no one like you has appeared, needing the second layer of the meditation method as soon as they join. Megaro couldn't help but chuckle. Mentor, how can one quickly acquire contribution points? Rain seemed to understand the school's approach. Generally, completing school tasks can earn contribution points. Since our school is not specialized in combat, besides combat tasks, there are many manufacturing tasks as well. But these can't be learned overnight. One needs to master certain engraving knowledge. Oh, manufacturing, engraving. Rain's eyes lit up. If it's metal manufacturing, Rain hasn't found anyone faster than him. Solidified the metal morphing spell into innate wizardry. As for engraving, although he couldn't claim to be proficient, he had the level of a junior inscription master. Is it in the area of metal puppets? Rain confirmed. Yes, recently our metal series accepted a large order from the military department to manufacture 100 angry hammer battle puppets. Actually, with your identity as a sword bearer, finishing school combat, garrison, or patrol tasks should be quite simple. Megaro thought differently from Rain. In his view, was a waste for his combat experience rich and powerful student to earn contribution points by making puppet components. However, since you're about to report to the sword bearer headquarters, time-wise, completing combat tasks now might be too late. You can come back to the school after you're done with reporting. For the next couple of days, we'll have someone familiarize you with the environment. In Megaro's eyes, Rain's pace of progress is astonishing, and there's no rush to complete tasks and earn contribution points, allowing him to leisurely explore. Mentor, I want to ask, the exchange for the second layer of steel heart, how many contribution points are needed? That's not much, as a meditation method. The exchange contribution points for the second layer of steel heart are far fewer than wizardry of the same level. If I remember correctly, it's around 500 points. And the reward for making the angry hammer battle puppet components you just mentioned, Mentor. Are you really interested? Megaro looked at Rain in confusion. Yes, Rain nodded. Different components have different contribution points, and the final assembly and debugging are my responsibility, while others are responsible for making components, engraving inscriptions, etc. Rain, if you're interested, you can have someone show you the details. Great, Mentor, I'll go take a look now. Rain nodded and prepared to get up. Oh, Rain, you're in such a hurry. Seeing Rain heading out immediately, Megaro shook his head helplessly. All right, I still have to debug a few angry hammer battle puppets. I'll have Audrey familiarize you with the production process. Audrey, Mentor, did you call me? A lively-eyed girl walked into the room. This is your junior, Rain. Megaro briefly introduced. Previously, during a conversation between him and Rain, they had agreed to temporarily keep Rain's identity as a sword bearer a secret. Therefore, Megaro did not reveal Rain's identity as a sword bearer, since being a fine gold swordsman is too rare and sensitive. Ah, are you Rain? The young girl covered her small mouth and exclaimed. Her already large, beautiful eyes were now almost round. Audrey, stop making a fuss. First, take Rain to get familiar with the process of making the angry hammer battle puppet. If Rain has any questions, help answer them. By the way, Audrey, help Rain with some of the mundane tasks in the school. I'll increase your contribution points in a few days, Megaro instructed. Okay. Audrey quickly nodded and said, however in her heart she muttered, isn't he just a junior? Why do I feel like a nanny? At the same time, her bright eyes frequently glanced towards Rain with great curiosity. Is this the talented wizard from Mingster Province, whom the mentor has mentioned countless times, Rain? Except for being a bit taller and stronger, there doesn't seem to be anything special. No, that's not right. Your strength. When Audrey slightly sensed Rain's aura, she was suddenly at a loss for words. That's right, Rain's strength has already reached the second-level liquidization wizard. Megaro nodded, affirming Audrey's guess. Mentor, my junior. Audrey turned her head in shock to her mentor, pointing her fair and slender finger at Rain and herself. Now she had such a second-level liquidization wizard level. Junior. No, wasn't that higher than the teacher's level? Oh my gosh, Audrey found her mind buzzing. Seeing Audrey's shocked expression, Megaro patted his forehead, frowned deeply, then turned to Rain and said, Rain, if your strength as a second-level liquidization wizard gets out, the impact within the school will still be too great. You'll have to conceal it. Witchcraft or a witchcraft tool? Megaro looked around and muttered softly. Soon Megaro beamed with joy, taking out a gray-white wizard robe from a wardrobe beside him, handing it to Rain, saying, This is the advanced witchcraft tool concealing robe. After you wear it outwardly, your strength will appear significantly lower, like the early stage of a first-level wizard, making it less conspicuous. Okay, thank you, Mentor. Rain gladly accepted it, slightly bowing in gratitude. By the way, Audrey, remember to keep this a secret. If it gets out, you'll be the first I find, Megaro instructed his valued student Audrey. Don't worry, Mentor. Audrey quickly nodded and said, All right then, Rain, after you change into the concealing robe, go and get familiar with the environment with Audrey. Okay, Mentor Megaro. Rain bowed slightly, saying. Soon, after Rain changed into the concealing robe, he realized that the advanced witchcraft tool also had a simple stretching effect, and when he wore it, it didn't feel restrictive at all. This made him quite pleased. Rain carefully examined the intricate engravings inside the robe, knowing the secret might lie in these engravings, but with his elementary engraving knowledge, he completely couldn't understand the content. It seems I'll need to find an opportunity to really study the engravings in the future, Rain mused to himself. Thinking this, Rain followed the lively young girl Audrey out of Megaro's room and into the hallway. This is everyone's office. As long as one is an official wizard, they have an independent office and laboratory. The apprentices share an office. Audrey pointed to the offices along the hallway, meticulously introducing. Her attitude was clearly treating a major figure, not just her junior. No choice, Rain's strength as a second-level liquidization wizard had directly stunned her beyond measure. What Paul Nicholson? What first-level wizard late stage, in front of this Lord Rain? No, her junior, they're all trash. At this moment, Audrey realized why her mentor always mentioned Rain. If she had such a student, how could she not mention him? She'd have to be hovering nearby every day. Well, Audrey, aside from researching puppet crafting, what else do you usually do at the school? Rain asked with slight curiosity. Besides the work and tasks assigned, we also have to delve into and practice witchcraft and teach some newcomers in the medal series, among others. Of course, all these trivial matters were already just delegated to me by Mentor Megaro to you, Lord Rain. Audrey's lively eyes cautiously glanced at Rain and said. She dared not refer to Rain as her junior and cautiously used the universal term Lord. Even taking a special moment to observe Rain's expression. Seeing no displeasure on Rain's face, she finally let out a sigh of relief. By the way, although our Bixiu mechanization school is research-oriented, combat is ultimately inevitable. Especially in the past year, combat missions have increased significantly, and the casualties have been more than the previous 10 years combined. Seemingly recalling something, Audrey's face became serious, adding. Rain nodded and continued to ask. And what about the promotions within the school? The first step is to advance to an official wizard. At that point, the trainees can choose to continue staying. For Rain's question, Audrey naturally explained thoroughly. After listening to Audrey's enthusiastic introduction, it didn't take long for Rain to have a general impression of the advancement within the school. If the Bixiu Mechanization School is compared to a university, Audrey is roughly like a lecturer, and a late-stage first-level wizard is basically like an associate professor. As for someone like my mentor Megaro, they would be considered a senior professor, and he, as a second-level liquidization wizard, is more or less like an outstanding young talent of the four youths, like the Yangtze River's youth, more than adequate as a subject leader. Additionally, Audrey shared a little secret with Rain. If there is someone like him, a second-level liquidization wizard, among the mentor's disciples, the subsequent allocation of school resources will be inclined significantly as a form of encouragement for discovering and cultivating outstanding talent. No wonder Mentor Megaro was all smiles when he saw him come to the school. This is our medal series fabrication hall. At this time, the two walked along the corridor and came directly in front of a hall. Since puppets generally have stronger combat power and larger size, all medium-sized and larger battle puppets are completed in this fabrication hall. Audrey pointed to a hull supported by several round pillars, at least several thousand square feet in area, not far in front. With Rain's eyesight, he could naturally see clearly inside. In the spacious fabrication room, there were large amounts of iron blocks and various finished and semi-finished puppet components placed around, with many wearing wizard robes busying themselves. A metal puppet series really looks like those large assembly factories from a previous life, doesn't it? Thought Rain to himself. This was very different from his impression of a wizard school. At that moment, a female voice carried out from inside the metal series fabrication hall. "Sigh, whoever can do all this work for me. I'll marry him." Alicia, after finishing the engraving of a puppet component, stretched her voluptuous body and said angrily, "Ah." Joseph looked at Alicia's alluring and graceful curves and couldn't help swallowing. His lips moved as if to say something. Not a few male third-level wizard apprentices proficient in engravings also looked at the metal series rows with sparkling eyes, unintentionally swallowing hard. "Joseph, you can't do it, bean sprout." Alicia seemed to notice Joseph wanting to say something and immediately rolled her eyes at him. Ahem. Alicia's words instantly turned Joseph's face red, almost choking on his saliva. This time Audrey brought Rain to the entrance of the fabrication hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention inside. "This is the newcomer, Rain. Everyone, welcome." So you're Rain." Joseph assessed Rain from head to toe. With the concealing robes effect, the aura Rain displayed to everyone conveniently matched that of an early first-level wizard. Compared to his youthful appearance, it was still quite remarkable, but not to an outrageously astonishing level. A first-level wizard standard, about the same as my strength, but this physique immediately outshines mine, Joseph thought to himself. Wow, really tall and handsome. Finally someone impressive in our metal series. Come over here, I'll take care of you in the school from now on." Alicia's eyes lit up when she saw the tall Rain, and she smiled joyfully, even waving at Rain. Audrey, seeing Alicia's behavior, couldn't help but cover her forehead and thought to herself, "Alicia, you fool." Rain, however, didn't mind at all, smiled and said, "Thank you, I hope to get along well with everyone." "Lord Rain, these are the Angry Hammer Battle puppet components we've been working on currently," Audrey introduced while pointing to the numerous parts placed inside the hall. "Could you demonstrate?" Rain was slightly puzzled as he looked closely. Most of the components weren't very challenging for him, forming them in a second, and then engraving would suffice. "Of course, Lord Rain." Audrey stepped forward, placed her hands on an iron ingot, and slowly began to morph it. Around 30 seconds later, a hollow cylindrical component was finished. Audrey wiped the sweat from her forehead, quite satisfied with the result, a single formation without needing further processing. "Lord Rain, if you've mastered the metal morphing spell, you can attempt direct transformation, just like I did. Of course, if you're unfamiliar, you can start slower," Audrey said with a hint of pride. "Lord, if you joined later than us, you're a junior, right, Junior Rain?" Alicia walked over with a smile. "That's right," Rain replied with a slight smile. "Junior Rain, it's almost lunchtime. How about letting Big Sister treat you to a feast?" "Thank you, maybe next time I'll treat, but for now, I'd like to learn about the Angry Hammer Battle puppet component fabrication," Rain replied with a smile, politely declining. "Haha, is Junior so dedicated? Well then, if you learn, help Big Sister share the workload, of course, all contribution points will be credited to you." Alicia winked at Rain. "Of course." Rain nodded without refusal, as it didn't conflict with his goal of earning contribution points in the school. "By the way, do all of these need to be made?" "Yes, this part is mine, that part is Alicia's. They are the left and right legs of the Angry Hammer Battle puppet," Audrey nodded and said. I'll take these two standard components to study first. By the way, Audrey, you can go to lunch first, just bring me a portion later." Lord Rain, listen to me." Okay, Lord Rain." Audrey, recalling Rain's strength, quickly nodded her head. Few minutes later, inside Rain's room, after taking another look at the standard components, he placed his hand on an iron ingot. In the next second, a cylindrical component identical to the one Audrey demonstrated just before the Angry Hammer Battle puppet's thigh was morphed completely. But the speed was so fast. It was almost instantaneous. 0.something seconds compared to half a minute. In comparison, Rain's transformation speed was like a Ferrari 458, while Audrey's metal morphing spell was barely faster than a turtle's crawl. This was also why Rain sent Audrey away. One component for 10 contribution points, so 500 points means making 50. That's just a minute's task. Even accounting for engravings, I just happen to know basic defensive engravings, 2 minutes each, and it can be done in 101 minutes. Rain, with a quick calculation, brightened his eyes. The actual production was even faster than Rain expected. Rain spent about an hour and completed components worth 500 contribution points. Because the more he made the defensive engravings, the more skilled he became, reducing the time from the estimated 2 minutes to a little over a minute each. Once done, Rain wasn't in a hurry to leave, but instead rested in the room. Knock, 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 come in. The ones entering were Audrey and Alicia, each bringing Rain a meal and a cup of coffee. Suddenly both seemed struck by lightning. They saw that the room was full of components. Clang. My God, Rain, you. Both Audrey and the mature, glamorous Alicia widened their beautiful eyes. Looking like they'd seen a ghost at the scene before them. What did they see? Rain completed nearly half a month's planned workload in just over an hour. Haha, metal morphing spell happens to be my strongest witchcraft, so the speed is a bit faster. Additionally, I also happen to know basic defensive engravings, Rain said with a slight smile. The usually beauty-loving Alicia, completely ignoring the coffee spilled on her, rushed excitedly to the large batch of components for a careful look. My God, Rain, you actually completed them all, Alicia exclaimed after checking, finding each component nearly identical to the standard components. And Audrey, considering Rain's strength as a second-level liquidization wizard, found it easier to accept what she saw but was equally shocked. Is the gap between a second-level wizard and first-level wizard that large? It shouldn't be, Audrey murmured in her heart. That afternoon, Rain received the long-awaited Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method's second layer. Rain glanced at the wall clock. It was already 5 p.m. Thinking it over, he bid farewell to Megaro. Anna was still at the Bavarian mansion, and since he had obtained the second layer of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method as planned, he decided to head back early, strike while the iron is hot, and study it well that night. Mentor, I'm heading back first. I plan to study the meditation method, and might not come to the school in the next couple of days. Rain, manage your time as you see fit, Megaro said, looking at Rain with a deeply gratified expression. For this student in front of him, he couldn't be more satisfied. The Bavarian family's carriage was still waiting at the entrance of Crage Brewing. After Rain got in, the carriage quickly drove off, returning to the Bavarian mansion. After dining with Anna, Rain went to the study and took out the memory crystal, containing the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method's second layer. Soon, unique memory content presented itself in his mind. Rain began to ponder over it carefully. The Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method's second layer has a high cultivation difficulty. But once cultivated successfully, in addition to further refining spiritual power and promoting its liquefaction, it also adds about 40% to the power of Metal Series witchcraft. Seeing this, Rain's eyes shone. 40%? That's incredible. Previously, it was only 20% in the first layer, which was already impressive, and now it's actually 40%. It's known that even a first-level wizard, with spiritual power fogging over 90%, boosts witchcraft power by about 50%. And the special effect from the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method reaches 40%. That's remarkably high. Of course, this is specifically for Metal Series witchcraft, but for Rain, this effect was truly astounding. Remember, Rain's affinity with the Metal Series is super. Take the first-level Metal Series witchcraft metal barrier for example. Previously, when I had just stepped into the first-level wizard, the defensive power was approximately 40 degrees. But currently, roughly calculated, multiplying by the 1.5 times enhancement from spiritual power, and then by the 1.4 times effect enhancement from Steel Heart, it directly increases to 84 degrees. You should know that typical second-level witchcraft power ranges between 60 to 100 degrees. And if I successfully master the Steel Heart second layer, I can practically use a first-level witchcraft as if it were a second-level witchcraft. Although a second-level liquidized wizard casting first-level witchcraft naturally enhances the power considerably compared to a first-level wizard. Generally, it ranges around 50-60 degrees, barely touching the lower limit of second-level witchcraft's potency. But Rain is different. Once he masters the second layer of Steel Heart, the power of him casting first-level Metal Series witchcraft will directly reach the main level of second-level witchcraft. This is the effect of metal element affinity being super, combined with the advanced meditation method almost tailor-made, resulting in a blast effect greater than the sum of its parts. Comparable to some advanced meditation methods that, after successful cultivation, grant special witchcraft at top-notch levels. As Master Megaro predicted, this advanced meditation method is particularly suitable for someone with high metal element affinity. It is indeed perfect for me. Rain felt great joy in his heart. Calming his mind, Rain immediately focused and started seriously cultivating according to the requirements of the second layer. Unlike the 36 will rune three-dimensional patterns in the first layer, the patterns in the second layer are more complex, with naturally higher difficulty. If the spiritual power is insufficient, merely looking at this three-dimensional pattern can make one dizzy. Rain counted carefully. The three-dimensional pattern of the second layer is unexpectedly composed of a total of 60 will runes, compared to the first layer, increased by nearly 2/3 in number. Imagine how difficult it is to outline this wholly in one's mind. This difficulty, for an ordinary second-level liquidized wizard, even getting started is extremely difficult. Rain nodded secretly. However, my spiritual power is quite a bit higher than others, so it should be faster. Rain glanced at the attribute panel. The spiritual attribute as high as 90 is his source of confidence. Of course, to be faster, relying on the attribute points accumulated before is essential. Immediately, Rain began visualization of the three-dimensional structure of the second layer in his mind. 1 hour later, after trying more than 20 times, Rain's 90 points of spiritual attribute were not a bluff. He can currently successfully visualize the pattern composed of 55 will runes, only 5 left incomplete. However, after so many attempts, Rain finally felt a slight swelling at his temples. Clearly, this is due to excessive consumption of spiritual power while cultivating the second layer. The advanced meditation method, and the current progress is nearing his limit. Luckily, Rain previously honed tailoring skills in Mingster, accumulating a total of 12 attribute points, precisely to use during critical moments like breakthroughs or battles. Without much hesitation, Rain added 1 point to his spirit. Instantly, the spirit increased from 90 points to 91 points. Simultaneously, Rain felt his mind suddenly clear, as if a clear spring appeared in the mental sea, washing away the intense fatigue from his spirit. Immediately, Rain, restored to peak condition, began outlining the complex three-dimensional patterns of Steel Heart, advanced meditation. Method second layer in his mind again. Another hour passed. The first will rune, the 30th, the 58th will rune. Great, just a bit more, only 2 left. Although Rain again felt bouts of dizziness, now he is only 1 step away from success. Naturally, there is no reason to give up halfway. Hence, Rain added more points again. Half an hour later, Rain's face beamed with joy, and he fisted vigorously. In his conscious sea, the thin circular base at the crystal's bottom was now nearly doubled in thickness. Meanwhile, a system prompt also appeared. You have cultivated the second layer of Steel Heart, advanced meditation method. Related comprehension enhanced. Your skill Steel Heart advanced meditation method has been enhanced, experience +3. Rain quickly found the Steel Heart skill icon on the attribute panel of the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary class, and examined the changes in its description. The new description was as follows: Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method LV4, 1/1000, with the special effect Metal Control LV2. Metal Control LV2, passive effect. Your ability to control metal energy particles has slightly improved. The first layer corresponds to LV1, LV3. In that case, the second layer should correspond to LV4, LV6. Also, the system description of metal control at LV2 has changed from slightly improved to slightly enhanced. Although Rain did not know how long it took other second level liquidization wizards within the school to practice the second layer of this Steel Heart advanced meditation method, it couldn't possibly be learned within a few hours, right? It's a pity this kind of joy cannot be shared with others. Rain shook his head and sighed. In his delight, Rain quickly focused his attention on the thickened base in his mental sea. It has thickened, which is exactly why the power of the Metal Series Witchcraft has further increased. I might as well try the Witchcraft later to compare the power increase. Meanwhile, Rain also discovered that, around the conscious sea crystal, the volume of the silver liquid formed after the liquefaction of spiritual power seemed to have slightly increased, but the volume of the silver mist seemed to have slightly decreased. Looking at the system panel, Rain couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The spiritual power value on the attribute panel was unexpectedly the same as when he first practiced the first layer, decreased. Clearly displayed: Spirit, 88, Liquefaction 32%. It's worth noting that his spiritual power was 90 points before he added points, and after adding 3 points it should be 93 points, but now it's only 88 points, a full 5 points less. However, the liquefaction progress had increased by 2%, from 30% to 32%. It should still be the further tempering effect of the advanced meditation method on spiritual power, eliminating impurities. Having the experience from last time, Rain wasn't too surprised this time. After thinking for a moment, Rain invested 2 skill points continuously in the LV4 Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method. As the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method progressed from LV4 to LV6, instantly, a wave of memories about the cultivation of the second layer of Steel Heart flooded into Rain's mind. In an instant, it was as if Rain had experienced decades-long arduous practice of the meditation methods. Second layer in a mysterious space. A few minutes later, when Rain once again outlined the model of the second layer of the meditation method, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the visualization process was much smoother than before, nearly 3 times faster. After a little thought, although he knew he had probably reached the limit, he still wanted to try out of excitement. As expected, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Point allocation failed. The current Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method has reached its limit. However, this was expected, and Rain wasn't the least bit disappointed. After considering it for a while, he decided to report to the sword holder headquarters early the next morning. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the 1-month deadline is already near. Waiting until the last 1 or 2 days to go didn't seem appropriate to Rain. Second, considering that the exchange hall at the sword holder headquarters should have many witchcraft and items available for exchange. For instance, rare metal series witchcraft. Perhaps, he could even exchange for a soul energy crystal. Moreover, he had not yet exchanged the rewards for defeating the 3 leaders of the Sea God sect at Wailing Wind Fjord, and considering the investigation report of the Nether Sea Goddess's projection, he should receive a considerable reward. In other words, the number of task evaluation medals and merit points he should be enough to exchange for 1 or even several metal series witchcrafts. In contrast, if he wanted to exchange for witchcraft within the school, he would have to accumulate a substantial amount of contribution points. This cannot be accomplished in a short time, because unlike the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method, the exchange prices for witchcraft, especially second-level witchcraft, in the school are all several thousand contribution points to start. Relying solely on making puppet parts to accumulate enough contribution points would likely not be feasible, even if all metal series jobs were assigned to Rain alone. Most likely, he would need to participate in battles or garrison missions outside to have a chance to accumulate enough contribution points. The next morning, Rain, riding in the Bavarian family's luxurious carriage, quickly arrived at the sword holder headquarters garrison. As Rain got off the carriage, he was captivated by the grandeur of the headquarters main entrance. At the center of the main gate was an oval fountain. Towering over it was a tall male bronze statue, more than 10 meters high, leaning on a sword with both hands, with a resolute face, looking into the distance, vividly realistic. Behind it was an exceedingly wide door, with 8 guards armed with swords and shields, clad in full plate armor. Standing at the entrance, Rain's perception clearly indicated that these guards all possessed the strength of 3rd-level knight attendants. They were just lacking an opportunity to ascend to the transcendent, a chance to acquire a magic potion. There was no plaque nor any textual description. Interesting. Rain nodded slightly and walked towards the gate. "Sir, this is the Empire Swordsman headquarters." A guard stepped forward and said, choosing his words with some courtesy, as he could see that Rain had come from a luxurious carriage. Although he wasn't familiar with the emblem of the serpent, shield of the Bavarian family, it seemed to be the insignia of some duke's family. "Yes, this is my official letter. I am here to report for duty." Rain briefly presented his transfer letter. The guard captain wasn't particularly concerned initially. After all, almost every 1 or 2 days, a magic iron-level sword holder from a provincial branch would come to report at the sword holder headquarters. But this time it's different. With just a quick glance, he saw the words "Fine Gold-Level Sword Bearer" written in large characters, which caused the guard captain's heart to tremble. The guard captain's expression immediately changed, and he quickly stood at attention and saluted Rain. "Lord Rain." Rain waved his hand and said, "Where should I report to?" "Gavin, accompany Lord Rain to the administrative building's reception to report." The guard captain shouted, and soon a capable guard came running over quickly. "Yes, Captain, Lord Rain, this way, please." "Thank you." However, Rain didn't notice that among the 8 guards at the gate, one of them's eyes briefly flashed with a bright light upon hearing his name. Half an hour later, at the sword holder headquarters, in a secret silver-level sword-bearer suite. "Young Master Greenwood, someone from our family just informed me that the young man named Rain has already arrived at the headquarters." "Oh, he's finally here." Greenwood's face lit up with delight, as he had been waiting for Rain for many days. "Have Mia, Nathan, and Chandler come over at once." A quarter of an hour later. Woman about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a fitted noble hunting outfit with a curvaceous figure and bright red lip color, walked into the room, chatting leisurely with 2 noble-looking men. During non-mission times at the headquarters, most sword-bearers were in casual attire. All 3 were part of Greenwood's circle, with Chandler being from the lowest family status, yet still the second son of an earl from the imperial city. It's not that Greenwood's social circle was so small. It's just that these people happened to hold positions at the sword holder headquarters and were part of Greenwood's leadership circle within the noble circle of the imperial city. There were, of course, noble heirs of higher rank at the headquarters, but Greenwood couldn't command them. Rather, he had to visit them personally to ask for favors. "That person is here." "Oh, is it the young fine gold-level sword-bearer you mentioned last time who wounded you?" The only female present, Mia, said with a slight glint in her eyes, quite interested in Rain, who had wounded Greenwood. "Is it this Rain you're talking about?" Nathan also asked. "Indeed." "Then let's proceed as planned. We'll show him that the imperial city isn't an easy place to navigate." Chandler, looking quite gentlemanly, shook the red Bordeaux liquid in his hand and said with a smile, "Mia, you and Chandler should go and make contact with him first. If you can gain his trust, that would be ideal," Greenwood suggested. "Sure, no problem. He's at the administrative building's reception now, right?" "Chandler, let's go have a chance encounter with Lord Rain." Mia giggled sweetly. "At the administrative building's reception." Due to Rain's status as a fine gold-level sword-bearer, the reception duties were personally handled by Anthony, the department head, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair. "Lord Rain, due to your outstanding performance in the Marne province, clearing out the Wailing Wind Fjord Sea God sect base, and killing 3 legendary strongmen and quasi-legendary cult masters, you have earned 3 secret silver medals and 16,500 merit points." "Oh, and there's more." Department head Anthony's squinting eyes suddenly widened as he spoke. On the wisdom tablet before him, the words "top secret" stood out, and a long passage of text was obscured, though the final reward amount was visible. "You also provided a piece of top-secret intelligence, earning 2 fine gold medals and 10,000 merit points. So, Lord Rain, you'll receive a total of 1 fine gold medal and 3 secret silver medals, plus 26,500 merit points. Do you have any objections to this?" Department head Anthony said with a smile. Rain raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He had anticipated that information about the Nether Sea Goddess Hela might be important, but he hadn't expected it to be so valuable. It even surpassed the rewards for eliminating the 3 leaders of the Sea God sect. Indeed, matters involving the divine are no small things. "Of course not, thank you, Lord Anthony." Rain slightly bowed in appreciation. At that moment, a female staff member came over quickly. In her hands was a tray, and atop the tray lay a shimmering, palm-sized circular emblem. Rain picked up the fine gold emblem from the tray and handed his diamond star emblem to the female staff member. The hefty fine gold emblem bore the image of a knight, standing with a sword, vivid in detail. From Rain's understanding of metals, he could tell the emblem was indeed crafted from precious fine gold, yet compared to the honor and authority the emblem represented, the fine gold itself seemed trivial. "Do you need someone to show you around, Lord Rain?" Department head Anthony said with a smile. "No, thank you. I'll explore on my own." Rain smiled and politely declined. "Very well, Lord Rain. If you encounter any issues at the headquarters, feel free to reach out to me." "Thank you, goodbye, Lord Anthony." Minutes later, Rain left the reception. He couldn't shake the feeling that department head Anthony's smile was extremely insincere, giving him an uncomfortable impression. However, perhaps this is a common trait among the Empire's bureaucrats, Rain thought while shaking his head slightly and dismissing the thought. Soon, following the signs he encountered along the way, he arrived at the headquarters exchange hall. After all, Rain was quite looking forward to higher-level witchcraft, and the potential exchange of soul energy crystals. After navigating several turns down the long corridor, Rain arrived at the headquarters Special Items Exchange Hall, in front of a 3-story building with a white marble facade. The architecture resembled the Baroque buildings from Rain's past life. Featured round pillars, walls with distinct projections, and numerous decorative patterns and relief sculptures, exuding grandeur and elegance. As Rain entered the exchange hall, he noticed the dome design, the impressive height, and the spaciousness, with the number of people inside being 4 to 5 times that of the Minster branch. At this moment, every counter had quite a queue. The black wisdom tablet in front of them was larger and more high-end compared to the branch. It wasn't long before it was Rain's turn. Seeing this, a young female staff member stood up and smiled, saying, "Hello, sir, how can I help you? I'd like to inquire about all available metal series witchcraft at the headquarters." As he spoke, Rain handed over his newly minted fine gold emblem to her. "All right, sir." "Ah, the fine gold emblem," the staff member exclaimed softly, clearly surprised. After a brief moment of surprise, the young staff member quickly and respectfully accepted it with both hands, placing the fine gold emblem into a specially made slot. "Sir, since you have the highest level of access, you can view all available exchange items at the headquarters. Currently, I've found 4 items concerning metal series witchcraft. Please have a look at the wisdom tablet," the young staff member said. As she spoke, a dense cluster of small white characters appeared on the black tablet in front of Rain. Sharpness technique, 0-level witchcraft, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to attract surrounding metal energy particles, enhancing the sharpness of the designated metal weapon for about a minute. Exchange price. Metal barrier. First-level witchcraft consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to drive a certain amount of metal fragments, floating within a 2-meter radius around the caster, blocking any attacks intending to harm the caster. Exchange price. Rain had long since learned these 2. Naturally, Rain quickly skipped over them, focusing his attention on the last 2. Metal cage. Second-level witchcraft consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to draw surrounding metal energy particles, rapidly forming a metal cage around a single target. Exchange price. 2 secret silver medals plus 15,000 merit points. Source: Halsh Ruins. Thorny Iron Ball. Third-level witchcraft consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, using a specific witchcraft model to attract surrounding metal energy particles, forming a giant thorny iron ball crushing the target. Exchange price: 3 fine gold medals plus 27,000 merit points. Source: Olson Fasten. Upon seeing the above, Rain's eyes immediately lit up. Although compared to other series, the number of metal series witchcraft wasn't much even at the sword holder headquarters. The fact there were both 2nd and 3rd-level witchcraft still made Rain quite satisfied. The 2nd-level witchcraft metal cage, as described, turned out to be a rare control-oriented metal series witchcraft. Moreover, he met the requirements for the necessary task evaluation medal and merit points for exchange. This meant he could exchange for it at any time. As for the 3rd-level witchcraft thorny iron ball, there's no rush. Not only was Rain short of medals at present, but even if obtained, he was only a 2nd-level liquidization wizard and couldn't learn 3rd-level witchcraft. Thus, Rain glanced again at the description of 2nd-level witchcraft metal cage, nodding slightly. Even if this move could be escaped by the enemy, if it could delay just a moment, given Rain's speed, it could very well turn the tide. "Help me exchange for metal cage." "All right, sir. By the way, are there soul energy crystals available for exchange?" "Yes, Lord Rain, the exchange price for soul energy crystals is 1 Diamond Star Task Evaluation Medal, plus 2,000 merit points." Does it also require a task evaluation medal? Indeed, it's expensive. In that case, with his secret silver medal, he could exchange for 9 Diamond Star medals, plus the 2 remaining Diamond Star medals. He could exchange for 11 soul energy crystals in one go. Use the secret silver medals to help me exchange for 11 soul energy crystals. "Ah, sir, are you sure you want to exchange the secret silver medals for lower-level medals?" The female staff couldn't help but remind. It's well known that secret silver medals are hard to obtain, and even at the sword holder headquarters, those who operate this way are very few. "Yes. All right, sir." Soon, Rain was satisfied as he left the exchange hall with a sheepskin scroll and a wooden box. 5 minutes later, Mia and Chandler hurried to the exchange hall, where Chandler went up, chatted animatedly with a few female staff members, and returned saying, "They said the tall, unfamiliar young man just left." So fast. Mia was a bit speechless. She and Chandler had just rushed over from the administration building's reception desk. Unexpectedly, Rain was so efficient that he got his business done in less than 10 minutes. "Let's go find him again," Mia puffed angrily as she left the hall, half an hour later. "I'm so annoyed," that Rain left the reception and headed straight to the exchange hall, exchanged something, and then left. Later, when we asked the guards, they said he had left the headquarters, Mia said indignantly. She had purposely done an elaborate makeup and sprayed the expensive Royal No. 5 perfume. This is a top-level perfume blended with the complex fragrances of rosemary, rose, and jasmine, which Mia usually couldn't bear to use. Because for a wizard like Rain with powerful spiritual power, any witchcraft that confuses the mind is a big taboo. If it fails, the consequences are unimaginable. It's normal. When a rural person like him comes to the imperial city, and especially knows that the headquarters has so many good things, how can he resist not exchanging? Nathan said with a smile. Although he has a pretty good background, being the second son of the imperial city's marquis, since joining the sword holder headquarters, after seeing those special items that can be exchanged, he couldn't help but salivate. Even for his marquis family lineage, getting some things from the headquarters is extremely difficult. By the way, Chandler, the other party just arrived, probably didn't have many merit points. Do you know what they exchanged? Nathan couldn't help but ask curiously. Chandler, with his handsome looks and elegant demeanor, is usually very familiar with many female staff members at headquarters. Not sure exactly, but what the other party was holding seems to be a sheepskin scroll. It should either be a transcendent battle technique or witchcraft. Chandler slightly recalled and said. Chandler's response made Nathan pause in surprise. These two items certainly aren't cheap. Could it be that the other party accumulated many task evaluation medals and merit points? At the original branch, Nathan showed a puzzled face, but that doesn't seem right either. Stop guessing. The other party, on last occasion, single-handedly wiped out the sea god Sek's base at Wailing Wind Fjord, so medals and points are naturally not lacking, Greenwood said with a serious expression. Hearing that Rain exchanged for witchcraft or combat technique, Greenwood felt a bad premonition in his heart. No way. Can't let the other party continue to enhance their strength. It seems the action plan needs to be expedited. Base. But even if they killed a legendary cultist, the reward isn't much, right? Chandler paused in surprise upon listening. His secret silver-level squad also joined forces to kill a cultist legend during the last mission. There were 3 sea god sect legends in the base. Greenwood's face became increasingly unpleasant as he spoke. He hadn't been back in the imperial city for long before hearing the news from the butler Owen. His immediate reaction was disbelief, thinking it couldn't be possible. How could the other party's strength be so formidable? Last time when he faced off against Rain, although he lost, he believed the gap wasn't too big. But in a single battle to be able to kill 3 cultists. Legends, what kind of concept is this? The butler Owen indicated that it was during a dinner the Duke had with a certain high-level official at the sword holder headquarters, that the latter personally told the Duke, and the information is definitely reliable. What? So strong? Several people turned their heads, revealing astonishment, and immediately understood why Greenwood valued the other party so highly. This is tricky, huh? Do we know which aspect the other party is adept at? Adept at metal series witchcraft, at the same time proficient in multiple transcendent battle techniques, with no obvious weaknesses. However, the proficiency in witchcraft should be stronger than close combat. Greenwood touched his finger, which had just been treated, and said, "Whether it's an illusion, although restored." He often felt vague pain in his finger, which made him increasingly resent Rain. Metal series wizard, that's indeed rare. Mia raised her eyebrows, saying, "But you don't need to worry about that. As long as you can connect with this Rain and gain some trust, that's enough." Greenwood waved his hand, saying, "By the way, the other party hasn't recruited team members yet. I think it won't be long before this Rain should recruit members. You all spread the word, say this Rain got lucky to advance as a fine gold swordsman. Good idea. At headquarters, no one would risk joining a team with a captain whose strength isn't strong enough." Nathan smiled and nodded, saying, "At that time, you will proactively join the other party's team. Understood. When the other party goes out on a mission, deliberately leak the whereabouts or information, let the other party be." Chandler's eyes lit up, saying, "No, it's sacrificing for the nation." Greenwood couldn't help but laugh, saying, I will have the family contact them for specific task assignments and pick the highest difficulty of fine gold level for him. Of course, don't worry, I will have the family dispatch strong individuals nearby, so after Rain's death, we can continue completing the task. Haha, truly an impeccable strategy. Mia's beautiful eyes turned into slits. I said I would let him understand what a noble family means. This kind of young man from a small town, who mistakenly thinks he has some talent, yet doesn't recognize the majesty of the heavens, should obediently roll back to the countryside. Greenwood moved his still not very flexible fingers and said with resentment, having looked at Rain's file, he naturally knew the other party was from a place called Flashgold Town. While back, he had specially sent someone to investigate that place, wanting to know exactly how Rain came to grow. In the end, ever since Flashgold Town was attacked by the Black Flame cult last year, the original residents were nearly all dead or wounded. The investigation came to naught. Wait, there is another issue. According to regulations, the assigned tasks for fine gold level sword bearers only occur once every 3 months, and if a same level task is completed, it can be extended, which means the other party can drag it out for nearly 3 months before going out to complete a task. Chandler suddenly frowned and said, "No, from today when he reports, he has entered our rhythm. Soon, he will go out to complete the assigned task." Greenwood exuded a confident smile. In the luxurious carriage on his way back, Rain opened the wooden box containing 11 soul energy crystals and grabbed them all. Ding, detected soul energy crystals capable of enhancing spiritual power liquidation level. Would you like to accelerate absorption? Note, system absorption can eliminate impurities and absorb all at once. Yes. Instantly, Rain felt a part of the silver mist in his mind begin to surge and rapidly transform into silver liquid. The silver liquid increased immediately, and after several seconds, this growth finally started to stop. Due to the double-digit number of soul energy crystals, compared to the 3 pieces brought by the elegant Lady Jennifer last time, Rain felt the enhancement this time was quite significant. Rain glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 88 liquidation 42%, but only 11 pieces, and it increased by only 10%. Rain raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, no wonder, compared to its expensive price and tiny increase, ordinary noble offspring might not afford it. Unless they are offspring of top families from the Imperial City, however. Their biggest issue is the after effects. They can't use them consecutively like me and must pause for a while after each soul energy crystal. Not long after, back at the Bavarian family mansion, Rain couldn't resist the temptation of the new second-level witchcraft and greeted Anna before heading to the study and opening the sheepskin scroll. 1 hour later, inside the training room, as Rain silently chanted spells, after a few seconds, he pointed at an ironwood dummy not far ahead. A flash of dark silver light appeared around the ironwood dummy, and a square metal cage similar to those used for prisoners suddenly appeared, enclosing the ironwood dummy inside. How amazing is this, the effect of mobilizing surrounding metal energy particles? Anna exclaimed from the side, and it's so thick. Anna leaned in for a closer look and used her slender, fair fingers to feel the sturdiness of the cylindrical bars of the metal cage, quite surprised. Rain nodded with a smile. According to the effect description in the sheepskin scroll, the thickness of the metal cage bars should roughly be 2 fingers thick, but Rain's casting resulted in bars as thick as an adult man's wrist. Rain knew this was due to his top-level metal element affinity, plus the additive effects of the steel heart meditation method. At this moment, the system prompt followed suit. You have learned the metal cage, related understanding enhanced. You have comprehended a new skill metal cage. Your skill metal cage has been improved, experience +3. Meanwhile, a brand new icon appeared at the bottom of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary panel. The icon depicted a square metal cage with bars of consistent thickness. A line of small text below the icon read, Metal Cage LV1, 1/100, Metal Cage LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to summon surrounding metal energy particles through a specific witchcraft model, rapidly forming a metal cage around a single target. Note, casting time 3 seconds. After practicing for a while, Rain noticed an issue. The proficiency improvement of second-level witchcraft poses a difficulty multiple times that of first-level witchcraft. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, knocking sounds came from the training room door. Come in. A young man appeared at the door, dressed in silver armor with gold thread patterns. Resembling the Duke of Minster in appearance, This allowed Rain to immediately guess his identity. Lord Rain, hello, I'm Haloin. The young man smiled brightly, giving a very sincere vibe. Lord Haloin, hello, and this must be Miss Anna. Haloin nodded slightly towards Anna. Lord Haloin, hello. Anna curtsied gracefully. This. Second-level metal series witchcraft metal cage. After greeting, Haloin inadvertently glanced at the metal cage, enclosing the iron wood dummy that Rain had cast. His eyes immediately fixed on it. Such power. Seconds later, when Haloin looked at Rain again, his demeanor completely changed. Haloin, nicknamed Bavarian Lance, excelled beyond the Duke of Minster, naturally possessing legendary power. A few days ago, he received a message from his father saying that a young man named Rain was transferred to the Imperial Swordsman headquarters and would temporarily reside at their family mansion. To be honest, at that time, Haloin felt his father might be too courteous. Even though his father clearly stated in the letter that the young man had significantly aided the Minster province and the Bavarian family in the Minster Swordsman division, and that the young man was exceptionally talented. But there's no need to be so polite, right? But now, this young man's talent is not just extraordinary, it's top-notch throughout the entire empire. It's known that the improvement in a wizard's power exceeds that on the Path of Knights, yet this person of such young age is already a second-level liquidization wizard, and rare in the metal series. What does this mean? After some exchange, Haloin's eyes gleamed as he looked at Rain, saying, Lord Rain, would you mind a friendly spar? Rain was startled when he heard this. He looked into Haloin's clear and fervent eyes, and couldn't help but laugh inside. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the eldest son of the Duke of Minster, the first heir of the Bavarian family, turned out to be a battle maniac. Indeed, otherwise, at just over 30 years of age, he couldn't have reached the formal legendary level and been honored with the title of Bavarian Lance. Of course. For the first time meeting with the Duke of Minster's eldest son, Rain had no negative impression and immediately nodded in agreement. However, Rain planned to use some points to enhance himself before proceeding. The casting time of Metal Cage is ultimately too slow, making it completely impractical in actual combat. Just right, I can take this opportunity to integrate this new witchcraft into my combat system, Rain thought to himself. After all, having a legendary-level powerhouse as a sparring partner is a rare opportunity. Rain glanced at the remaining skill points on his attribute panel. With 16 skill points, after using 2 on the Steel Heart meditation method, he had 14 left, which was more than enough to enhance the second-level witchcraft metal cage. This was also the purpose of his hard training in tailoring skills in Minster. Be prepared. Without hesitation, in an instant, Rain allocated 11 skill points and an additional 8 golden skill points to the second-level witchcraft metal cage. With this, the second-level witchcraft metal cage abruptly elevated from LV1 to LV20. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming memories regarding the witchcraft metal cage flooded into Rain's mind. For a moment, Rain seemed to have arrived in a mysterious space, continually practicing the second-level witchcraft metal cage for hundreds of years, mastering the compression of syllables and coordination of gestures as if by instinct. Seconds later, once Rain had digested the memories and regained his composure, he gave Haloin a smile. Haloin, however, suddenly sensed an aura of unfathomable mystery emanating from Rain's smile, which made his heart tighten and immediately increased his estimation of Rain's importance by another notch. Lord Haloin, shall we begin? Certainly, Lord Rain, I will make my move, please guide me. Haloin picked up a nearly 3-meter-long riding spear from the weapon rack by his side, his expression solemn. Swish! With a quick step, Haloin lifted the spear for a stab, charging rapidly towards Rain. As a titled knight, it was necessary to close the distance, especially since, in Haloin's view, Rain was also a wizard with considerable strength. But in the next second he froze, and he was stopped, because at this moment he was already trapped in a square metal cage on the spot. This is second-level witchcraft. Was that just instant cast? Your innate wizardry is actually metal cage. Haloin, trapped in the cage, widened his eyes with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. 0.04 seconds earlier. Rain's lips moved slightly, and with a single point towards Haloin, the second-level witchcraft metal cage responded and appeared. Clang! Haloin's entire body exuded the brilliance of will. With a heavy punch from his right hand, even the metal bars as thick as a bowl's mouth were instantly deformed. In just 2 hits, he broke out of the metal cage. As a second-level witchcraft, even after Rain's enhancement, it was still unrealistic to trap a legendary combat power melee expert for too long. But Haloin's expression was exceptionally serious. While others might be unclear, he knew very well himself. Just now, he used almost 80% of his strength to break the cage, a binding strength nearly matching a third-level witchcraft cast by a crystallization wizard. Meanwhile, Rain had already finished casting the second-level witchcraft cutting net. The giant net glowing with silver light descended upon Haloin, with no space to escape. Simultaneously, Rain leisurely pulled away from Haloin once again, casting the next witchcraft. Thus, after Haloin clashed hard with the sharp metal net, he once again fell into the nearly instant cast metal cage by Rain. Since it was a spar, Rain naturally wouldn't execute a witchcraft killing move, and likewise, Haloin wouldn't use his ace moves. In such a situation, Rain, relying on 2 second-level Metal Series witchcrafts, rendered Haloin completely docile without any way to retaliate. Couldn't catch up at all. Rain, the purpose of this match was to adeptly use the second-level witchcraft metal cage to control the field, so he repeatedly tested the new witchcraft. Several minutes later, the two stopped, each holding back without a clear winner. Haloin panted heavily, dumbfounded, staring at Rain. Damn, this kind of wizardry talent is even more exaggerated than what my father wrote in his letter. For several consecutive days, the two would exchange ideas. With both sharing a love for combat and both hailing from the Minster province, they naturally became quickly acquainted. Especially when it was mentioned that Rain had recently been to Marne province. Oh, Lord Rain, you also know Lord Luther. Haloin's eyes lit up. Yes, we are quite good friends, and he should be arriving in the Imperial City soon. Rain smiled and nodded. Is he here to participate in the Dragon Knight Reserve assessment? He mentioned it to me last year. I didn't expect that he would become my competitor in this batch's selection. Haloin chuckled. Lord Rain, by the way, are you planning to participate in this batches? Haloin suddenly recalled the newly appeared blood-feathered horned eagle in the family estate's animal pen. Indeed, the Lord Rain before us is also a flying knight, meeting the requirements to participate in the Dragon Knight Reserve's assessment and selection. Compared to Luther, Haloin considers that the two are evenly matched, with little difference in combat strength. Yet, when it comes to Rain, Haloin cannot quite understand why he always feels some apprehension, naturally hoping not to encounter him during the selection. Suddenly, the fine gold emblem in Rain's pocket vibrated slightly. One of the special functions of the fine gold emblem is to convey simple and specific messages within the Imperial City range. The frequency of this vibration just now indicates there's a situation at headquarters requiring Rain to head over. Lord Haloin, I have to go to headquarters, see you tonight. Of course, Lord Rain, as you wish. Half an hour later, inside the task hall of the Sword Holder headquarters in Anthony's office. Lord Rain, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Your assigned mission has arrived. The one speaking to Rain is an old acquaintance, Anthony, the head of reception. Only then did Rain realize that the other also held the position of deputy of the task hall affairs. Assigned mission, so soon. I just reported 3 days ago and a task has already been assigned today. By regulations, isn't it once every 3 months? Rain raised an eyebrow, looking at Anthony with a hint of displeasure. It's an order from above. The rule is indeed to complete a task once every 3 months, but it does not specify which day within the 3 months. Anthony chuckled awkwardly as he explained, pointing upwards. For a brief moment, the room plunged into silence. Rain couldn't be clearer. He's being targeted. As for who is behind this, there are several possibilities, but the most likely suspect is the Drum family. What about the specifics of the mission? After a while, Rain asked, noticing Anthony's somewhat flickering gaze. Lord Rain, here's the detailed mission content, haha. Anthony chuckled sheepishly as he quickly handed a stack of documents to Rain. Upon flipping through, the first thing that caught his eye was an entirely black, fierce flying dragon on the cover page. Looking extremely similar to a giant dragon but much smaller in size, measuring only 12 meters in length according to the side notes. Below are extensive details: poison liquid flying dragon, Gnome province, estimated strength, legendary peak. Legendary peak, Lord Anthony, do you also think this assigned mission suits someone like me who just arrived at headquarters? Rain said with a sarcastic smile, glancing at Anthony. Perhaps it's because above they know Lord Rain is talented and gifted. Anthony wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief while racking his brain for words of praise. He knows very well there's an issue here. This task of killing the poison liquid flying dragon is one of the highest difficulty missions at the Sword Holder headquarters. Any more challenging than this and it would be epic level. Such targets are dealt with by the Imperial Guardian, not the Sword Holders. What if I refuse? Rain said with a smile. Lord Rain, you're joking. Refusing an assigned mission leads to disciplinary action. Anthony's face changed as he replied. All right, I'll take it on. However, I need to recruit team members. It'll take some time. Rain nodded, reluctantly agreeing. In fact, upon seeing the task target was a dragon-type creature, he inwardly laughed. Although unaware of the intentions of those behind the scenes, if the task involves a dragon-type creature, Rain would voluntarily apply to complete this mission even if they hadn't arranged it. It's known his dragon bloodline can only be further enhanced by extracting the blood essence of powerful dragon-type creatures. The stronger the better, certainly. You can depart at the latest within 3 days. We have dedicated airships at headquarters that can reach the destination directly. Good. Watching Rain's departing figure, Anthony couldn't help but shake his head in regret. What a pity, such a talented young man ending up offending those above. He himself is caught in circumstances. If he disobeys orders from above, his position could be revoked in minutes. Half an hour later, inside Greenwood's room at the Sword Holder headquarters. Did he accept? Greenwood asked urgently. He accepted. Nathan nodded. That's good, haha. Now it's impossible for him to back out, so the task is half successful. Greenwood excitedly slapped the armrest of his chair. He had considered what to do if Rain refused. Initially, he believed the likelihood of Rain refusing was slightly higher than accepting the task. After all, this task is quite troublesome. What exactly is the task? Mia, seeing Greenwood so happy and confident, couldn't help but ask curiously. Kill the poison liquid flying dragon, Greenwood said with a hint of pride, enunciating each word. What? Isn't this one of the most difficult tasks at headquarters? Chandler beside him was also shocked. He hadn't expected Greenwood to use the high-level connections at headquarters to assign such a task to Rain. This is simply too unfair. He couldn't help but silently mourn for Rain. A young man from a small town wanting to make a name for himself better follow orders obediently. Otherwise, it's truly seeking doom. Do Chandler and I need to do anything further? Mia inquired while tossing her hair. In her view, there was nothing more between her and Chandler. Has the news about Rain advancing by luck due to his lack of strength spread? It has already been spread through people at headquarters. Well, it will still be hard on you too. When the time comes, actively join the opposing team and during the battle just. Greenwood said in a deep voice. This. Can't you send someone to take action after he and the poison liquid flying dragon have both lost or are seriously injured? After listening, Mia felt that Greenwood's plan was extremely shameless. The opponent has killed 3 legendary warriors. Their strength cannot be underestimated. I want to ensure nothing goes wrong. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety with the family's strong members at the back. Furthermore, the reward for killing the poison liquid flying dragon will be entirely credited to you. All right, I agree, Chandler shrugged and said. Meanwhile, inside a counter at the Sword Holder headquarters mission hall, I'd like to recruit a few team members. Rain handed the fine gold emblem to the female staff in front of him and said, All right, Lord Rain, what are your requirements? Secret silver level, just need to have a skill, preferably a wizard, 5 people in total. Rain said, when facing a flying creature like a dragon, unless it's a flying knight, regular knights have little effect. Comparatively, wizards are naturally a bit better. Additionally, the regulations at headquarters are similar to the branch, with the maximum team size generally being 6 people. All right, Lord Rain, it's all filled in. Thank you. At the banquet that evening, Bavarian Mansion. Oh, has Lord Rain received an assigned task so quickly? Hearing this news, Haloin frowned slightly. Although he hadn't joined the Sword Holders, as the Duke of Minter's legitimate son and a Griffin Knight, he was very familiar with the operations of most institutions in the Empire. He immediately sensed something was off. Someone must be pulling some strings behind the scenes. Probably. Rain nodded. By the way, Lord Haloin, do you know the situation of the Drum family? Rain asked, after giving it some thought. Previously, Rain was naturally hesitant to ask this question, firstly because he didn't know Haloin's character, and secondly because he didn't know the relationship between the Bavarian family and the Drum family. However, after getting to know each other over the past few days, they gradually understood some things. The Drum family, Haloin's face changed. From the previous matters, he instantly associated something. Do you need me to come forward to mediate? After thinking for a moment, Haloin's face became serious as he proactively suggested. This was, in fact, a very responsible thing to say, as this was the Imperial City, not Minter. Not everyone would give face to the Duke of Minter. No need for now, thank you, Lord Haloin. Rain smiled slightly and said, the Drum family and our Bavarian family don't have much interaction, but I do know a bit. Although on the surface they seem like a Duke family like us Bavarians, in reality, their family has an Imperial guardian. In such cases, we generally call them a guardian family. Although both are dukes, the difference is significant. Oh, they have an Imperial guardian in the family, Rain frowned and said. This was indeed a bit tricky. However, Rain showed not the slightest hint of fear. Ever since battling the Nether Sea Goddess's projection, he knew his level of strength. Turning into a Dragon Man general puts him firmly at the legendary peak. Even an epic-level expert doesn't intimidate him, as he has the trump card soul-shattering Warhammer. Moreover, he hoped that an enemy would give him the chance to use the King of Thousand Blades' core skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Besides, his strength had improved significantly during this time. Yes, besides this, the family also has several legendary-level advisors, and the Drum family is deeply rooted in the Imperial City, with close relations with many prominent families. Haloin provided a detailed introduction. And who is the Guardian? Rain's main focus was still on the Guardian. Dragon Knight Pantascoke, titled Storm Cloud, Haloin said with a serious expression. The title Storm Cloud, Rain pondered. One must understand, a title is not something given carelessly, whether it's a title, designation, or nickname. For instance, Rain's previous nickname Meister Siege Hammer at least indicated Rain's proficiency in using the Warhammer and his huge strength, these two traits. Moreover, epic-level warriors are all given titles. Although there's only a single character difference from a designation, the meaning is vastly different. The Dragon Knight Pantascoke's mount, a green dragon named Hazes, although just a teenage dragon, has an exceptionally powerful acidic breath. Even the splattering acid mist has a strong corrosive effect. Additionally, it possesses a talent ability called Drowsy Poison Cloud, which is very difficult to deal with. The origin of the title Storm Cloud is also because of this talent. As for other circumstances, I'm not too clear on it, Haloin said with a serious expression. I see, Rain nodded. He knew the things Haloin told him could be considered Empire secrets. After all, it involved detailed combat strength information about an Imperial Guardian, which if leaked, could be exploited by enemies in specific ways. Only someone like Haloin, the Duke's eldest son, with special channels, would know these things. The next morning, the mission hall of the Sword Holder headquarters was bustling with people. Bayance, look, there's a recruitment notice for a fine gold swordsman here. That's great. A blue-robed witch glanced at the information on the wisdom tablet in the center of the hall, then immediately turned to a voluptuous woman in leather armor beside her, speaking with delight. Don't get too excited, Claire. You're only at the magic iron level. Even if you sign up, they might not consider you. The woman named Bayance in leather armor promptly poured cold water on the blue-robed witch, saying, HMPH, that's not necessarily true. Terry, it's been posted since yesterday. How is it that a whole day has passed and no one has signed up? The blue-robed witch Claire approached to find the situation seemed a bit strange. At this point, a young man in knight armor nearby, seemingly acquainted with the two women, whispered, Haven't you heard? It's said that Rain benefited greatly from a mission incidentally, then, through maneuvering his connections, he was able to get promoted to fine gold level. How could the headquarters allow such manipulation? The blue-robed witch Claire widened her beautiful eyes, clearly in disbelief. Both she and Bayance had been promoted from regional branches. Though aware that many places in the Empire have under-the-table dealings, they always assumed that in the special combat department like the Sword Holder, such situations should be rare. Really, everyone says so. Otherwise, why do you think that not a single person has signed up for a fine gold swordsman's recruitment? Due to confidentiality regarding their members' skills and safety, the Sword Holder organization keeps everyone's specific mission records confidential, so Claire and the others cannot view Rain's background or mission records. It's akin to in Rain's past life, where an anti-drug officer, even when being commended, would receive a masked award, or would use faceless photos to avoid retaliation. The same goes for sword holders, especially those who have killed cult leaders. The issue struck a chord with Claire. Though she was eager to join a fine gold swordsman team, the problem was, if as the rumors say, Rain is a person whose own abilities are not up to par and merely got there through connections, then in future mission execution, it would be a disaster, knowing that even her original captain so strong. However, if it's a strong fine gold swordsman once recruiting members, a magic iron level like me basically stands no chance. Furthermore, it's just the two of us here. Beyonce, let's give it a try. A flash of determination passed through Claire's beautiful eyes as she said to Beyonce beside her. Time quickly slipped to the third day. When Rain arrived at a reserved room in the mission hall to meet the sword holders interested in joining his team, upon entering he froze. Because the number was exceedingly small, not even filling the quota of 5 people. Just 4 people. Rain glanced around, his brows slightly furrowed. Logically, with the crowd he saw in the headquarters mission hall, it would be impossible that in 3 days, not even 5 people signed up. Especially as he heard. Recently, the losses among sword holder captains at the headquarters have been quite significant. Meaning there are fewer captains but many members now. The situation on his end seemed too unusual. However, the 3 women and 1 man before him were all quite attractive. Rain inexplicably felt a vibe, reminiscent of a bar recruiting promotional groups from his past life. Hey Beyonce, this Captain Rain looks quite handsome, Claire whispered to Beyonce beside her. What good is being handsome? If his skills aren't strong, it's better to be ugly and skillful, Beyonce said with exasperation. For Mia and Chandler, while they initially intended to send Beyonce and Claire away, they decided to let the 2 women stay after thinking about it. Because if it were just the 2 of them attending the recruitment, the flaw might be too obvious. Moreover, working within the sword holder headquarters, they naturally knew the 2 women, though not closely. They heard they also advanced from a branch, with no strong background and average abilities, making it easier to handle. Hello everyone, I am Rain, the newly appointed fine gold swordsman. Rain nodded slightly in greeting, then said, please tell me about yourselves first. Claire, magic iron level, first level wizard at peak, proficient in fire element. Claire was the first to speak. Beyonce, secret silver level, ranger, proficient in bows and daggers. Mia, secret silver level, second level wizard at the initial stage, proficient in charming system and negative energy system. After speaking, Mia winked at Rain, smiling sweetly. Chandler, magic iron level, first level wizard at peak, proficient in earth element. Both of you are magic iron level. I remember my recruitment criteria seem to require secret silver level, right? Captain Rain, my capability is actually quite good, not worse than an average secret silver swordsman. You can test my combat strength if you don't believe me. If it truly doesn't work, can I leave then? Claire stood up slightly excitedly and said. Rain glanced at Claire, then looked at the others, saying, forget it, you've all been hired. This made Beyonce and Claire look at each other involuntarily. So casual, no assessment. This made both feel that the rumors about Rain were very likely true. Captain Rain, shouldn't you also demonstrate your strength? At this moment, Mia said with a smile. Although she knew some things about Rain, she hadn't seen Rain in action, so naturally she wanted to evaluate it. Beside her, Beyonce also nodded, saying, yes, Captain Rain, there's a training ground next door. We're looking forward to seeing your strength. No need for the training ground. I'm in a bit of a hurry. As for demonstrating strength, that will be right here. In the next second, Rain's figure at the front remained unmoved. But suddenly, 4 Rain figures appeared in the room, standing beside each other in different postures. Even the fastest reacting ranger, Beyonce, was aghast, with her dagger only half drawn. Soon, however, all 4 figures disappeared, leaving only Rain's original figure on the field. What Rain just displayed was the top secret technique, Shadow Step, though he hadn't exerted full effort. Instant clone technique, Chandler exclaimed. Wizards capable of cloning techniques have extremely strong survival abilities, making them very difficult to kill. It's not a cloning technique, it's a type of movement secret technique, Mia said in a deep voice, but this also means difficult opposition, requiring restriction of the opponent's movement speed. Mia's eyes flickered as she was already thinking of countermeasures. At this point, the 4 had no more objections. In fact, only Beyonce and Claire initially had doubts. As for Mia and Chandler, regardless of Rain's strength, they would join. By the way, do you know why there are so few people signing up to join my team? Rain asked appropriately. At the same time, he sensed slightly lingering on the 4. Well, there are outside rumors that Captain Rain's strength is not remarkable, is just lucky enough to. The blue-robed which Claire hesitated and said tactfully. Haha, I see. Rain had already noticed the two named Mia and Chandler. Just a moment ago, their aura had a very subtle disarray. Disarray is different from fluctuation. However, further probing is required. Minutes later, the four signed the team joining agreement. At this point, Rain spoke. Get ready, 2 hours later we need to complete a task. So soon, Captain, shouldn't we practice a bit? Claire was both surprised and puzzled. This doesn't follow the usual new team routine. Shouldn't there be some time for practice before heading for the task? Captain Rain, what's the exact task so we can prepare accordingly for battle? Beyonce asked. To kill the poison liquid flying dragon. What? The two women were instantly shocked. Though Mia and Chandler pretended to be shocked as well. Rain's acute perception still caught a hint of hesitation and deliberate act. This made Rain slightly perceptive. 2 hours later, see you at the headquarters airship platform. Rain first exited the room. Beyonce and Claire looked at each other for a long while, naturally aware that this was one of the most difficult tasks within headquarters. Though Rain's previously demonstrated strength was not bad, it was merely decent, reaching the level of an average fine gold swordsman, but far from sufficient for dealing with the poison liquid flying dragon. At this moment, Claire asked Mia, won't you persuade the captain? Have faith in the captain's strength. Mia giggled before leaving with Chandler. Meanwhile, Greenwood and Drum family's butler Owen met in a carriage at the entrance of Sword Holder headquarters. Sir Owen, does Uncle intend to hire the Black Blade organization? Greenwood frowned slightly and asked. To him, his current plan was almost flawless, ensuring any family advisor's action would suffice with certainty. Yes, the Duke has contacted the Black Blade organization, and they will dispatch a king of assassins. Is that so? All right, I understand. Greenwood's initially tight frown loosened. It seems Uncle hasn't underestimated Rain. A king of assassins. Only those who have successfully assassinated a legendary strongman earn this title. Even in the top assassin organization, Black Blade, there are very few who have earned the title of King of Assassins. Using such top-tier assassins to deal with the witchcraft practiced Rain is naturally the best choice. Additionally, the Duke said that General Donald is taking considerable risks in helping with this matter, because it said that Marshal Alfred originally intended to meet this Rain, but due to urgent military affairs, he left the Imperial City some time ago. So, Butler Owen said, so this time it must succeed. Greenwood waved his hand, speaking before Butler Owen could finish. He understood the unspoken implications in Owen's words. Wise Master Greenwood, otherwise, there might be very few opportunities to act in the future. Butler Owen smiled and bowed slightly. A day and a half later, at the airship dock in Gnome City, many people in noble attire are waiting for the airship arriving from the Imperial City, clearly here to receive someone. However, among them, 3 people stand out in full combat gear. If Rain were present, he would instantly recognize them as Langela, Flay, and Alex, who had fought alongside him. Captain, doesn't the name of the fine gold swordsman coming from the Imperial headquarters resemble that of Lord Rain of Minster Province? The tall, skinny young man in leather armor, Flay, couldn't help but ask curiously. Probably just a coincidence. Alex, dressed in a robe and holding a book with an iron-style cover, thought for a moment and said, although Lord Rain's strength is indeed formidable, it's unlikely he would have advanced to the fine gold level so soon. After all, prowess is prowess. Advancing in the sword-bearer ranks isn't so easy, requiring the completion of various difficult or arduous tasks. Advancing to the fine gold level so quickly doesn't make sense. But I keep having this premonition that this Lord Rain is the one from Minster, Flay said, furrowing his brow. I wish that were true, but it's impossible. This person is a fine gold swordsman from the Imperial City, at least possessing legendary level strength. Langela shook his head, smiling. But isn't Lord Rain about the same? Flay said stubbornly. During the last visit to Minster, he was completely impressed by Rain, and after returning often talked about Rain, his words full of admiration. For a while, Langela and Alex couldn't come up with a rebuttal, because that Rain from the neighboring province is truly exceptional. However, there's no need for us to continue guessing. The airship from the Imperial City has already arrived. Alex pointed to the sky with a smile. 15 minutes later, is it really you, Lord Rain? The 3 of them, with expressions of disbelief, exclaimed towards Rain. Captain Langela, Alex, Flay, long time no see. Rain greeted with a smile as he stepped off the airship. Rain had a good impression of these 3 people. In the battle against the cult in Meister, despite the cult's strength, none of them shied away, which Rain greatly admired. At this moment, Mia and Chandler behind Rain exchanged glances and whispered to each other. Who knew this Rain seems quite famous? Yes, I didn't expect that even in Nome Province sword-bearers recognize him. This small team is quite capable for a branch, but unfortunately they are about to be eliminated. Mia glanced at Langela and his team, saying, Yes, Captain Langelo's strength is decent. Nearing the magic iron level. Chandler nodded slightly in agreement. The two naturally knew that Rain was from the neighboring Minster Province, and unexpectedly his reputation was known even in Nome Province, which was quite unusual. After a brief chat, Langela asked, Lord Rain, according to the instructions from the headquarters, the branch has sent us to accompany you. Should we set off directly now or stay in Nome City for the night? By this time, Langela had adjusted his address for Lord Rain to Lord Rain. Yes, Lord Rain, how about staying in Nome City for the night? Flay said with a smile. Let's go directly, and after we return, we'll have a good gathering. Rain smiled and said, Return? Can they return? Seeing this scene, Chandler couldn't help but smirk slightly. All right, Lord Rain, the griffin is ready, let's proceed. Langela led the way. Soon, the group, each controlling their own griffin, swiftly advanced towards their destination, the Black Mud Swamp. The poison liquid flying dragon prefers swamp environments, and the Black Mud Swamp, hundreds of miles away from Nome City, has become the best nest location for it, convenient for attacking the densely populated human villages and towns around, preying on humans and livestock, while rapidly returning to its nest. Lord Rain, we plan to slaughter a few prepared fierce species in Mud Swamp Town on the outskirts of the Black Mud Swamp to lure it out. Since receiving this task, Langela had devised several contingency plans and made considerable preparations. All right, Rain thought briefly and agreed. Going directly into the miasma-filled swamp is certainly not as convenient as lying in wait. Half an hour later, a small airship adorned with a family crest also arrived at the Nome City airship dock. Leading it was Greenwood, accompanied by a warrior who appeared exceptionally burly and strong. The opponent stands nearly 3 meters tall. With a rugged face. If Haloin were present, he would surely recognize this person as a Brighton from the Shirendal Plateau who's said to have the bloodline of giants. Did that Rain leave as soon as he arrived? Yes. Is the wind rock arranged? Arranged well, Master Greenwood. Lord Greg, shall we go too? In Mud Swamp Town. Captain Langela, your team doesn't need to participate in this battle, just take charge of the perimeter watch. Well, let Alex assist. He's a wizard, should be of some help, Langela contemplated and said. Both he and Flay are adept at close combat, but engaging in a battle with a legendary creature like the poison liquid flying dragon, which is covered in poison and can fly, is as deadly as a long-living star eating arsenic. All right. You guys, just engage in witchcraft and archery attacks from a distance. I'll attract the opponent's attention, Rain instructed the 4 new team members. All right, Captain. Mia couldn't help but smile. Turns out there's such a good deal. Isn't this convenient for the 2 of us to take action? Captain, are you sure you can hold them off? Claire showed a hint of worry and asked. Having looked at the poison liquid flying dragon's information, she was apprehensive about its strength and the challenge it posed. Don't worry, remember, I am a fine gold swordsman, Rain smiled. Half an hour later. Rain squinted at the horizon, seeing a black dragon over 10 meters long swiftly, flying towards Mud Swamp Town from the direction of the Black Mud Swamp. Its body seems to emit tiny black fluorescent particles, which according to intelligence are highly poisonous. Upon seeing the corpses of fierce species on the ground, the poison liquid flying dragon began to flap its wings, preparing to spiral downward. But in an instant, a silver metal giant net shot towards the poison liquid flying dragon from inside a building. Rain's doubly enhanced second-level witchcraft cutting net immediately inflicted wounds all over the poison liquid flying dragon. Then another cutting net. Anged. However, although the injuries seemed severe, in reality, they were merely superficial for the poison liquid flying dragon, though it made it exceptionally angry. Only to see the poison liquid flying dragon rapidly ascend, then rotate to dive towards Rain, mouth wide open, its pouch visibly contracting, ready to spew a large amount of foul-smelling black liquid poison. It's the dragon-type creature's forward breath ability. Helicopter dive kill, poison liquid spitting. Good opportunity. Mia and Chandler exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected an opportunity to strike so soon but didn't hesitate and quickly nodded. Confinement technique. Mia squinted, licked her luscious red lips. Cast a first-level negative energy witchcraft confinement technique on her team Captain Rain. The casting difficulty of confinement technique, a first-level witchcraft, is rather high, requiring mastery of preceding zero-level witchcraft, slow technique and weakening spell, and the negative energy principle to cast successfully. Moreover, seeing Mia cast it so swiftly clearly demonstrates considerable talent. Earth Grip. Chandler surprisingly also cast an immobilization-type Earth Witchcraft on Rain. It seems his ability wasn't sufficient to cast this witchcraft, so he used a scroll radiating with Earth Yellow Witchcraft light. As he quickly ripped it, a dense yellow light shot into the soil beneath Rain's feet. Rumble, two-wheel-sized Earth giant hands emerged violently from the ground, tightly gripping Rain's legs. In an instant, the two team members who should have been Rain's support against the poison liquid flying dragon's ultimate move instead turned into backstabbers. "You all!" Langela saw this change and couldn't help but be horrified, exclaiming. Beside him, Alex wanted to assist Rain, but casting requires time, and now the poison liquid flying dragon had already dived down, leaving him no time to act. Claire was in the same predicament. Although she grasped the dispel technique, she found herself powerless to help Rain against the Silence planned fray. "It's over." With panic in her beautiful eyes, she watched the scene unfold. Beyonce quickly performed an aimed shot, seeming to want to distract the poison liquid flying dragon, but the dragon already held a grudge against Rain and decided to endure her attack to continue pursuing Rain. "Haha, Greenwood sends his regards to Lord Rain." Seeing the scene, Chandler felt assured of the conclusion, bowed gentlemanly to Rain and spoke. In his perception, even if this Captain Rain had some trump card and survived by chance, he would definitely be gravely injured. Mia didn't expect things to go so smoothly either. Rain trusted her and Chandler enough to take the forefront alone, facilitating their backstab immensely. Facilitated to the point of feeling slightly hesitant. "Finally waited for you two to make a move." A calm voice permeated through the furious roar of the poison liquid flying dragon, emerging. "What?" Mia and Chandler were momentarily stunned. Could it be that Rain had suspected the two of them all along? But before the two could think further, Rain spoke again. "You there in the left bush, what are you waiting for?" "Hi, someone else." Including Mia, Chandler, Claire, and Beyonce, everyone was astonished, looking at the location Rain had mentioned. "To know there are 3 wizards here alone." The opponent could elude the wizard's perception, lurking aside. Buzz buzz, a sound akin to bees vibrating through the air. Swiftly growing louder. Swish, a shadow wielding a twisted blade charged towards Rain from the distant bush, drawing a black line due to its supersonic speed. White gust waves formed around its body and spread like ripples.